and the black suit all over Port Harcourt. Ninas is sending this message to Port Harcourt and those suffering from the suit in Port Harcourt. Our good friend, Governor Jason Wike, has said he has left it to God. But please, we have to take a little more responsibility. God will not come to contest the election in Nigeria so that he can do the things we can do, we should have been doing for ourselves. The suit happening to you in Port Harcourt is coming from the fact that the refineries are on the exclusive list in the 1999 Constitution. Therefore, it is the exclusive business of the federal government to do what they like. And your governor is not in any position to do anything about that. That is what has tied his hands. And so, if you want an end to that suit, you must now step forth to join those who are insisting that that constitution must go down. And the first sign of the first evidence of seriousness, the first evidence of sincerity in that push is that you must be one of those who will say today in 2021 that we will not go to another election under that constitution. That the refineries that are on that exclusive list, see the way it works. The people who sell the 3 million barrels of crude oil that Nigeria sells every day are seated in the comfort of Kano and Sokoto and Maiduguri. You know them. And their sponsors in London and elsewhere. You know them. They don't suffer from any of these things you suffer from. It is because there's this illicit, this bunkering, this kind of let's go take whatever we find and refine by ourselves. That's where the suit is coming from. If that constitution does not go down, that situation will remain like that. The military, we had your governor telling you the other time, I think it was the chief of army staff, there was somebody who was addressing, some people came to visit. All of those on military postings in Port Harcourt, those generals there all have their own refineries and bunkering business, illicit refining, illicit bunkering going on. That's what's going on. Now the people who sell these 3 million barrels of crude oil in the name of federal government of Nigeria are nowhere near where the suit is happening. And if this constitution were to go down and we were to unbundle our sovereignties from inside that document, you will immediately resume your right to regulate your environment. That is when your governor or any kind of governance that is in charge of the area will be able to put regulations, something that will, there's nothing they can do now. The people doing it, they know. But the Constitution forbids them from intervening. And you can see it has become a health issue. People are dying in numbers you can't imagine. The stories we hear from the medical people managing that situation is at a pandemic level. So why do we leave it to God to come and do what? When we can say enough of this, when we can say we can proceed under this constitution that prevents us from doing anything at all for ourselves in a situation we can see what the problem is and we have a solution we can apply by ourselves, but the constitution says we cannot apply it. The same thing happening with security is happening with infrastructure, is happening with your electricity, is happening with the suit that is falling, painting Port Harcourt black. It will be your fault, it will be your responsibility if you do nothing and you join your governor in saying you leave it to God. Those who are preparing to go to election in 2023 under that constitution are inviting you to reinforce the damnation you already live in. Port Harcourt, you can do better than this. Port Harcourt, Ninas is saying you can do better than this. You have to join in saying that this constitution must go down. Your life is now dependent on it. If it doesn't go down, you can be sure things are only going to get worse. Wickets there now doing all kinds of things, just trying to work with bare hands. The powers required to address the situation surrounding you, confronting you, coming towards you, go beyond what your governor have for today. This is an open invitation. Get on the website www.ninasvoice.org to find out more. We can end this trauma in less than 6 months if we make up our mind. First order of business, we will not go to a further election under this constitution. Let us now get into that transition to recover our right to manage our environment. I think we'll leave it there.
Nigeria is threatening everybody and groups. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying, we are victims of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria give this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigerians. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victims. This Constitution is not made by Nigerians. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous ones. They were handed, and still being handed, instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. The Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together by these rules which we will spell out about government. This current one is a fraudulent one. And it's giving us victimhood because we never did it. And they say we did it. If somebody say you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court. The case is in court. Praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjourning. Part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. They now started it. A lot of distinguished men and women up and down this country have their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is in Adeko and Afeni Ferry Chief. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
Nationalities alliance for self-determination are calling for a new constitution that will capture the needs of all ethnic nationalities in the country. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at the press conference on behalf of the NINA's Board of Conveners, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general election with the 1999 constitution may lead the country to a failed state.
The idea of anarchy, because some people are fixing the constitution, if you don't allow the National Assembly to fix the constitution, there will be anarchy, not at all. What we're asking is that this 1999 constitution, let all Nigerians phase it out. And then we have a good way of developing a constitution, legitimate constitution for the whole of Nigerians. The way this present 99 constitution is being implemented is not to the best interests of some sections of Nigeria.
Those politicians that are talking about elections under that constitution are telling us that our sovereignty is now with them. I pray they don't find out on the streets, like it happened in many jurisdictions, that our sovereignty is not with them. And talking about election that is coming, is Nigeria meant for election or election for Nigeria? People are talking about debt. People are talking about impoverishment that has made Nigeria the global capital for poverty. Everything that could fail has failed. And we know that it is this constitution that is directly responsible for everything we complain about.
Remember the governor of Jigawa State who not long ago said that They are the one holding Nigeria down. But they are the one holding Nigerians down by weakening them through poverty. It all flows back to the Constitution. Because if the Constitution is the people's constitution, it will not hand the citizens over to criminals, to deeply corrupt and messed up men and women whose entire plan is to dominate, to steal, to rob the people, to even import terrorists into the country, to torment and kill and take over communities. Like active genocide is going on in Nigeria, while the president is hiding under the Constitution. Every system has been paralyzed, and they are telling us they are operating one Nigeria. God forbid. But the people themselves need to wake up. They need to take the actions that they can take within their abilities to confront what is ahead of them, because nothing is given in this life. And more importantly, make the right connection. Ninas has offered the best option in dealing with Nigeria. And that is the call for multi-regional binding referendum, for new commitments, new protocols. That way we'll have a reset and restore dignity to our people, and also have citizens that believe in their countries, or country, if you will, depending on where the chips fall. This has been your guy, Steve. I'm putting it together at the Lower Niger Territory. There are 3 clips here that speaks to the Constitution on the need for change. Nigeria can never avoid it. No matter how they skirt around it, they are wasting their time. Time is all that it will require. And we are going to outweigh them. Here is a portion of Nina's press statement relating to the Constitutional Amendment and Electoral Act Amendment, February 25th, 2022. No quantum of amendment will save the 1999 Constitution from going down wholesale, nor can amendments confer legitimacy on that fraud of 1999, says Nina's Secretariat, February 25th, 2022. Number 1. At the time, the peoples of constituent component blocks of Nigeria in the South and Middle Belt, cooperating under the aegis of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have repudiated and rejected the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria and have raised the union dispute on the grounds of the fraudulence and illegitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. It's marks of arrogant ignorance for the National Assembly of Nigeria to continue its defiance of the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria by the charade of amendments to the 1999 Constitution. 2. When on February 23, 2022, the news space was splashed with reports on proposed amendments to the 1999 Constitution by the Nigerian National Assembly, NINAS was eager to see the attitude of the Nigerian public to the amendment charade, and so it was gratifying to note that an overwhelming majority of the peoples of Nigeria treated the news of the proposed Constitution amendment with the cold ignominy it really deserved. This attitude of the public reinforced the earlier resolve of NINAS not to dignify the Constitution amendment gambit of the National Assembly of Nigeria with any form of official response, as the amendment exercise was at best the last kick of a dying horse. It is therefore for the purpose of record that this statement is being made, and to also clarify the issues For those who may not have followed the discussion as to why the National Assembly cannot resolve for us the sovereignty questions arising from the current fraudulent constitutional basis of Nigeria, for the avoidance of doubt, the legislative mandate and powers of the National Assembly is limited to lawmaking and does not extend to constitution making, which is the exclusive preserve of the constituent component nations and peoples of Nigeria as an incident of their sovereignty. Put differently, constitution making requires constituent powers which the National Assembly does not have, but which resides exclusively with the peoples on account of their sovereignty. This is from Nina's Radio, or better still, Lower Niger Territory Radio. It's your guy, Stephen, speaking.
Hearing that for so long, I haven't seen anyone who organized well enough and just take over the government of a region in Nigeria and declare a republic, and we can say, wow. Nobody has done that. Most of the people who are telling us that we need to fight, we need to talk to Russia, we need to talk to this, we need to get ourselves armed, we need to do this and that. There have always been suggestions. There has never been an organized platform that can actually make that happen. I believe there is one. And that one is the unity of purpose. First of all, just know that America is not coming. Britain is not coming. Russia is not coming. North Korea is not coming. Those fantasies, you can entertain them, you can enjoy them. The real thing that is coming is that the moment you discover that we need ourselves. And we need to do away with the rules from all our own part of that country. When you do that, Nigeria will listen to you. How, Mayegun? I mean, don't pretend. You want me to say it loud and clear? When people come together and say enough, what happened? They shut down a system. They can't kill millions in a day, trust me. They can't. Just like Russia occupation of Ukraine is never really going to last. They will walk around it because 190,000 soldiers, they cannot occupy a country of 40 million people successfully. That is exactly what is happening in Igbo land. That's exactly what is happening in Yoruba land. Because Nigeria has been occupying our land, our resources, abrogating them for themselves, while our people live in penury and abject poverty. But they didn't do it alone. They did this in collaboration with those who are supposed to speak for us, who are supposed to fight for us, who are supposed to be on that table to say, no, Yorubas will not take this. No, Igbos will not accept that. They went to bed with them and they were comfortable with them. Did you get that? I don't know if you did.
Basically, what Mayegun is saying is that our people need to wake up from our decades of slumber. Our people need to wake up and gain some strength instead of the weakness that we're displaying all over the place. We are expecting a Messiah to come down from the sky to set us free. We're expecting some foreign powers who do not care, who are actually favored by current status quo, so much so that they wouldn't bother. We're expecting them to change their mind and forget about their so-called national interest and then come for our rescue. They will not do it. So we have to actually rearrange ourselves, as it were, internally. We have to reorganize ourselves, rearrange ourselves, tell ourselves the bitter truth, that this is our problem to solve. This is our challenge that we must figure out. Not some external intervention that would never happen, because they don't really care.
It's us against them, so to say. When you don't get rid of those who enable them, you can shout on the United Nations from now till eternity. It's never going to happen. I'm looking for that day, that spark. I can feel it. I can sense it. But at the same time, it is so gloomy, it is so bleaky, and it is so blurry too. As long as we are so divided, looking for vainglory attention. Oh, you know what I mean? I won't say more, but trust me, the day we find that spark, the world will listen. Not that they will come and fight. They won't come and fight for you, but they will listen. And when they listen, your criminal rogue politicians and leaders will see where they can run to. But if you think reporting them to this Western power, will make your politicians shock, it will make them buckle up, then you are not paying attention. That's the point. You are not paying attention. Nobody is coming. Pay attention to what is happening in Ukraine. If Nigeria starts killing us in Yoruba land, nobody is coming. You would have to what? Get yourself guns and all of that and do that. But before you get to that stage, why not win the people over? Let them know. What we are asking for is this, okay? Nigeria is not working. Trust me, it is not. They can use all manner of manipulation, propaganda, threat, fear to drink you or to continue to condition you. But you know it in the inner you, the inside of you that it is not working and it's doing a lot of damage. So,
well, if Nigeria is not working and there is a way out, like the call for referendum by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, how come Nigerians are acting ignorant? How come many people are not keen in and figuring out that, look, this is the most peaceful way out? What is wrong with our people? What are we looking for? Some extraterrestrial humans to come and die for us? To come and make the impossible possible? It's really in our hands to make it happen. Not some forces from the Azores. What we make of it is what it's actually going to be at the end of the day.
How do you deal with that? You don't let those who make that, who brought you to this stage, you don't let them continue to decide on how to bring you out of it. You have to push yourself forward. Like we have seen those who have done that. Yeah? So you get rid of these rogues. At some point, you're going to get rid of them. Oh, no, they're going to be reading that. We're going to get rid of them. At some point. Yeah? But when you have people on your side, it becomes easier. And I'm preaching to you today, okay? If everybody who travel to Ukraine tell you their stories, our brothers and sisters are in Dubai right now. They have been facing hell for the past 1 year. No joke. Many of them are facing the obstacle of not having their work visa renewed in Dubai. And it is deliberate. When they called on Nigeria, what happened? It is a dead silence. We are working on it. We are coming back to you. We'll do something about it. Many of you are the victims today. Some of you are going back to Nigeria this weekend, I've been told. Some of you are going back to Nigeria by next week. It's because even when you run away from Nigeria, in faraway Dubai, Nigeria still happened to you.
Yeah, Nigeria still haunt you.
Do you get what I mean now?
Yes.
So once we have ourselves on our sides and say, listen, you may love Nigeria, but it's not working. These criminals don't want to have a chat about it. If you want to keep Nigeria, there should be an arrangement that says the people agreed and this is going to be the terms and conditions. Why is that difficult?
Referendum.
Why is election the next thing? Of course, it's because you haven't really learned any lesson. Yeah? And you are probably never going to learn one until it becomes obvious that you have no other way to go. Deal with it now or perish with one Nigeria. Yeah. I don't preach it. I don't preach division. I just tell you the facts that we all know. The division is obvious. And the people that brought this division upon us, they are no other people than the politicians. The politicians who told you to be careful of this person, careful of that person, careful of this tribe, careful of that tribe, and in all to their own advantage, not yours. At the end of the day, our people, majority of our people are left in abject poverty, in total destruction and ruin, and they want it to look like everything is normal. No, it's not.
It is the politicians that rendered our people slaves to the caliphate. It is the politicians that want the system to continue as it is because it's favoring them. It gives them access to the treasury. It gives them open access to the presidency, to every office that they ever so desire to walk into. And so disrupting them should be our number one assignment, to stop them. Because when we stop them, then we can get to the next level, which is to discuss our continued staying together with our killers. That is what the indigenous nationalities must do to break the cycle of slavery that is killing thousands in Benue, in the Middle Belt, in the Southeast, in the South-South, in the Southwest. We need to get ourselves, our act together, and go for it as one. That.
Ndị Igbo ndị ọma na-ege m ntị ugbu a, ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Ụbọchị ọma no. Ekene udo ya dịrị onye iru mma, dịrị onye azụ mma, dịrị nwoke nwaanyị, okorobịa nwa agbọghọ, ụmụaka, ndị ụka, ndị na-azụ afịa, ndị ụmụ akwụkwọ, ndị niile ezigbo ife dị mma n'obi ya gazie m. Ụbọchị taata asị m ka anyị kparịkwa. Ụbọchị taata bụ mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 n'ime Febụwarị na afọ 2022. Anyị sị ka anyị welukwe ozi ekene wee bịakwa ka anyị kọwakwala unu ife ụfọdụ dị iche iche dị mkpa ka anyị malụ. Ọ ga-adị m mma ka m welu ife na-abọ kọwaa n'asụsụ Igbo ka anyị kọwalie onwe anyị, maka na mmaha asị na mmacha ihe niile. Nke mma agwakwanụ m onye ikwu na ibe m, gwa ndị enyi m nke ha makwa anụrụkwa m. Ọkwa ya bụ na njem a na-aga. So onwe ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ identity na nke a na-akpọ ideology. Ọkpụrụkpụ okwu na-aba ka m chọrọ ka anyị neba anya n'ime. So Igbo bụ identity, Biafra bụ ideology. So anya nwa ka nsị ka anyị kpalita n'efifi a, ka anyị wee gwalitakwa onwe anyị okwu, ka anyị gwa onwe anyị nke bụ eziokwu. Nke ahụ bụ eziokwu ya edufe anyị ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ, duje anyị ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ, na ife anyị kwesịrị imele onwe anyị. Na mbụ, Igbo bụ identity anyị. Ọ dị ka akara, birthmark. Igbo anyị bụ identity maka na anyị nwere omenala, anyị nwere asụsụ, anyị nwere nri anyị na-eri. Enwere nri eji malụ ndị Igbo, enwere ekike eji malụ ndị Igbo, enwere asụsụ eji malụ ndị Igbo, enwere ntọ na ana omenala eji malụ ndị Igbo, nke dị iche na ebe ndị ọzọ dị, dịka ndị Awụsa. Ndị Awụsa nwere nke ha, ndị Yoruba nwere nke ha, ndị Igbo nwere nke ha, ndị TV nwere nke ha. So nkata ka nsị ka anyị kwuo. So ndị Igbo nwere identity, ada efichapụ ya efichapụ, ada apachi ya apachi, ka a sị ọ dịghị mma ebe a, ka a kụọ ya, kụọ ya akụrụngwa, ka eme ya ịma anwe ka esi eme ya. Igbo kwụrụ onwe ya, Igbo jụrụ eju. Igbo bụ ndị nwere ana a na-akpọ Igbo land. Otu Yoruba si wee nwee Yoruba land, otu Hausa si nwee Hausa land, otu England si wee dị Ireland, Dutchland, Finland, Netherland, Switzerland. Ka unu wee ghọta mkpa ọ dị n'ihe gbasalụ ana land, Igbo land. Maka o nwere ndị Chineke kelu dobe na ana anwa a na-akpọ ancestral land. O nwere onye ya bịa ịzọsa ndị Igbo ebe anwa. Ndị Igbo ama m zọsakwa ndị ọzọ na ana nke ha. Ime nya ị na-emelụ ana. So ọ bụrụ na mmiri dị n'ala Igbo, ọ ndị Igbo nwe ya. Ọ bụrụ na mmanụ dị n'ala Igbo, ọ bụ ndị Igbo nwe ya. Ọnọdụ kịta ka nkwụ na-eto n'ala Igbo, ọ mmanụ ka ọ bụkwa. Ndị Igbo nwere enwejie ya aka. Then ngafeta n'akụkụ nke Biafra. Biafra bụ ideology. Ideology is not identity. ideology enwere ike ịpachi ideology ma ịma itinye akụkụ anụnwa okwe ha gị isi ka isi akụkụ nke ọzọ ka ị kpakwa ya aka reshape onye modify ya anya. Ideology na identity abụghị ofu ife ka fa bụ, ọ bụrụkwa na ofu ife ka ha na-akọwa. Maka Biafra enweghị asụsụ, Biafra enweghị ntọnaanị culture, Biafra enweghị ihe eji malụfa, Biafra enwero ekike ma ọ bụ ụdị ekike ha na-eke ma ụdị nnifa na-eri. Otu a ka ọ dịkwa iwelu Biafra ịbịa tikọ ya na Naịjirịa. Enwere ife a na-akpọ Biafra land, enwere ife a na-akpọ Nigeria land. Biafra nwere ihe dịka mmiri otu Nigeria si nwee ihe dịka mmiri. Bight of Biafra, River Niger. Nigeria was imposed on us. Ofu nwanyị onye ọcha na-akpọ Flora Shaw bụ onye na-egide sị ka ya nyefe afọ anụnwa Nigeria, ka ha zaba Nigeria. Mana otu ahụ ka ọ dịkwa, Chief Opigo wee kpanitekwa wee sị ka ya sọjestie Biafra ka enwere identify ya ndị a na-egbu n'ugwu Awụsa oge afọ. Ha wee necha anya wee sị ọ dị mma. Ojukwu wee wenie wee mere afa. Mana chetakwa na Ojukwu anwa n'oge anụcha anya bụ ọgụ ọ pụrụ mesịa nachiyata. Ihe ọ zakwa bụ ezi Igbo gburugburu, ọzọ akwa eze Biafra gburugburu. Kuchu na-adịkwa ya. Chief Frank Opigo onye nke wepụtara afa etufu ha ọkwa ịjọ ọ bụ si n'ozi Biafra bụ identity ya. Ọ na-azakwa ịjọ, ndị ịjọ na-azakwa ịjọ, wele ịjọ na-eme ngala. Ka ezi ka onye esi bụrụzie ndị Igbo anyị ebe Ojukwu si na afa obodo anyị awụzi Biafra emegide ihe niile a wụọ naanị. Ojukwu zaba eze Igbo gburugburu, ọzaha eze Biafra gburugburu. So ụmụnne m, ihe m ji ekwu akọwa ihe a bụ ka anyị tụlee anya. Maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-apụta ha sị a na-agwa ụmụ ha na ha bụ ndị Biafra. Ụmụaka tokwa faga anya ihe a na-akpọ identity crisis. Gwanụnụ ha na ha bụ ndị Igbo ebe unu na-asụrụ ha Igbo. Maka nwatakịrị a nwere ike jụọ gị kedu asụsụ eji malụ ndị Biafra, gịnị ka ị ya agwa ya? Isi ya Igbo ka ya asị ya Ijọ, ka ya asị ya Ishekiri, ka ya asị ya Orobo. Kedu ihe o ji wee bụrụ ndị Igbo bụ ihe a n'isi? Enwelu ndị nwere ike faghọta ha na Biafra anụnwa bụ ihe eji egwu ha wayo. Enwelu ndị otu anyị si wee kọwalụ ha bụrụ otu anwa. Ha enweghị ike ige ndị ọzọ ntị ka ha ghọta cheki anya akụkụ a, cheki anya akụkụ a ka ịmalụ nke ka mma ma ọ nke bụ eziokwu. Agwa gị Biafra, a ga-enye gị Biafra. Ịjụ hozi kedu ka anyị esi wee nye anyị Biafra nwa? Wee welu ya na egwu ndị mmadụ wayo. Wenye na-anakọlụ ndị mmadụ ego. Ọkwa ụfọdụ ka a na-eme ya bụ ife. Mana ndị anwa a na-eme ihe a ka anyị na-asị ngwa kwụsịgodụnụ, chie echiche cheba anyị ime, jụgere onwe gị abụ m onye Igbo ka m abụ onye Biafra. Ka ya na-aghọtakọ otu a, ka ị na-aghatọkọ ya, ka ị na-aghatọkọ na-eme ndị gị na ha na-arụkọ ọrụ a na-ene anya ma ndị a ọmakwa nke ha so, kedu ebe ha kwụ, kedu ebe ha so eso. Ewelu Biafra wee tiwaa ndị Igbo, kewasịa ndị Igbo. Ndị Igbo amazi ebe ha kwụ. O nwere egwu nchọrọ ego. asị Igbo amaka mma o, Igbo amaka mma o, Igbo amaka mma, mana ụfọdụ ụmụ Igbo mebiri Igbo. Igbo amaka mma o, ala Igbo amaka mma o, ụmụ Igbo amaka mma o, mana ụfọdụ ụmụ Igbo mebiri Igbo. Ma ha asịzi Igbo ntọ mba, mana ụfọdụ ndị a mebiri Igbo bụ ndị anyị na-ekwu ha amaghọ identity fa, maka na abịa gwafa unu bụ Biafra, ha welie nnukwu wee na-achụ Biafra na-agba a na-achụ ya. Ịma nwetakwanụ Biafra anwa ma ọ bụ na iso ebe ndị Igbo kwu, maka ndị Igbo na ndị Ijọ na ndị Urobo na ndị Yoruba na ndị TV na ndị Awụsa, ha ncha niile si ndị Naijiria nọbidolo ha na anyị nwa bụ ndị nwe ana. Ha ncha niile wee jikọọ ọnụ wee nọdụ no Movement of the Owners of the Land, a na-akpọ NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. And na NINAS abịa kewaa ngalaba ịtọ ahụ bụ ndị Middle Belt, ma Awụsa, ma TV, ma Jukun, ma Igbira, ma Idoma, ma Nupe, ha ncha niile nọ na Middle Belt. Ha bịa nwekwa ngalaba nke ọzọ ndị Yoruba, the Odua, Yoruba Nation, ofu asụsụ kafa nwelu, ofu omenala kafa nwelu, ofu ụdị ekike kafa na-eke, ofu ụdị nni eji malụfa. Ụfọdụ na-akpọ ha ndị ofe mmanụ, ikwura ndị ofe mmanụ amalụgo ndị a na-ekwu maka fa. Ha nwa nọ na blọk ọzọ. Ndị nke anyị bụ ndị Fulani nyelu Caliphate nyelu South na South East, bụ ndị nọ under Lower Niger block. Onye ka o ji abụ ị na-akpọ ị na-ekwu indigenous nationality, ethnic nationality. Igbo is an ethnic nation. Igbo bụ nation nke ya. Ijọ bụ nation nke ya, maka ha ncha niile nwere ancestral land a na-akpọ Ijọ land, Igbo land, Ishekiri land, Ogoni land, Bini Kingdom, Asian land, Ibibio land, Efik land. Ha ncha niile nọ n'ime Lower Niger block. Unu ma ndị kele anyị kedisi anyị ha, ọkwa ndị Caliphate, ndị Fulani na-ejelu ndị Britain ozi wee kelicha anyị, wele ụmụnna anyị ndị Igbo tinye na nke ha kpọrọ Rivers, wele ụmụnna anyị ndị Igbo tinye na nke ha kpọrọ Delta. Ọkwa ha gụchara anyị afọ a, kpọ anyị ndị Anambra, kpọ anyị ndị Abia, kpọ anyị ndị Ebonyi, kpọ anyị ndị Enugu, kpọ anyị ndị Imo, wee weluzie akwụkwọ eji achị a na-akpọ constitution, wezie ya na-emezi nke ha na-akpọkwa election. Unu nwere ike chọọ onye a ezigbo mmadụ ka ọ chịa, ha nwa achọ onye na-ejelu ha ozi tinye ebe ahụ, o nwere ife ị ga-eme ịma mgbanwe ya. Ejekwa n'ụlọ ikpe, ndị ụlọ ikpe ya ejikwa akwụkwọ ikike ahụ a na-akpọ constitution welukwa etinye onye ha chọrọ. Gịnị ka ị ga-eme? Imesịa mkpọtụ, ịba ime ụlọ. Ọnọdụ ka nke a melụ n'Imo, mana o nwere ụka Chineke si eme ife, maka na akwa anyị eluo onye a ntị. Ekpere anyị na-ekpe elugo n'ebe ọ nọ. O wee wepụta ndị nwere ọgụgụ isi, wepụta ndị ma ka anyị esi wee nụọ nya bụ ọgụ, na-eji ha mma, na-eji ha egbe, kama na ọgụgụ isi ka a eji nụọ ya bụ ọgụ wee wepụta ndị a wee bido na-akọnya bụ ife wee lụzie oge falulu wee sị ngwa onye ọbụla tinye n'isi. Ọ gbalụ ndị kalifeti gharị, ọ gbalụ ndị Britain gharị. United Nations nwere akara ha nyere, o nwere ikike ha nyere onye ọbụla to exercise inalienable right to self-determination. Ọkwanya bụ akara anwa, iwu anwa ka ndị anụnwa nwere ọgụgụ isi bịa tụkọcha wee sị na ụzọ ya esi wee dịrị anyị mma. Otu ahụ ka a na-akpọ NINAS abụrụ organization. NINAS bụ movement of the owners of the land. Movement ọ na-aga ị na-abata ị na-etinye isi, ọ na-aga ị na-abata ị na-etinye isi tutu anyị eluo n'isi njedebe, maka na njem ọbụla na-enwe mbido, njem ọbụla na-enwe isi njedebe. A na-akpọ starting point to destination. Ndị Igbo kwalifayịrị, ndị Ijọ kwalifayịrị, Yoruba, Tiv na ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche ọ ya bụ mkpọba agwa gị. Mana ndị a kwalifayị ha bụ ndị Fulani, ndị jeje tinye sharia. Anyị abụghọ ndị sharia. Ya bụ ndị a niile nọ na Middle Belt na ndị Yoruba na ndị nke anyị ndị Igbo na ndị ha na-akpọ mba mmiri, anyị ncha niile nọ na this movement, NINAS movement. So ihe anyị na-agwa ndị be anyị ndị Igbo, ndị nke si na Biafra, ịma nwetakwanụ Biafra anwa ma ọ bụrụ na iti ọha isi na usoro ndị NINAS si eme ya, ịma nweta ya. Wee na-ayọ ndị niile na-eme IPOB ngwakwulukenenụ rete nke anọ were na-akọ na uche chebaa ka unu malụ ma ụzọ a ọ bụ ụzọ ga-eduje unu ebe unu na-eje. Maka na ndị ofesi ma ọ bụ ndị enyela anyị aka pụtasị kedu oke ebe unu na-azọ, kedu oke Biafra, ihe amanwụnya bụ oke ya sinwu na ebe Biafra bido na ebe Biafra jedebe. Ebe gị na ndị Ijọ ị na-ekonye isi na, ebe gị na ndị Ishekiri ị na-ekonye isi na ya, ebe gị na ndị Ibibi ị na-ekonye isi na ya, ebe gị na ndị Ogoji ị na-ekonye isi na ya, ebe gị na ndị Bini ị na-ekonye isi na ha, ka ha ncha niile zawa Biafra. Gị na ha akpa ha, gị na ha ekwu ha, maka gị na ị na-ekwu na ha bụ ị na-azọkwu ma na ha, ị na-azọ anafa. Adị ebe a ka nsogbu dị. Otu akwa ka Igbo ndị na-ekweta ha na IPOB juwe na-asị na ana ha ba n'Igbo, ọ bụghọ Biafra land nke o ji bụrụ IPOB land. Ife a na-akpụ ya bụ Igbo land. Ọ nna anyị ha hapụrụ nyaba ana si anyị na ya ana anwa bụ ebe anyị zọdolu ụkwụ, ebe anyị zọdolu ụkwụ, ebe anyị na-akọta ihe anyị na-eri, ebe anyị na-arụ ụlọ na-echekwa anyị mmiri, na-echekwa anyị n'anwụ. Ịma nji egbe ma ọ bụ mma ma ọ bụ n'ike wee zọla na anwa. Otu ndị Fulani si eme nke ha wakpolu, ha egbuo, tisaa, kpọọ ọkụ, nọchie. Chebakwa na echiche ya, cheba na echiche. Otu a ka ọ dị ụmụnne anyị ndị ghọtalụnụ a na-asị ka anyị gwaluo ụmụnne anyị ndị na-aghọta ha, ewelu ha iwe na ọnụma na ịkọ ọnụ sote ndị a. Chetakwa na o nwelu ndị melu IPOB mgbe anwa nechala anya fụ na ụzọ IPOB so tere aka n'inweta onwe anyị. Ha ọtụtụ n'ime ha abanyego na NINAS, solukwu obirie n'isi otu ha ka imirikite mmadụ si abata na Ninas maka na ọnọdụ ndị Igbo, ọnọdụ ndị Ijaw, ọnọdụ ndị Yoruba, ọnọdụ ndị TV, ọnọdụ ndị Hausa adịfa mma n'ihe a ha na-akpọ Fulani Nigeria maka na ndị Fulani na-azọ ka ị bụrụ onye Nigeria maka na enwere ihe ha na-akpọ Fulani land. Ịmazikwa na o nwere gwa m ebe ọ dị. Fulani ji wee gbasaa Afrịka niile na-awagharị n'ime ọhịa. Enwe ebe ha nwere ana dị mkpa maka Chineke kelee enu kee ana. Asị na Chineke bi n'enu kee mmadụ na ana maka na ọdọsụ ntụ ka o ji wee kee mmadụ wee si mmadụ nọdụ na ana gburie ya ka ọ ya kọta ife ị ga-eri na ya. Mbọsị gara aga wee ha gosi anyị ihe akpọ rice pyramid. Rice pyramid na-atụ anyị akpịrị n'ọha nwa na-enye anyị nne. Ana nke anyị bụrụzie ebe mmanụ na-apụta a na-etetọkọ ụmụ mmadụ a na-anwụ na pollution, toxic pollution. Ha nọdụ n'enu mgbago na-abịa ezulu mmanụ niile a na-emetọ ana na-emetọ environment. Ndị nọzi ebe a n'ikuru na-anwụ n'aya. Ha nwee weluzie ego anyị ncha niile nwere ego esi from oil after the pollution of the land and the environment etinye na CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria. Eje ha ebe anwa kọla ego wee na-empower ndị otu ha n'ugwu na this Sharia region. Ofu nwanne anyị nwaanyị apụta ma ọ sịkwa na onye Igbo ka ọ bụ Loretta Ọnọchie na-etefegharị nna anyị ukwu Buhari sei Buhari, nna anyị ukwu Buhari sei Buhari. Ọ na-egosi pyramid of rice ka ọ na-atụ ụnụ akpịrị. Anyị nwa na ọchịchị, anyị nwa na-enye unu na-enye unu nri. Ọ bụ na unu achọghọzi ịnọ Nigeria, ọ na-apụ agụgbuo unu. Anyị nwe rice pyramid, we share it. Anyị nwe ya export ya. Ịgwazie m ụdị mmadụ bụ ha. Onye ahụ ka ji uche ya eme. Asịkwana ya bụ onye Igbo. Ndị Igbo ọnụ nwa bụ ihe niile na-eme na Nigeria. Oke, otu ọ dị ugbu a si electoral amendment bill. Ndị Igbo ya pụta anyị na ya Buhari biko sign zienụ. Buhari sign zienụ. Mmadụ dịka Mrs. Enobi. Olu n'ụdị a ha anakpuo, ndị Fulani anakpuo, kpọpụtasịa ndị Igbo anaghị ekwu ihe juru ha ọnụ. Ndị Igbo unu anyị abala onwe unu ụlọ ebe unu kwesịrị ịba onwe unu ụlọ. Ọ bụkwa Igbo niile ka m na-ekwu nọọ ndị sị na ha bụ ndị Igbo ma na-eme ihe na-enweghị isi, ihe eji ha mmalụ ndị Igbo. O nwere ofu nwaanyị onye ọcha, nwaanyị onye Switzerland, onye Igbo na-anụ. Nwaanyị ọcha ka ọ na-akpọ onwe, ọ na-asụ Igbo, ọ na-eke ekike Igbo, ọ na-eri nne Igbo, ụmụ ya na-agba egwu Igbo, nyanwa na-agbakwa egwu Igbo. Ọkala anyị bụrụzie Igbo n'isi. Ụfọdụ ndị anyị ma ndị nọ na Yoruba mụchala ụmụ Igbo, ịpụtazi ọma sụrụ ụmụ ya Igbo, sị ada aghọta Igbo. It doesn't understand Igbo. Iche na-eji iche na ewan ka inwe ya. Ịdalụ dawacha anya ukwu. Ma ọ bụrụ na gị nwa na onwe gị ma asụ Igbo, ịma nkụziri nwa gị Igbo. Kedu ihe irite? You are cheating your child. You are cheating your child. Your child may speak English well. Gị nwa ị na-asụ English na-asụ Igbo. Ịfụ na ị karịrị ya. Ịchọghọ ka ọ kalụ gị. Ịchọghọ ka ọ kalụ gị. Nwaanyị anwa wee na-emepụta ihe, that is ihe ọ na-atọ m ụtọ, in short. Ọ na-atọ m ezigbote ụtọ. mbọsị a ka mfụrụ ihe a na-ekwu ndị ọdụ ka na-eru mọ na onye ya achị Anambra ọfụ Soludo gọvanọ elect of Anambra State Chukwuma Soludo na-achọ ka o mee ya Commissioner for Tourism and Culture. Ndị be anyị sepụta isi kedu ihe ọ ya eji m otu a ọ bụ onye Igbo ka ọ bụ hey chebekwala na onwe na echiche ka nchi ya takwa azụ na ndị na-eme Biafra. Ndị na-eme Biafra ị nwekwara ikike ime mana were kene na afọ anwa bụ Biafra dowe n'akụkụ were na afọ Igbo nke a bụkwa echiche nke m maka na afụgo m ndị na-eme Biafra a na-egbukwana ha maka na ha mkpọrọ Biafra afa. Biafra anụgo ọgụ nụọ ya Britain Fulani nụ afọ anwa ọlụwa ha afọ and ha ya eji ike ajụ ọnwụ wee tigbuwe ndị na-akpọ ya afa. Ọnya ka o ji wee kaa mma dị mma bụrụ ihe eji akọ na uche eme na ị ya abịazie ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ rethink. Chegharịa echiche kwụlụgodo n'ụkwụ gị na-abụ chegharịa echiche. Nwere Igbo ọ ya aka dịrị m mma ka ọ Biafra abụrụ m ihe mma ahọrọ iji Igbo wee gaba mana malụnụ na Igbo anụgo ọgụ mana ha ama mmenwe otu ọ dị na Naịjirịa kịta maka na ofu mkpụrụ onye Fulani amarago ihe ha na-akpa redio ha na ntị. Ha na-eji redio ha mgbe ọbụla redio ha dị on fa na-ege ife ha na-agwafa mana ndị nke anyị ha ji achụla ego were aghọ ọsa ndị be anyị aghụghọ. Ndị be anyị a na-ebuzi onwe ha. Ụfọdụ n'ime ha n'obodo oyibo a na-asị ha go and sit at home, go and our gallant men are in the bush. Ha nọkwa ebe hita maọbụ air conditioner na-eku ha mana ese ndie ụmụ ụnụ na di ụnụ na papa ụnụ aba ha n'ime ọfịa si na ha bụ gallant men nọ n'ime ọfịa. Ebee ka gallant man na-anọ n'ime ọfịa? Ụmụnne m ọkwa aghọ ka a na-aghọ ụnụ, ọkwa wayo ka a na-egwu ụnụ. Ma ụfọdụ ndị a na ndị politishan ha na-egwunyekwa n'ofu akpa maka ndị politishan ya enye ha ego, especially ndị Igbo politishan enye ha ego ka ha wee melụ ha political togri. Onwe politishan ya apụta na onyonyo ihe dịka TV katọ ihe ndị IPOB na-eme kama ọ na-azọchitele ha. Aya m onye ike ya agwụ. Ebe ahụ ka echiche ha dị. Aka nikwa aka ekpe akwa aka nne. Ife onye ama onye nke ọzọ ma ya mana ị na-agwa ha na ụzọ eziokwu fa jụwapịa isi. A na-egbu ụmụnne. How many of the politicians ka egbugolo? How many? Mana ọha ya ezute ego mụ na gị nwe egwenye na-enye gị weta egbe na-enye gị. Otu a ka ọ dị ndị Boko Haram ma ndị Fulani herdsmen ma ọ politicians na-enye ha ego na-egotele ha egbe ewee ha chụpụ ndị na-eje ugbo chụchasị ha gbuo ndị agha egbu repụ ndị agha erepụ. Echi niile ha pụta ha lụọ rice pyramid. Nigeria na-akọta rice. Nigeria na-akọtakwa ji. Ọsọsọ rice ka a na-ata. Ụmụ mmadụ ọ bụ wivu na-ata rice. Ọka nkọ. Cassava nkọ. Sọsọ na rice bụ ebe ọ ya bụ isie rice ma ọ white. Gịnị ka ihe eji tinye? Ka ihe etinye ewe dị ya sọsọ rice a na-eko. Obodo ndị ọzọ na-efidi their citizens. Ị na-anụ ka ha na ifunugo ebe ha lụrụ pyramid. Ọ bụghị iberibe ka ọ bụ. Ihe anyị na-ekwu n'ụbọchị taata bụ ndị Igbo sonye na ibe ụnọ, sonye na ndị ọzọ. Ethnic nationality sonyenụ ndị ọzọ na Ninas. N'ọkwa ụgbọ Ninas ka a na-ekwu okwu ya. Ninas na-asị na selection maọbụ election under this current fraudulent constitution of 1999 na ha jụrụ ajụ na fasị na a ga-anọdụ ana wee kpaa kedu ka anyị si ebikọ ọnụ, kedu ka anyị si ebi. Ọ bụrụ na o kwere anyị onye ọbụla nasa and anyị emie na referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje. Ninas sị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa muvulu anyị kwete na referendum. Ịtụnye nke gị ntụnye nke m, onye ọzọ atụnye nke ya. Ịtụọ sị na ị ka chọrọ ịnọ na Naịjirịa ịnọdụ, ịtụọ sị na ị chọghị ịpụ na Naịjirịa ịpụọ jedozie ebe gị. Ọ bụ ihe eji egbe, ọ bụ ihe eji mma, ọ bụ ihe eji mizaịl eme. And otu ọ dị kịta ama m na ndị Igbo si na Ninas ka ha kwụnyelụ maka anọ na ya bụ ọgụ. Anyị achọzi ya. So biko ndị IPOB, ihe anyị na-agwa unu bụ solunu ụmụ Igbo ndị ọzọ chebee echiche, rethink kenen. Unu egbuzina onwe unu atazina anụ mmadụ, unu anọzina n'ime ọfịa, unu erepụzina onwe unu emebọzina ndị Igbo. Solunu ndị Igbo ndị ọzọ join on na Ninas, banyenụ na Ninas, banyenụ Ninas. Ọkwa ụgbọ ndị nwaana ka ọ bụ ụgbọ ndị nwaana, the movement of the owners of the land. Banyenụ Ninas, nke taa nke echi banyenụ Ninas. Join Ninas. IPOB rethink. Unu destroys na obodo anyị, ana Igbo. Unu destroys na, unu emebizina ya, unu akpazina arụ a. Ma ọ bụ ndị ọzọ, onye ọbụla kwụsị unu emezina ya. Ma ọ bụgodu ndị politician na-eyuzu unu si na ha mba, anyị ncha niile chọrọ nnwere onwe, mana o nwere usoro ka mma, usoro ịma nwenitere egbe. Ụfọdụ n'ime unu ya na-asị ha tigbuo ozugbo ndị Ninas dị quiet, ndị Ninas anaghị emegharị ahụ, ndị Ninas hey ọ bụghị tigbuo ozugbo ka eji eme. Akọ na uche, agha uche nwe ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ agha uche. Ịma njekwuru onye iro gị ji egbe jide mma jide mmiza isi n'ihu bịakwute ya ọgụ, ihe si n'azụ. And ndị Igbo o nwekwara ihe ọzọ dị mkpa mma alụtụrụ n'aka. Ndị Igbo ama ihe a na-akpọ long term plan. Ndị Igbo enweghị ihe a na-akpọ reading culture. Ya eweta information ịgụọ ya, gụba ya, chebegharị ya echiche n'ime. Anyị ebido mebi ya. Ndị Fulani na-atụ plan ha 20 years, ha ejizie nwayọ na-arụ ya. Nke anyị bụ cham gwedem tigbuo zọgbuo, achọrọ m ya kịta. M na-enye unu Biafra echi, m na-enye unu freedom tata. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu freedom tata, ihe dị bụ na-eme. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu Biafra today, Somalia ya aka n'Igbo mma. Hey, bikozienụ. Onye ọbụla kunite, onye ọbụla chebala onwe ya echiche, ma nwoke ma nwaanyị, ndị ụka, ụmụ okorobịa, ụmụ akwụkwọ, ndị na-azụ afịa, ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala. Ninas duru anyị ebe anwa anyị atụọ referendum. Okwu agwụ, maka ama m na ihe m tụrụ ka ya atọ. Ọnọdụ anyị nọ n'ime Naịjirịa adọrọ m mma, ọ dọrọ onye Igbo mma. Sọọsọ ndị ọ dị mma bụ ndị politishan. Isizikwe na ihe eji ịtụnye binye aka, ha nwa akwadochagokwa onye ya achị no. Imesikwali na ha akwadosigokwa onye ya achị. So ọ ka mma na ịjụlụ jụọ ekwensu, jụ ma otutue ma nlafue niile, jụọ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu. Ịjụ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu, ịma na ihe ajụ Naịjirịa. Jụkwuo ma INEC, jụkwuo ma election ha na selection ha, jụkwuo ma ndị politishan. Jụgbado ha ka ị kwụrụ n'ụkwụ gị na-abọ wee zaa afa gị, zaa onye Igbo, onye Yoruba zaa onye Yoruba, onye Ijo azaa onye Ijo, onye TV azaa onye TV. maka ndị anyị akwala unu si ha na-eweta religion na-eweta ethnicity into politics. Ọkwa aghụghọ ka ha na-aghọ unu. Ọkwa aghụghọ ka fa na-aghọ unu. Ha na-egwukwe unu wayo chandum. Ọhịa ha na-egwu unu. Na-eme unu, the more you look, the less you see. Don't be part of those who they play ping pong. Ping pong. Table tennis. Ping pong. Don't be part of them. Go see that you are full of wisdom. That Chineke nyelu gị onyinye amamife were lụọ ọrụ. So, ndị Igbo, ife nji jide asụsụ Igbo wee na-asụrụ unu bụ ka ngwa unu nekwe ebe a na-eje, nekwe ebe akwụ, nekwe nke na-akpọtụ, Ninas na-akpọtụ. Ninas na-akpọtụ. Ndị mba ofesi pụta chọọ ndị ha ya emit na ihe a na-akpọ self determination. Ọkwa ndị Ninas ka ha ya afụ. Ya bụ, tinye n'isi na Ninas nke taa nke echi, tinye n'isi. Nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Tony Nnadi, ọ na-agba mbọ, ọ na-ekwu eziokwu, ọkwụ n'ụkwụ ya na-abọ. Ụfọdụ apụtago bịa gwa unu si na ọ na-eme ihe Naijiria. Asị ihe ọ na-eme bụ ụzọ o ya ese dịrị ndị Igbo mma, dịrị ndị ọzọ mma. Ndị Yoruba fụrụ ya, fụ na nwoke a intelligence ya na wisdom ya dị too much. Ha kpọrọ ya, ọkọwalụ ha. Ndị Ijọ akpọ ọnya, ọkọwalụfa. Ndị TV akpọ ọnya, ọkọwalụfa. Ndị Igbo ewere na-asịrị anyị asị, anyị na-egbu anyị, na-emebi ana Igbo, na-emebi afịa ndị mmadụ n'azụ. Ụfọdụ ndị ya n'obodo oyibo asị gị sit at home. If you come out, you are a dead person. Egwu a na-atụ gị. Onye na-etinye egwu n'ime mmadụ bụ ekwensu. Nachi ya tanụ ka Chineke nye unu power, nye unu ike. Join on Ninas. Ninas bụ freedom movement. And Chineke bụ onye si, I am the truth. Nwekwe ndị ọzọ way and life. Mana ọ sị na ịmala eziokwu inwere onwe gị. Only truth will set you free. Ninas na-ekwu eziokwu. Tony Nnadi bụ Secretary General na-ekwu eziokwu. Ihe okwu taa ka ọ ga-ekwu echi. Ihe o kwuru afọ one gara aga ka ọ ya ekwu taa, ya ka ọ ya ekwukwa echi. Kunu wee ghọta na ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga. Ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga. Okwu na tie kwa ndị Igbo na ebe ụzọ dị, na ebe ụzọ dị. Unu si na Biafra ka ụzọ dị. Ndị so Biafra a na-etigbu ha. Ndị Igbo so ụzọ eziokwu, ụzọ Ninas na-aga, a na-aga n'ikem. Ọkwa ya bụ ihe a Jesu kwuru sị na ya bụ way. I am the life, I am the truth, I am the way. Well, these 3 words mere ife bara unu. Nke ọbụla nwere ihe nke o ji aga. Way, truth, life. Eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo kwuru ya, eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo sị eziokwu bụ ndụ. Eziokwu bụ ogu na ọfọ. Oji ọfọ gana. Ndị Igbo, mgbe ọzọ anyị ka ya akpakwa ya bụ nkata. Inweta ozi a, biko tụsaa anya ebe niile. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Mee ka onye Igbo ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Onye Igbo ọbụla ka ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Na anyị nwakpezi azụ. Ọbịa bụ anyị bụ ụzọ na-achọ ya bụ nwere onwe. Mana anyị bụzi ndị nọzi n'azụ. Biko wenite n'ụkwụ ya jụzuru n'oyi, wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị Igbo wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị aghọtabeghị biko kọwalụ ndị ọzọ. Ọ ga-adịrị anyị ncha niile mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Igbo mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ijọ mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Yoruba mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ishekiri, Urobo, TV, Hausa. Ọ ga-adịrị ha ncha niile mma. It is well with all of us. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m unu ndị Igbo, gọzielu m unu ọfụma ọfụma. Anyị ga-emeri. Anyị nọdụ nọsie ike, jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ. We shall overcome. Together we shall overcome. Together we shall win. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m unu ọzọ. Ngwa ka ọ dị na mgbe ọzọ. Ka ọ dị, bye.
Here's an interesting one. A faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo has issued a stern warning to people supporting the agitation for the independence of Biafra from overseas. I believe this is referring to people like Simon Eba, the autopiloter from Finland, Nelly Idu Uchebu of residing in US, and those other people that make a lot of noise, inciting our people to go destroy each other in the southeast while their places are secure in Italy or in Warri or wherever. A faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo has issued a stern warning to people supporting the agitation for the independence of Biafra from overseas. The pro-Igbo socio-cultural organization described the support for Biafra from abroad as cowardice, especially while the economic and social activities of people in the southeast are adversely affected. The group also threw a subtle shade at the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, who was based in the UK for some time until he was arrested and renditioned to Nigeria from Kenya in June 2021, and others based overseas. Many Biafra agitators are based overseas, including Simon Eba, an outspoken self-acclaimed disciple of Kanu who lives in Finland. This was contained in a statement issued on Sunday by Okechukwu Isiguzoro, the Secretary General of the group. The group stated that it has observed that there are some sets of persons fanning the embers of violence in the region while hiding in their comfort zones in Europe and Europe and North America. It described this as an act of cowardice, saying they should come to Nigeria where they can take the lead in the Biafra agitations. Ohaneze noted that an end had come for people in such a category. The statement read in part, "We warn that the era of Biafra agitators residing in Europe, Asia, and North America, given directive to Igbos, have ended. They should relocate to Nigeria to physically lead the struggle, as it is an act of cowardice to hide in your comfort zones in Europe, the North America, and lead Biafra agitation." The group also asked IPOB to apologize for declaring a sit-at-home in the southeastern Nigeria, which the pro-Biafra organization says has been hijacked by hoodlums who now enforce the exercise every Monday. Ohaneze said if IPOB had not declared the sit-at-home in the first place, the violence and dip in the economic fortune of the region occasioned by the exercise would never have happened. Praise be to God. He nailed it. Okechukwu Isiguzoro nailed it. IPOB denying responsibility for this heinous act against our people is a wash. It doesn't hold any water at all whatsoever, because they started it and they have not condemned it and said, look, these are criminals. They are not operating on behalf of IPOB or whatsoever. You know? So, hurting our people, killing our people, hurting the economic well-being of our people is an anti-Igbo nation activity. It is very seditious against the interest of our people. And this is actually being reported by Sahara Reporters, one of the dependable news sources out there. And it's coming to you from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. I'm your guy, Stephen. As Nigeria is falling all over the place and as people are exposing themselves as criminals are lining up to take over from a non-terrorist government that has nothing good for Nigerian citizens, especially those of Middle Belt and Southern Nigeria that contains many nations. Here is something that is going on somewhere in another part of the world. A nation that is also in the same world that we are living in. The only difference is our differences. It's the same world. the same human-populated world. Here's how the home government is responding to protesters who are blocking the highways and major border crossings into the country. Hear him. Here's the Prime Minister of Canada declaring emergency act to deal with protest deadlock in Ottawa and other places where even some protesters have been arrested with guns at border crossing, yet not a single person have been injured or killed by the police. In one of the best countries in the world, they are respecting the rights of those protesters because they are asking for an end to all COVID restrictions. And already the provinces are already removing all the COVID restrictions because a lot of people have had booster shots, the third shots. So they are asking, why are you still restricting them? If they could take the shots, or others say they don't want to take the shots. So they still have to respect them. They are not shooting them. They are not firing water at them. They are not firing rubber bullets. They are just controlling the crowd. Compare that to what is going on in Nigeria and you find out why Nigeria needs an urgent referendum across the regions, especially those places that are coming under attack by a group that the government is backing. I mean, the government of Nigeria is openly supporting, defending through government spokespeople the Fulani herdsmen terrorists being sponsored by Miyetti Allah. There are known terror sympathizers in the government of Nigeria. Issa Pantami. I mean, a lot of things going on. Abubakar, I think his name is Abubakar Gumi, right? Or is it his father that is called this name? But anyway, Sheikh Gumi goes to fraternize with terrorists in their camps, in the bush, in the forest. The government knows about it. They cannot arrest him because he's a Saudi agent. So to get free from all this nonsense, the only thing that will restore the honor, the pride of citizenship to the people of Lower Niger Territory, to the people of Oduduwa, to the people of Middle Belt, is a binding multi-regional referendum. Once we go through that, then we can make demand of our home governments. This is how Canada is responding to people that have been blocking roads, blocking highways, blocking border areas. Some of them have been arrested with guns. Those guns are most likely registered to them, so they own it. It's part of their freedom, exercise of their freedom to bear guns. They're exercising it and they are getting arrested peacefully. Nobody is dying.
Here's how the measures we're taking today will help get the situation under control.
The Emergency Act.
The police will be given more tools to restore order in places where public assemblies can constitute illegal and dangerous activities, such as blockades and occupations as seen in Ottawa, the Ambassador Bridge, and elsewhere. These tools include strengthening their ability to impose fines or imprisonment. The government will designate, secure, and protect places and infrastructure that are critical to our economy and people's jobs, including border crossings and airports. We cannot and will not allow illegal and dangerous activities to continue. The Emergencies Act will also allow the government to make sure essential services are rendered, for example, in order to tow vehicles blocking roads. In addition, financial institutions will be authorized or directed to render essential services to help address the situation, including by regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund or support illegal blockades. And finally, will enable the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offences where required. This is what the Emergencies Act does.
The Prime Minister, in making use of the Emergency Act, says this is what the Emergency Act demands. Not a single person has been shot in all the blockades and protests, with all that the protesters are doing. Not a single person has been injured. Instead, people are being arrested for doing other things. For doing other things that are even, again, bearing gun is part of their right, but they haven't used it. And they are getting arrested because already there is protest going on and they are bearing gun among the people there. They didn't kill anybody. Think about it if you're Nigerian, because you need to shut down every further political activity in your area, in your community. Let whoever is asking for presidency or trying to become anything over this current madness going on in Nigeria, let them know that you are not part of it, that your community does not want to go through election, but you want to go through referendum. That is what Nigeria needs to restore dignity to all the people, to all those people, at least to all those people that are coming under attack, Benue, Middle Belt, Southeast, South-South, Southwest, so that the dignity of your life and your nationality in your emerging countries will be restored fully, and you can make demand of your governments. This can only happen through referendum. If you allow the election to continue and to go ahead, or you don't shut it down in this year, 2022, against next year, you are extending your slave chains. The Deputy Prime Minister also spoke over this matter.
Savers know that an untouched napkin doesn't need to go to waste, and that the same rule applies to chicken fingers. Savers also know they can find low prices every day, like Ocean Spray Cranberry Cocktail, 2 for $7. Save on, Savers!
As part of invoking the Emergencies Act, we are announcing the following immediate actions. First, we are broadening the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules so that they cover crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use. These changes cover all forms of transactions, including digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. The illegal blockades have highlighted the fact that crowdfunding platforms and some of the payment service providers they use are not fully captured under the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act. Our banks and financial institutions are already obligated to report to the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, or FINTRAC. As of today, all crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use must register with FINTRAC, and they must report large and suspicious transactions to FINTRAC. This will help mitigate the risk that these platforms receive illicit funds, increase the quality and quantity of intelligence received by FINTRAC, and make more information available to support investigations by law enforcement into these illegal blockades.
Again, you can experience standard leadership, treatment of people, management of emergency situations or crisis. It will happen to you in your own lifetime, but you have a role to play. Part of the role, you, as a citizen, as an indigenous person hearing me, or hearing the message of Ninas, what you can do is to make sure you and your community members communicate your desire to make sure that you don't want to see any further election, federal election, in your community, in your kindred, in your family, in your town, in your local government. If you can do this, you are helping to free yourself so that you can demand what the type of treatment people in other countries are getting when they go on protest against their government. Because there is protest all over the world, but the way the people are treated is dependent on the freedom that they have and the enforcement, the defense of that freedom. Even when you are breaking the law still must protect you. Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen, his tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same gunmen, that the same terrorists Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payments. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of NINAS. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
Listen to the Jew Adeyonju as he takes Bola Ahmed Tinubu to clean us. He says that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in prison, not campaigning for any falling Nigeria's presidency.
We're looking also at the issue of Tinubu's presidential ambition. We always knew the day will come when
Sahara reporters interviewing Deji Adeyonju, a human rights activist in
Bola
Nigeria.
Ahmed Tinubu will declare his interest in running for president, and it has actually come to that day, knowing fully well that he has been calculatively amassing the resources that will land him in Aso Rock. Let me ask you, can Nigeria afford Tinubu's presidency?
Nigerians sincerely cannot, and, these political ancestors, like I like to call them, the Tinubus, the Atikus, and all these people, I believe that it is time for them to retire. The country has been more than magnanimous to them, and how do you justify a man like Tinubu, who openly boasted in Osun during the last gubernatorial election, that he's richer than Osun State, a federating unit within the Federal Republic of Nigeria as enshrined under the Constitution, an individual who has no known source of income anywhere. We openly boast that he's richer than a federating unit in a federal system of government, and that is the kind of character that wants to lead Nigeria. This is a private jet driving, mansion, unexplainable resources, billions, amounting in billions owner. This is somebody who was caught with 2 billion bonds on the eve of the last presidential election in his house, and he came out openly to boast that it's his money. Did anybody complain that their money is missing? That's the character, that want to now govern Nigeria. It's unfortunate that, our country will patronize destroyers of our nation like this kind of characters. It is regrettable. However, one thing we should be mindful of is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for any elective position in this country. Because by being in custody of 2 billion bonds alone, that is alone is enough evidence to send him to jail and ban him perpetually from holding any public office. You know, Section 1 of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act states that no individual shall be in custody of more than 5 million naira. And a body corporate, that is a growing concern within the interpretation and meaning of the Company and Other Matters Act, is that a growing concern like a body corporate cannot be in possession of more than 10 million naira. So what is an individual? A politician at that. Because even Dangote should not be seen with bullion banks. Because it's an individual. Even Dangote group of companies should not be seen with bullion banks. Because Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not a commercial bank. Bullion banks only move from Central Bank of Nigeria to commercial banks. You know, so this man has been found culpable. He has been found wanting. He should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for president. He should be in jail. And that's why we still have a subsisting petition at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we are urging on the new chapter.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu also has a documented conviction in the United States. More than 10 years ago, Sahara reporters serialized that conviction. It's on a PDF format. You can Google it, check it out on Google. Just type in Bola Ahmed versus the United States Justice. Bola Ahmed Tinubu versus the U.S. Justice Department. That will give you a lot of clues as to what's really going on.
Chairman, because we wrote this and we're going to send a reminder shortly to the new chairman that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should not be above the law, that this man should be in jail. He should be in jail for committing a crime.
And by the way, Nigeria's election is a charade. It's all predetermined. There's nothing to it. And anything that will extend the lifetime of current dubious criminal 1999 constitution should be jettisoned. And for the people to be free, binding multi-regional referendum is a must for Nigeria. Otherwise, the future of the country is in jeopardy. It doesn't look good for Nigeria.
It's a Nigerian people.
Now, consider the fact that he also has heavy weight with regards to his moral baggage, and considering his identity being shrouded in incredulous falsehoods. Do Nigerians really have what it takes to repudiate the very virtues of ethical visions, accountability, and the moral courage of this element like Tinubu?
You see, naturally, the age of retirement should be 60, right? Now, if the age of retirement should be 60, these men should be in retirement homes by now. These are grandparents. You know, we should be... Imagine if our grandparents come out now and say they want to contest. We are practically taking care of our grandparents now. You know, and we know the challenges these men face. And you can see the way President Buhari has practically almost crippled the economy of Nigeria and even the polity and the governance structure of the country because of his old age. This is somebody that said Nigeria is celebrating for working for...
This is almost speaking about Tinubu.
An underdeveloped country. Even a developed country...
People who should be in care home getting their diapers changed.
15 hours. So, not to talk about an underdeveloped country. We are backward in technology, in everything, in every form of advancement. We are backward.
Change the constitution and rescue Nigeria from being backward.
Strong, upwardly healthy president. You know, invariably. However...
Here's a very interesting position taken by Asari Dokubo, which I share 100% of. And I will try to be very, very careful here in mentioning what I'm about to say, which is echoing what Asari Dokubo stated 3 days ago. Asari Dokubo slams Obasanjo for allegedly backing IPOB, insults Yoruba leaders. I'm not sure if he insulted them or he pointed out what is very much obvious for encouraging Nnamdi Kanu. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dokubo, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. They want us to take the highway and get into freedom. That's what these people are doing. People people like Obasanjo and Maxwell Adeleye, including all your Oduduwa-leaning groups that are still supporting Nnamdi Kanu, knowing what is going on in the Southeast. Because their support for Nnamdi Kanu is nothing but making it impossible for our people to attain freedom. There is no defined roadmap leading to freedom, leading to Biafra, by the IPOB, BIM, MASOB, and all of the Biafra groups, including the customary government that Asari Dakubo heads. They don't have any clear roadmap leading to Biafra of Niger Delta or Niger Delta Republic, nothing. And so all these people need to actually recognize what the NINAS is all about. Back to this Asari Dakubo's position. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dakubo, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. The leader of Afenifere, this is me, the leader of Afenifere the other day said Nnamdi Kanu is the savior of Igbo people, that Igbo people should support him. And Southeast is getting shot on Mondays. And it was shot the day Nnamdi Kanu had 3 days court appearance from Monday to Wednesday. Entire Southeast was completely shut down, destroying the economic activity so much so that our people are now living on Onitsha and other cities in Igbo land for Republic of Benin. As far as Republic of Benin, people are vacating on Onitsha main market. So Igbo economy is going down. And some Yoruba leaders are supporting this openly, basically destroying Ali Igbo. I want to point out that that section of Yoruba that is with Ninas is not part of this gang up. He further charged IPOB members and their supporters to take a cue from Igboho, who has never ordered the killing of anybody, allegedly, unlike now detained Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the IPOB, he said. Igboho is also being detained in Benin Republic by the government of the West African country after he was arrested at Cotonou Airport while trying to travel to Germany. I still maintain that the detention of Igboho, this is me speaking, is illegal because he never hurt anybody. He was campaigning for the referendum in the Southwest, in the Oduduwa land, just as we are also asking for a binding multi-regional referendum in the Lower Niger Territory that includes present-day Southeast and South-South, and Middle Belt as well. We support Sunday Igboho's release without any further delay because he was only championing the removal of the terrorists that were hiding in the Oduduwa forests. Those that were kidnapping and killing innocent citizens, those that killed the leader of Afenifere's daughter. I believe that is called Fasoranti. You come out and kill our people and people are supporting you and you are happy. And you are happy? He said. He continued, Sunday Igboho never commanded anybody to be killed. Look at how the Yorubas are fooling you. Those elderly buffoons and fools, mischief makers, fooling you to destroy Igbo land, he added. Why are they not disturbing Lagos because of Sunday Igboho, who is being detained? I mean, this is a fair question to these Yoruba voices, including those at Clubhouse, who were calling Nnamdi Kanu all sorts of lovely names. They are not recognizing the damage that is being done to Igbo land. Or they are supporting it tacitly, deliberately. And these are the people that are calling for the Oduduwa nation to come to be. Can Oduduwa nation come to be to the exclusion of all others? To the exclusion of Ndigbo, being free in Nigeria the right way, without burning down Southeast, which is exactly what Nnamdi Kanu is championing. Because I have not seen his lawyers or his spokespersons, including those on autopilot and those that have gone to do, call out this behavior that is destroying the Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Accusing some Yoruba leaders of supporting Kanu, he said, God will punish them and throw them on into the pit of hell. They are urging you, fooling people to destroy our land. Sunday Boho is there. They are not destroying Lagos, Oshobo, and Ibadan, or anywhere else. But they are telling you to destroy Igbo land, and you are happy destroying our land. He also heard some unprintable insults at Obasanjo for allegedly supporting Kanu. I am an Igbo man. I've never denied and I will continue to be. Me too. You are not more Igbo than me, so stop this nonsense. I will chase you everywhere, every corner of the way, and bring you to book. And I'm doing it. I don't just talk. My mouth and my hand and leg work together. I told you I would destroy IPOB. All the best of IPOB are with me. Those other people will come and join me too because they know I stand on the platform of truth. I support Asari Dokubo here 100%. He makes perfect sense. It's reality. Dokubo's outburst comes as a rumor circulated on the social media quoting Obasanjo to have said, with what I saw at UK Parliament, I can boldly say that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra. It was posted on Tuesday by Daily Times Nigeria on their verified Facebook page with a picture of Obasanjo attached. However, this piece of information cannot be confirmed. This was reported by Sahara Reporters. I mentioned Maxwell Adeleye, who was secretary to a faction that is actually part of NINAS, because Shade Olukoya is still a founding member of NINAS and a great lady that I respect and highly esteemed in NINAS movement. That Yoruba is part of NINAS, and they are doing it the right way. They are defending the interest of all the nations, South and Middle Belt. The nations, the federations, the countries in the South and the Middle Belt as one. I got their back. I will support them. I will continue to support everyone as one family, as one. But this particular element that is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, that is actually bringing destruction to Igbo land, reducing Igbo land to a dysfunctional environment. Supporting them is working against the interest of the Southeast. I was in Warri. I had to quickly leave the Southeast for Warri when Nnamdi Kanu had court cases on Monday, which was, now it's official. It's every Monday lockdown of the Southeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, when Kanu appeared in court, the entire Southeast was also shut down. People were killed at Umuchu. People were killed at Ogais, I understand. People were killed at Ekulobia. Cow sellers, meat sellers had their tables upturned and their meat burnt and the Okada destroyed by these enforcers of this sit at home. And IPOB tells us that they are not their members, and some morons somewhere actually believe that cock and bull. IPOB is more powerful. The elusive is more powerful that has no face. Tells us that IPOB have nothing to do with it, and we take it line, hook, and sinker. It is not poisonous. It doesn't kill. It's the gospel truth. This is working against the interest of Ndi Igbo. Ndi Igbo, wake up from your slumber. Teta Nonora, stop taking deception for real. Join the movement that is actually getting you somewhere. And that is the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That group that contains South-South, entire South-South, and Niger Delta, Middle Belt. A greater portion of Oduduwa Nation. Because all these few people that are calling for Biafra, they are pro-Tinubu. Maxwell Adeleye, I dare you to make a release against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. make a news release, calling out Tinubu as an ex-con, like ex-convict of the United States justice system. Call Tinubu out on that. If you are real, if you are going for genuine actualization of Oduduwa nation state, just like we are looking at Lower Niger Territory as well as Middle Belt nations, imagine, simultaneously through binding multi-regional referendum. Have a nice day. This has been the voice of Lower Niger Territory.
I must add that anyone that is calling false messiahs for us is not with us. They are against us. Here is Nigeria's NDLEA, the drug agency, the agency charged with stopping narcotics activities, including drug dealings. They are making a veiled excuse that the Nigerian police is a criminal organization. They are now trying to do damage control, that a criminal officer that has been engaged in extrajudicial killings across the country, who has been involved with Hush Puppy that has been in detention in US, the guy that made plea bargain by implicating this police officer. Nigeria refused to send this man to US. Now he's been also accused of drug dealing. Listen.
So I'll just read it. And if there's, then at the end, we'll show you a short clip, a short video clip, just for 2 minutes. Now I'll read the text approved by the chairman. Gentlemen of the press, there is no other way to start this press briefing than to remind us about the enormity of the drug problem Nigeria has on its hands and the imperative of all well-meaning Nigerians to play a positive role in curbing the illicit drug menace. Even before the damning findings of the 2018 National Drugs,
he is trying to defend the president, the one that is enabling terrorists, is going to be praised right now for enhancing drug war. This same president knows this police deputy commissioner that he's a fraud, that he's a crook, that he's an extrajudicial. In fact, he gives Nigerian military and police orders to go and kill citizens. This president.
Before the damning findings of the 2018 National Drug Use and Health Survey, Nigeria's drug problem was getting close to epidemic proportion. And if anything, the arrest and seizures by NDLA in the past 12 months is an indication that the country's drug problem was grossly underestimated before President Muhammadu Buhari resolved to strengthen the NDLA and the subsequent launch of offensive action by the agency to clean the society of the menace.
Nonsense.
And in just 12 months, even the most cynical of Nigerians now agree that the country is really in a drug quagmire and therefore appreciate the relentless efforts of NDLA operatives. Unfortunately, some law enforcement agents who should be partners in the pursuit of the president's mandate are at the forefront of breaking the law as they aid and abet drug trafficking in the country. Today, we are forced to declare one of such law enforcement agents wanted in the person of suspended DCP Abba Kyari, the SY Commander of Intelligence Response Team RRT at the 1st Intelligence Bureau of the Nigerian Police Force. With intelligence at our disposal, the agency believes strongly that DCP Kyari is a member of a drug cartel that operates the Brazil, Ethiopia, Nigeria illicit drug pipeline. And he needs to answer questions that crop up in an ongoing drug case in which he is the principal actor. His failure to cooperate forced the hand of the agency, and that is the reason for this press briefing. Now let me give you a synopsis of what transpired. The saga started on Friday, January 21, 2020, when DCP Kyari initiated a call to one of the NDLE officers in Abuja at 2:12 p.m. When the officer returned the call 2 minutes later, Kyari informed him he was coming to see him to discuss an operational matter after the Jumat service. He appeared at the agreed venue of the meeting with the officer and went straight to the crux of the matter. And this was it. His team had intercepted and arrested some traffickers that came into the country from Ethiopia with, according to him, 25 kilograms of cocaine. He proposed a drug deal where he and his team are to take 15 kilograms of the cocaine and leave the 10 kilograms for the prosecution of the suspects arrested with the illicit drug in Enugu. In the meantime, the purloined cocaine, that is the depleted cocaine, will be replaced with a dummy worth 15 kilograms. He asked the NDLE officer to persuade men of the FCT command to play along as well. Now, anybody who is in touch with the reality of the renewed drug war by the NDLA since January 18, 2021 will know that that was a tall order, because our officers and men have rededicated themselves to the war against illicit drugs, and what Kyari was asking for was not tenable, not in this new dispensation, not with the new NDLA.
When did the new NDLA start
work? We can
work?
recall that one of our officers was in the same situation in May 2021 when a drug kingpin, Ejiofor Felix Ngwereku, flew from Brazil to Nigeria to negotiate the release of a 27.95 kilogram shipment of cocaine intercepted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos. The drug lord offered a bribe of $24,500, but our officer placed duty above pecuniary interest. We all know how the episode ended. That is the efforts of the new NDLA. And our officer proved it again, this time by reporting to the authorities. By 11:05 a.m. on Monday, January 24, after the agency gave the officer the green light to play along, he and Kyari began a WhatsApp call for the rest of the day. The officer conveyed their willingness, in quotes, to play the game. At this point, Kyari disclosed that the 15 kilograms already taken out was shared between the informants that provided the information for the seizure and himself, as well as his men of the IRT of the Nigerian police. According to him, the informants were given 10 kilograms, while his team took 8 kilograms, which was already sold. He then offered to pay the NDLA team, that is the officer and the FCT commander, by selling on their behalf half of the remaining 10 kilograms, thereby further reducing the original cocaine from the prosecution to just 5 kilograms. At 7 million per kilogram, the proceeds from the 5 kg will amount to 35 million naira at the exchange rate of 570 naira per dollar, being the black market rate for the day, January 24, 2022. In effect, he will be delivering $61,400 to the NDLA team. We then put pressure on our officer to wrap up the arrangement with the commander of the FCT command to take custody of the drug and suspects from his men who were on ground in Abuja. At the time, he was speaking from Lagos, where he allegedly traveled for private business. The next day, January 25, Kyari offered to send his younger brother to deliver the payments while his men delivered the suspects, but our officer turned down the suggestion, insisting he would rather deal with him in person and was therefore prepared to wait for him to return from Lagos. And by 5:23 p.m., Kyari was in Abuja and met with the officer at the same rendezvous where they had the first meeting. In their discussion, he disclosed how his team received information from a double-crosser who betrayed the traffickers to him, showing a solid connection between law enforcement agents and the drug underworld. He narrated how, acting on the tip-off, his team departed Abuja to Enugu and arrested the traffickers, removed part of the consignment on his instruction, and replaced same with dummies. He also indicated how to identify the remnants of the original cocaine that will be delivered to NDLA. 5 original packages marked with red dots. The reason for this was to avoid the dummies being subjected to test. He forwarded a picture of the marked original cocaine package. According to the plan, once the 5 kg cocaine has been tested in the presence of the suspects and confirmed positive, there will be no need to test the remaining ones, being dummies. He also brought with him the money for the sale of 5 kg share of the NDLA team, a total sum of $61,400. Our officer, however, preferred to take the money inside his car, where the car was wired with sound and video recorders. And the movement was documented, part of which I'll play for you at the end of this briefing. So we have a trove of intelligence, hard facts, from chats to photos and video, and a detailed transcript of the communication between him and the NDLA officer. This is not a place to delve into the details, but it is disheartening to hear straight from the horse's mouth the kind of sleaze engaged in by this team of rogue of law enforcement agents led by Gary, the members of whom he described this way: the boys are very, very sharp. They are very loyal. It is disheartening to hear him say of this rogue team, and I quote, "I do take good care of them, and this kind of work is done by only that team." It is equally disheartening to hear him give details of another similar operation which they pulled off 3 weeks ago, according to him. Well, I'm not here to wash his dirty linen in the public, but I want us to understand how we arrived at this junction where we are having this press briefing. NDLA has the mandate to take custody of suspects and consignments of drugs seized by other arms of law enforcement. And there is a standard protocol for such transfer. This will duly followed. The suspects and drugs were delivered to us on February 8th, but the last part of the process yet to be completed is the debriefing.
Abakari, who should have been suspended, who should be on suspension, was still doing police duties, flying from Abuja to Enugu with his criminal gang, or police officers, to go and take drugs and present fake drugs and sell the drugs and collect the money. That guy is a lifetime criminal. And there are many of his kind in the Nigerian police and other services. There are many of them like this. Common criminals.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished. You are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Not punishing people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Doggett. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there. If Jagaban ruled this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come and say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive, young men like us, you rule our grandfather, you rule our great-grandfather, you rule our father. You want us, you don't even rule us. You want to rule our grandchildren. And you know Sabi. You know Sabi. Anybody that will endorse Tinubu, that person family, they will not enjoy 2022. Hey. Anybody that will endorse Tinubu for presidency, bad thing will begin to happen to that person. Amen. Your Nollywood career is dead. Your Nollywood career is dead. Ibabu. Now be saying that Nollywood now keep people where die for toll gates. If they went and endorsed their king or Gakpata as president, the man who was accused that Harvard about his business that was locked down in Toge. The same you people who are crying for the people that was killed in Toge to come and they need justice. The same you people went and endorsed Tinubu. Ebe no we ogbewe akwara ga kiri onyu hwanya mo otaga mu gbede gege na igbe oga ke bo tie gegbe oga gegbe gete uga we no trace me o se me yo igbe. God punish them. Stupid John Oka for get out. I'm ashamed the little small respect one I get for Nollywood. The small respect one I get, I don't go spoil out.
He is speaking of the 2023. Nigerians can only get common sense now by going for referendum. 2023 will hand Nigeria over to the same people that has enjoyed taking Nigerians hostage. And so the only way people will be free and begin to experience freedom is by going for referendum vote. It makes sense to go for that and get this problem solved once and for all, for the long term. Otherwise, going for election is only buying time, extending time for the slave chain to be around our necks. We can destroy that by going against people like Tinubu and the rest of them, including Ojo Okalo. Those of them, Rocha Sokorocha, those who see nothing wrong with Nigeria, but they want to be the Southern president of Nigeria. Yeah, Tinubu can lay claim. He will say he will contest because, after all, it is his formation. It's his alliance that put Buhari in office. So he has a foot in the door, literally. But for the interest of Southwest, for the interest of Oduduwa, for the interest of Southern Nigeria, including Middle Belt, for the interest of our lower Niger territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwa land, Bola Ahmed Tinubu need to wake up from his dream and realize that the end of the slave era is here.
Let us see people endorse. You know they endorse Shawore. Now just see old man wey don't die finish. Now what can I come back again? We have not recovered from the Buhari they gave to us. They are bringing another one for us. Let's come and do campaign this thing. Wait, let's come and do campaign. We'll see there. And the one waiting they want to tell us for this 2023 election. Thief, criminal, hungry Nollywood, nobody go kill now, Lord throat, bag of rice now go kill now. That money where Tinubu give you now when I take now go kill. That's the last money you probably eat in this life. It will never be well with you and your children. In Jesus' name. If you like me, your brother then Nollywood and does and you not talk amen, you use your head. Can I say in Jesus' name? Let God punish them. With a suffer, with a smile. They will do us like they go kill us, they will do this one. No light. This is what they take for them. No light, no road. Only two things what we have. Give us light, give us road. We don't see anyone. They say they kill us, joiner, beat us, joiner. If we talk, they beat us, joiner. And if any of you vote for Tinubu in this church, if you vote for Tinubu, if you... I know you're not going to even come out, self. I know say you're not going to come out. But if I see you say, nah, Tinubu, now you want vote for, I will place cause for you and your full generation. if any government, including this one, just have a onye na-ele biya palọ na-ele mmanya erite nri afụ ego o ji eri nri mkpọtụ ga-akarịa n'ịma diskru
Nigeria. When and 65 to 70.
It's winning. Yeah. Not the gun grab. Ha. The problem is in the preamble of the 1999 Constitution. Increasingly, people are rejecting then repudiating the fraud called 1999 Constitution, a forgery foisted upon Nigerians. Now more calls for a new constitution are being made. That is good, because we cannot keep any union long-term by forgery and by force. It would unravel as Nigeria is doing right now. Not surprisingly, the unionists who benefit from this fraud have quickly swung into action to defraud Nigerians with yet another fraud that they are cooking up. They are trying to put into the minds of Nigerians that all it takes is to have constitutional reviews or constitutional amendments done, and voila, a new constitution will be obtained. Fortunately, there are still one or two Nigerians or Nigeria heritage people who understand that for a sustainable, peaceful future, it's essential that the right thing is done, and that the right thing is done the right way. Thus, what is to be done must be law-based, not based on emotions, or based on whatever a strong man somewhere desires. Some facts. Number one, the Nigeria that was agreed to exist as a union was terminated by the military coups of 1966. Number two, for any future union called Nigeria to exist, it must, as a minimum, be a federation. Number three, a federation is a union of constitutions. To keep it as simple as possible, prior to independence, each of the three regions that would subsequently come together into a union already had their regional constitutions. Thus, the federation was a union of those three regional constitutions that were then bound together by a federating or federal constitution. To make it very clear, there was a total of 4 constitutions because each of the 3 federating units, that is, each region, had its regional constitutions. Then there was also the federating constitution. That is the right way of doing things. The situation today is that a strong man created 36 states which are to be the federating units. So to those bewitching Nigerians, that all that is needed is to tinker around with the 1999 Constitution and the federation with a result. Where then are the 36 state constitutions, since a federation is a union of constitutions? This same question will need to be answered by those others who think that simply creating one new constitution will suffice. It would not. A federation is a union of constitutions. That is also the very big issue of the preamble of the 1999 Constitution, which brings about a union dispute. to permanently and properly resolve the preamble falsely claiming that Nigerians came together to agree to the union we see as a unitary system with 36 states, a 68-item exclusive list, a presidential system, etc., and that Nigerians wrote that 1999 Constitution. Here are the words of the preamble. We, the people of Federal Republic of Nigeria, having firmly and solemnly resolved to live in unity and harmony as one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign nation under God, dedicated to the promotion of inter-African solidarity, world peace, international cooperation and understanding, and to provide for a constitution for the purpose of promoting the good government and welfare of all persons in our country on the principles of freedom, equality, and justice, and for the purpose of consolidating the unity of our people, do hereby make, enact, and give to ourselves the following Constitution. These are hefty words, and people were killed who challenged them. So resolving the issues brought about by this preamble ought to be done with all soberness and earnestness. Thus, those who call for constitutional review and constitutional amendment by saying new arrangements will come to Nigeria through having state police or having resource control or is about devolving power to the states should have a good reread of this preamble to see that it is about who has sovereignty and about ethnic nations regaining their self-determination hijacked by the sham 1999 Constitution. In the 50s, the three regions each had their regional constitutions before agreeing to form a union by a federating constitution. Thus, using law-based processes, plus having as our example the methodology used by the three regions of the time when they decided to federate as a union in the 50s, there would be a two-stage process. Stage 1. Just as had been done prior to independence, ethnic nations' informations of their choice and compatibility would first have made their regional constitutions. Stage number 2. Looking at the preamble, we the people firmly and solemnly resolve to live in unity and to provide for a constitution is decided by regional referendums where ethnic nations would vote to either recommit to the Union of Nigeria or to go for something else. If the ethnic nations vote to recommit to the Union of Nigeria, then there would be negotiations to determine how that union would be, then a federating constitution made. For far too long, the battered down peoples of Nigeria have come to see only a feudal-style system where a strong man dictates to them what must be, and where state harassment and terror is the norm. This two-stage process described above is fully democratic and recognizes that it is the indigenous ethnic nations that have sovereignty and an inalienable right to self-determination in their ancestral land. It is the non-violent propositions already placed on the table by the NINAS movement, that is the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, that proclaimed a constitutional force majeure on 16th of December 2020, which started the decommissioning of the illegitimate 1999 Constitution using an orderly process. The website of NINA's movement is www.ninasvoice.org. This was written by Ndidi Wechwe. Thanks for listening. Nothing can be built on a foundation of fraud by Tony Nadi. On February 26, 2022, Shinofagbenro Byron wrote on his Facebook wall, "For Nigeria to function, Each state should have its own constitution, and each constitution must provide for referendums on constitutional questions. Tony Nari responded as follows. If I may ask, number 1, how did we come about the 36 states and 774 local government structures of Nigeria, which has turned the numerical majority into permanent political minorities, with grave implications for representation and resource allocation? Number 2, how did we come about the 68-item federal exclusive legislative list on the 1999 Constitution, by which the illicit federal government, which emerged from the 1966 collapse of the Federation of Nigeria, hijacked and confiscated into its own hand practically all key economic assets of the defunct regions, including oil and gas, vast maritime assets, solid minerals, and by which the same rogue federal government comprehensively emasculated the successor federating units, so-called states, by stripping the federating units of virtually all government powers, including control over arms and ammunition, policing, electricity generation and transmission, refineries, key infrastructure, and a long list of other items now exclusively controlled by the so-called federal government. Nothing can be built on the current fraudulent constitutional basis of Nigeria, defined by the 1999 Constitution. The earlier we brace up to this imperative of fundamental constitutional reconstruction that begins with the wholesale decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution and its 36 states, 774 local government, 68-item exclusive list impositions, the better for all parties. Otherwise, choking components of the defunct Federation of Nigeria will go unilateral in seeking extrication from the union of debt, attrition, and backwardness Nigeria has become for them.
Alụ bidoro n'ala Igbo site na mgbe ndị chili Igbo mbụ bụ ndị a na-akpọ Arọ. Arọ bụ the first gọọmenti enwere n'etiti ala Igbo, ebe a na-akpọ Idu Eri Kingdom. Idu Eri Kingdom bidoro n'obodo a na-akpọ Agbọ, kwụsị n'obodo a na-akpọ Roni. About 8 or 9 states now.
Ndị be biko tọọ nụ ntị n'ala.
Ya bụ Idu Eri Kingdom.
Ife a bụ ntọala ka a na-atọ. Ntọala.
Mgbe Arọ chịrị ọchịchị dị mma nne.
Akọtasị egetezo.
Wee bibe ajọ ndụ na-adịrọ mma. Gịnị bụ ajọ ndụ na-adịrọ mma? Na-eme mgbe gboo n'ala Igbo, onye bi ime ya na-adịrọ mma dupu ya n'ajọ ọfịa, onye sorozi ndị mmadụ ya ebikọ. Arọ nwee mebe nke ndị mmadụ mee ya na-adịrọ, onye mee ya na-adịrọ mma, instead of a ga-edupu ya n'ajọ ọfịa ba lee anya ahụ lesi ya ndị ọcha. Ya mgbe ebidoro ntụ mgbele mmadụ nke unu na-akpọ slave trade, onwe gacha nke izi mekete ndị Igbo nwee chọpụta enwe chụọ Arọ nwee bound over. Arọ nwee naba obodo ha nọ taa na na-akpọ Agorogo Arochukwu. Another gọọmenti ọzọ nwee pụta a na-akpọ Ada. Na mbido izi Ada lụwara ọlụrụ na ọdịmma nne, mana mgbe ndị Igbo ji mara na Ada ebido bụ na mụ na gị na mbụ nwere esemokwu, anyị kpee ọbụna ikpe mali gị maọbụ mụ ka ọ mali, aṅasị ndị Ada bụ gọọmenti awawasị onye na ikpe mali, ụtụtụ a na-achị achị ọbụna ebuolie ma lesi ndị ọcha. So mgbe ndị Igbo ji chọpụtakwa na Arọ akọrọpụtụkwuwe Ada, achụọva gbagolo jee biso ndị nke ahụ. Mgbe ahụ ka alụ malitere rie nne n'obodo Idu baa n'Igbo. Onye mere ka ọ kwụsị bụ nwoke a na-akpọ Onoja. Onoja nwa bụ n'ibu nwa Nweri ka ọ bụ. Iluo n'ọbụna Igbo onye Igbo, iluo na formal Oweri ihu na-ekpejele round na o nwere ya eme ka ịbata Owere ma ga crossro mmiri nwee bata ibe solo gị si ọ bụ Onoja bụ n'Italia.
and mgbe o tilepe ahụ ka o sepụrụ ndị mmadụ ndị a chọrọ ile nne na-elerozi ya ka eji nwee mba 9 mba 4 na mba na-ese ndị ahụ abara afa mmadụ ịkpọ ya akpọ bụla Owere ma ide ya dịvụ na Owere ka ọ bụ dịka m na-ekwu na nkụzi nke Igbo na ihe gbasara ọdịnala Igbo malitere na Genesis kwụsị na Malakai, nke a bụ eziokwu maka na ihe niile ndị Igbo ji chekwa onwe ha na ihe niile ndị Igbo na-emezulu oke ebe ahụ, nke gosiri na ndị dere Baịbụl mgbe gboo na-ede maka anyị nwa. Anyị na-akọwa n'eziokwu na anyị na mmụ Izrel bụ nwanne, ọ bụ va si ebe a ka ọ bụ anyị nwa si ebe ahụ. Ihe anyị ma na anyị bụ nwanne, maka na anyị ji bụrụ nwanne bụ na ihe anyị nwere, ihe niile a na-edel na akwụkwọ abịa dị n'ime nke anyị, ndị na omenala nke anyị na ọdịnala nke anyị, mana o nwere onye ọ bụ nya dela akwa ha n'ime anyị, maka na ndị niile a na-akpọ aba o nwere onye bi na Igbo taa. Tony Asomba, ekenele gị dịka isi ka West and found Benin down to Ijebu Igbo. Nwa nke ya n'ọbụlụ Igbo, ọ bụ ihe ịtụnanya na Igbo enwere nwa nwoke, mana nne ya gozile na afịa ka ụmụnne niile na-asa taa. Ọdụdụ nwa iri mụtara nne bụ onye na-akpọ Menri. Menri ahụ mụrụ ndị a na-akpọ Jukonse Domand TVs, mana Diọkpali abụ ọkpụ dị n'ime Ivita Aguleri taa. Tupu ndị nri enwee na ebe ahụ abụ nne ha si na Aguleri pụọ setụlụ ebe a na-akpọ Ugbuenu, wee bie n'Ugbuenu, si Ugbuenu nata n'ebe a na-akpọ Osunangidi nke a na-akpọ Enugu Agidi taa. Si n'Enugu Osunangidi wee pụta ebe a na-akpọ Enugu Ukwu. N'Enugu Ukwu ka ha bi wee chọpụta na enwere agụ nke ukwu dị ebe ahụ nke ha jere wee bili. Amazịrị m ka mmadụ ji eji si na ngị bụ nwa nna gị ma gị si n'ibu nna gị ụzọ wee mụta Dọkpala. Oyile eziokwu o nwere ihe ga-eme ka enwe eze na nri ọsọ anya bụrụ taa, maka na eze nke nri ya na-awụ o ji ewu iwe maka na eze ada anwụ anwụ. O nwere ihe ga-eme ka ha nwee eze ma ha bịara n'obodo Aguleri nọ mkpụrụ ụbọchị ile na ịbọ eje mitelive udu eze na agbana mbụ ezu na ọmabala onye ahụ na jee bụla eze ụbọchị o ji ekwu izu esi n'obodo Aguleri ziga mmadụ na Agụkwu. Onye ahụ ga-eje n'ebe ihe ọ ga-eje ngwudolu n'Igbo do's and don'ts, ana ọ nọcha na-anata ebunye ibu iji gosi na ha amaala ebe ha si. Mana imepezi ọnụ gị na-asị na nri bụ isi Igbo, ihe akwa na nnukwu asị ọcha. Ihe na-eme ka m kwuo nne bụ na anyị ji anaghachi azụ na ngwụcha nne bụ na ọ bụ na ịchọzi ikwu okwu bụrụ onye Igbo ma ị chọrọ ime vidio kọl ije gote nzu n'ahịa, nzu nke a na-akpụrụ akpọ nke a na-akpụrụ akpụ n'otu esi gote ya n'ala, nwere ọsọ ji jụcha anyị ka anyị okilikili nke a na-akpọ sekụl n'ala, tinye ya star of ere n'etiti ya, kwụzịla ọtọ gbapụ akpụkwụ gị kwụrụ ọtọ n'ime ekwu okwu. Ikwucha okwu ime 21 days ọ bụla enwere ihe niile ikwuru anyị kwetara na eziokwu ka ọ bụ. Ndị Igbo mara ka ji achọ eziokwu, so eziokwu na-amụrụ ya ọkụ. Anyị ji eji nwayọọ, mana ihe na-eme ka nke ọrụ bụ na alụ bidoro gboo n'ala Igbo, na ndị bidoro ya bụ ụmụnne anyị a na-akpọ arọ, ndị sodolo ya bụ ụmụnne anyị a na-akpọ ada, tupu Igbo wee kelie. Taanị maka ndị na-ekwu ukwu echichi ndị mmadụ echiri ị gaa n'obodo dị na Igbo taanị onwevozila na Igbo dị na nwunye nwe ọtọnọmi dị aja bụrụ igwe maọbụ eze maọbụ obi, ọ bụrụ alụ ka ọ bụ asụ na iji keta oke na gọọmenti. At least Imo nwere ihe lụrụ 1000 autonomous communities. Ụdị aka ọ dị na Enugu nwere about ya bụrụ 400. So na Anambra ka ọ na-ekwero nkewa. Ibe jiri okwe nkewa bụ na ọ bụ n'ebe a ka Igbo si gbasa, mana aka na-achọkwa isi ya ka ha eji mee ka ọtọnọmi dịcha na ezinụlọ ọbụla. Ihe niile bụ igwe na ndị na-aza eze na-ebunye elu osisi a na-akpọ ọvọ na-aga kilia na bụ warrant chiefs ka ha bụ. Ọ bụ ihe ndị ọcha ji wọle anyị divide and rule. Anyị ga-eji na-aga maka na eziokwu Jabalileno. I get you why name with you. In one for weapon for wagon iron, when Swally and Niji. Toven Salam will azum to see any bolonly at young one love no. So never name one over be near Bala, na milli di okun dengalangala. Kainaga, no gena de ranya, nezu kunine gapata. Mana sosian na bandibo. Chone ebu nusi. Onye japa wana nkuwaja ka achota. Anya na anyị nwere na asị na ndị Igbo abụrụ ndị Israel maọbụ na anyị na Israel abụrụ nwanne. Kama ịkpọ n'ava nke waja ka ịkpọ ya bụrụ gị. Na anyị maale ndị n'ebe a. Ndị nọ na ana Igbo, ndị nọ na Nigeria, ndị nwe Nigeria bụ anyị nwe ya. Ọ bụrụ anyị Nigeria nwere anyị. Kama ihe dị iche bụ na anyị ji aka anyị nwee mme onwe anyị uru n'obodo ọ bụ anyị nwe.
Ọ dị egwu.
Ụdị anya ka mmadụ nụọ nwaanyị ọbụna nwunye gị mmalị mmadụ na-enwe ejili ịfụnanya nwee rapụ ọlụ nke nwoke lụọ ọlụ nke nwaanyị ọbụna ime onwe gị uru n'ime ụlọ. Raanị mmụ arọ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị jele nchu ego nwee mebe otu na ibegụtalebe ebe a nọba. O nwere iwe ọ na-emegide ndị bidoro mebi bụ ụmụ nwoke ndị Igbo. Ọ ndị ụmụ nwoke ndị Igbo ya ka onye chịkọta nnọọ sị na nya abụla ezi dị Igbo na ebe dị nnọọ nya abụla obiloke na nke a. Mgbe a ka alụ bidoro mebe. Mana anyị maale n'oge na-adịrị anya na anyị ga-ebute ọdanduli ma ebutere ọdanduli eziokwu apụta udo dịle unu jiri na nwaanyị na-aga
anyị ga-amakwa ihe anyị mere maka ndị nọ na Finland ndị nọ US na-esetiba anyị on fire ndị na-enye anyị nsogbu na be anyị ndị nọcha na mba dị iche iche mba ofesi were na-egu ihe na-enye ndị be anyị afọ ọsịsa ndị dịka Simon Ekpa Terefa nwaanyị a nke nọ US si na ya bụ onye Idu. I don't know what that is, but all these troublemakers ndị niile na-enye ndị be anyị nsogbu fancha dị mma ka ejide ha kpọchisia ha ma ndị na-achịzi ndị be anyị na-apụtasị na agaghị azụ eke orie afọ nkwọ ndị be anyị wee na-akwafezi na Asaba sizi Asaba na-efe Kotonu bịaka gịnị afịa ha emebigo na main market ọkwa ndị be anyị na-eme arụ niile ọkwa ndị be anyị na-ebu egbe na-egbu ndị be anyị na Umuchu na Ekwulọbịa na Ụga na Ọlụ ije na Ọlụ ị ga-afụ ebe agbarisiri secretariat nọ along the road every window there is broken ọkwa ndị be anyị na-eme ife a mana ndị agha na-eme ya mezikwa ha tụgharịa na-agọ na ọbụ hawa I think these people should be bold enough. The IPOB should be bold enough to come out and lay claim to their actions. Or they put a stop to all this nonsense because they are behind it. So we should not be deceived. Those lying, those deceiving our people, we know you. We know who you are. And Simon Ekpa in Finland, eventually he might get to answer to his actions now that he's running on autopilot. Or Dr. Nelly or Fuebu. All that they are doing, all the confusion they are setting up on our people must surely bounce on them. There is no way they can hide forever. Ndị be anyị ụtụtụ ọma na nwanne unu nwoke Stephen na-ekwu nọdụ n'ọfụma udochi ya na ndụ onye ọbụla.
Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa, Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an app.
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings. And then, because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we're African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States,
takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us died that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty.
In the last 2 days, I came across this video that reminded one of the bitterness that exists within the United States among the descendants of slaves removed out of Africa and brought to North America and the Caribbean islands on one side, and Africans who, out of their own accords, by reason of poor government performance as well as human rights abuses by home governments such as the failed country of Nigeria, left to reside in the United States, Canada, Europe, the Oceania, or even around the world in Asia or Central America. The diaspora indifference is fueling the apathy of our folks back home. While black Americans can pour out on the streets of the United States or Canada to demand justice for fellow blacks being targeted and killed by the police, our people in Nigeria simply run or walks away for fear of becoming the next victim. We lack cohesiveness in group reaction response to state abuses. Our lack of unified reaction against state abuses empowers the state to keep on doing evil against the citizens. It is because of this lack of group reaction that politicians among us from the South, from the Middle Belt, are continuing pushing ahead for politics to become the next president or to become next operatives in government, not minding what is happening to their own people. That is well documented, that is open secret. While black African Americans have this bitterness toward their kind out of Africa, living and working among them, people they accuse of taking over their jobs and opportunities, rightly or wrongly, there is something hidden around their animosity toward their kith and kins. People who, while not being forced into slave camps, ships or slave owner plantations, those who applied and got granted visa to migrate into North America, or those who won their refugee claims against their repressive country governments, fellow Africans whose grandparents were brought to North America in chains, believe that those Africans living in Africa, or those who left Africa of their own accords and living among them in the United States, Canada, Europe, or the Oceania, aren't doing enough or following on the steps of civil rights movement to effect positive change across Africa, especially in a dying country like Nigeria. African Americans believe that those of us with direct links to Africa, once out of Africa, never borders on the decay going on across the continent of Africa through the activities of criminal leaders who are far worse than slave dealers or owners of the plantations. Africans within Africa erroneously believe that the current situation of their countries is the will of God, and as a result throw up their hands in the air in surrender to whatever those in government does, including extrajudicial killings, importation of terrorists, and funding of such jihad killers by government, by country leaders, as we are seeing taking place in Nigeria. It may sound like a hate speech by a black African American man against fellow black men and women out of Africa living and working among them. More than 25 years ago, a Nigerian residing in British Columbia back then, who escaped the country during the Genocost targeted on Easterners between 1967 and 1970, and ended up in North America as a student. He was bold then to advise new arrivals to forget about where we come from and resettle here in North America fully. He was advocating total abandonment of our land of birth, and the only land and space where we have the right to claim ancestry to, a place where we can rightfully claim indigenous to. We remain silent while our relatives are getting extrajudicially killed by the military or police and their bodies removed to conceal evidence, as we see daily in the east of Nigeria. And it was equally repeated at the Lekki Toll Plaza on October 20, 2020. Many of us refuse to join our voices when peaceful street protests are called to highlight what is going on in Nigeria or Cameroon against our brothers and sisters. We relish the comfort and security of our adopted countries and never see the need to join our voices with African Americans protesting the many police killings of fellow blacks, especially men, across the United States. And even when rogue governments are doing everything to destroy the lives of our people, just as we've been experiencing in Nigeria under current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari, many of our diaspora brothers and sisters remain careless, carefree, unconnected, unconcerned. We do not see the need to feel the pain of or agony of our relatives, either as African Americans or those left behind in Africa. We become too comfortable to even bat an eyelid. That's what the speaker on the video that I'm going to be playing here is fuming about. We are too indifferent to the very many evils and suffering, even when our voices could make positive impact. Even when intellectuals, professionals, artisans dedicate their lives and resources in pursuit of justice and equity, as we've seen in NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, many still remain indifferent to the plight of the greater number of us. Current government in Nigeria has been directly linked to terrorist activities, attacks against Middle Belt and Southern Nigerian nationalities by way of opening up the northern borders to let in Fulani terrorists to land grab, providing them with funding through Mieti Allah. Yet many still don't see the need to join the call for binding multi-regional referendum to deal with the dubious 1999 constitution that have us bound, chained to our killers. Our indifference has created more havoc in our homelands. Southeast, for example, has fallen into criminal gangs who now decide when our people can step out of their homes in search of daily bread without getting attacked by criminals who claim to be fighting for our freedom in the name of IPOB. Our silence over failure of leaders across Southeast has become a pass for the failed state governors who are secretly funding the gangs without taking a stand on the side of their population. Sit at home mean nothing to the state governors or legislators or any other government functionary, be it at the federal or state level, since they are either in Abuja, outside the Southeast, or cruising around with armed escorts. They have no idea what our people are faced with every single day. Just 2 weeks ago, the week one of us, Nnamdi Kanu, had court appearance in faraway Abuja, Southeast, an entire region got taken over by criminals for 4 days. These are the people who claim to be acting on behalf of Ndi Igbo, Ndi Biafra, locking in an entire region for 4 days, killing their businesses, killing those that ventured out of their homes for whatsoever reason. From the denials we are now getting from the IPOB, it appears that they have lost control of the various groups that are breaking away from it and running on autopilot. Our continued silence, indifference toward the daily suffering and agony of our relatives is now making us all co-conspirators against our brothers and sisters. Our silence is helping the rogue government at the center to continue on their path to utter destruction of the country, and without joining our voices on the demand for referendum, multi-regional referendum. The chains around our feet and ankles and necks of our people only gets tighter by the day. The Fulanization and jihad agenda of the caliphate and current government only succeeds the more by our silence. Their march toward prolonging the very deed holding our people bondage, the 1999 Constitution, highly repudiated, only gets more traction thanks to our silence and we don't care attitude. That's what's behind the bitter commentary from this African-American scholar here. Pay attention.
You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festival.
Ọ ka ụkwa maka ozi ọma ala dị mma ka o wedịrị Igbo mma n'asụsụ Igbo ka a na-akwu ya. Nwanne anyị nwaanyị na-enyere ya ka wee na-eme ya ka ọ dị mma. Nwanne anyị nwaanyị ọmachi. Gere ya nke ọma, tinye uche gị na ya. Nyere ọ maka ihe gbasara ndị be anyị. Ala dị mma. Ọ bara onye ọbụla uru.
Referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje. Ndị na-asịsị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa. Muvulu anyị. Ebe ọ ya bụ isi rice ma ọ white, gịnị ka ihe eji tinye? Ka ihe etinye ewe dị anya, sọsọ rice, ana-ego. Obodo ndị ọzọ na-efidi their citizens. Ị na-anụ ka ha na ifunugo ebe ha lụrụ pyramid. Ọ bụghị iberibe ka ọ bụ. Ihe anyị na-ekwu n'ụbọchị taata bụ ndị Igbo. Sonye na ibe ụnọ, sonye na ndị ọzọ. Ethnic nationality. Sonye na ndị ọzọ. Na Ninas. Ọkwụ ụgbọ Ninas ka a na-ekwu okwu. Ninas na-asị na selection ma ọ bụ election under this current fraudulent constitution of 1999 na ha jụrụ ajụ na fasị na a ga-anọdụ ana wee kpaa kedu ka anyị si ebikọ ọnụ, kedu ka anyị si ebi, ọ bụrụ na o kwere anyị onye ọbụla na saa and anyị eme na referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje. Ndị na-asịsị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa. Muvulu anyị kwete na referendum. Ịtụnye nke gị, ntụnye nke m, onye ọzọ atụnye nke ya. Ịtụọsị na ịka chọrọ ịnọ na Naịjirịa, ịnọdụ. Ịtụọsị na ịchọghị ịpụ na Naịjirịa, ịpụọ je dozie ebe gị. Ọ bụ ihe eji egbe, ọ bụ ihe eji mma, ọ bụ ihe eji mizaịl eme. And otu ọ dị kịta ama m na ndị Igbo si na ọnị na-asị ka ha kwụnyelụ. Maka anọ na ya bụ ọgụ, anyị achọzi ya. So biko, ndị IPOB, ihe anyị na-agwa unu bụ solunu ụmụ Igbo ndị ọzọ. Chebee echiche, rethink kenen. Unu egbuzina onwe unu. Unu atazina anụ mmadụ. Unu anọzina n'ime ọfịa. Unu erepụzina onwe unu. Unu emebozina ndị Igbo. Solunu ndị Igbo ndị ọzọ. Join on na Ninas. Banyenụ na Ninas. Banyenụ Ninas. Ọkwụ ụgbọ ndị nwaana ka ọ bụ. Ụgbọ ndị nwaana. The movement of the owners of the land. Banyenụ Ninas. Nketa nke echi, banyenụ Ninas. Join Ninas. IPOB rethink. Unu destroys na obodo anyị, ana Igbo. Unu destroys na. Unu emebizina ya. Unu akpazina arụ a. Ma ọ bụ ndị ọzọ. Onye ọbụla kwụsị unu emezina ya. Ma ọ bụgodo ndị politician na-eyuzu unu. Si na ha mba. Anyị ncha niile chọrọ nnwere onwe. Mana o nwere usoro ka mma. usoro ịma nwenitere egbe ụfọdụ n'ime ụlọ ya na-asị ha tigbuo zọgbuo ndị na-asị dị quiet ndị na-asị anaghị emegharị ahụ ndị na-asị hey ọ bụghị tigbuo zọgbuo ka eji eme akọ na uche agha uche nwee ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ agha uche. Ịma njekwuru onye iro gị ji egbe jide mma jide mmiza isi n'ihu bịakwute ya ọgụ ihe si n'azụ. And ndị Igbo o nwekwara ihe ọzọ dị mkpa mma alụtụrụ n'aka. Ndị Igbo ama ihe a na-akpọ long term plan. Ndị Igbo enweghị ihe a na-akpọ reading culture. Ya eweta information ego ya gụba ya chebara ya echiche n'ime. Anyị ebido mebi ya. Ndị Fulani na-atụ plan ha 20 years ha ejizie nwayọ na-arụ ya. Nke anyị bụ cham gwedem tigbuo zọgbuo achọrọ m ya kịta m na-enye unu Biafra echi m na-enye unu freedom tata. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu freedom tata ihe dị bụ na-eme. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu Biafra today Somalia ya aka n'Igbo mma. Hey, bikozienụ onye ọbụla kunite onye ọbụla chebala onwe ya echiche ma nwoke ma nwaanyị ndị ụka ụmụ okorobịa ụmụ akwụkwọ ndị na-azụ afịa ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala ndị na-asị duru anyị ebe anwa anyị atụọ referendum. Hai okwu agwụ maka ama m na ihe m tụrụ ka ya atụ ọnọdụ anyị nọ n'ime Naịjirịa adọrọ m mma ọ dọrọ onye Igbo mma sọsọ ndị ọ dị mma bụ ndị politishan. Isizikwe na ihe eji ịtụnye binye aka ha nwa akwadochagokwa onye ya achị no imesikwali na ha akwadosigokwa onye ya achị. So ọ ka mma na ịjụlụ jụọ ekwensu jụ ma otutu ya ma nlafu ya niile jụọ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu. Ịjụ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu ịma na ihe ajụ Naijiria jụkwuo ma INEC jụkwuo ma election ha na selection ha jụkwuo ma ndị politishan jụgbado ha ka ị kwụrụ n'ụkwụ gị na-abọ wee zaa afa gị zaa onye Igbo onye Yoruba zaa onye Yoruba onye Ijo azaa onye Ijo onye TV azaa onye TV. Maka ndị anyị akwala ụnụ si ha na-eweta religion na-eweta ethnicity into politics. Ọkwa ahụ ka ha na-aghọ ụnụ. Ọkwa ahụ ka fa na-aghọ ụnụ. Ha na-egwukwe ụnụ wayo chandum. Ọhịa ha na-egwu ụnụ na-eme ụnụ the more you look the less you see. Don't be part of those who they play ping pong. Ramayo ping pong. Table tennis, ping pong, anatogari. Don't be part of them. Go see that you are full of wisdom. That Chineke nyelu gị onyinye amamife were rụọ ọrụ. So ndị Igbo ife nji jide asụsụ Igbo wee na-asụrụ ụnụ bụ ka ngwa ụnụ nekwe ebe a na-eje nekwe ebe akwụ nekwe nke na-akpọtụ Ninas na-akpọtụ ndị mba ofesi pụta chọọ ndị ha ya emit na ihe a na-akpọ self-determination ọkwa ndị Ninas ka ha ya afụ. Ya bụ tinye n'isi na Ninas nke taa nke echi tinye n'isi nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Tony Nnadi ọ na-agba mbọ ọ na-ekwu eziokwu ọkwụ n'ụkwụ ya na-abọ. Ụfọdụ apụtago bịa gwa ụnụ si na ọ na-eme ihe Naijiria asị ihe ọ na-eme bụ ụzọ o ya ese dịrị ndị Igbo mma dịrị ndị ọzọ mma. Ndị Yoruba fụrụ ya fụ na nwoke a intelligence ya na wisdom ya dị too much ha kpọrọ ya ọkọwala ha. Ndị Ijo akpọ ọnya ọkọwalụfa ndị TV akpọ ọnya ọkọwalụfa. Ndị Igbo ewere na-asịrị anyị asị anyị na-egbu anyị na-emebi ana Igbo na-emebi afịa ndị mmadụ na-azụ. Ụfọdụ ndị ya n'obodo oyibo asị gị sit at home. If you come out you are a dead person. Egwu a na-atụ gị. Onye na-etinye egwu n'ime mmadụ bụ ekwensu. Na chi ya tanụ ka Chineke nye unu power nye unu ike join on Ninas. Ninas bụ freedom movement. And Chineke bụ onye sị, I am the truth. Ụmụkwa ndị ọzọ way and life. Mana ọ sị na ịmala eziokwu inwere onwe gị. Only truth will set you free. Ninas na-ekwu eziokwu. Tony Nnadi bụ Secretary General na-ekwu eziokwu ihe okwu taa ka ọ ga-ekwu echi. Ihe o kwuru afọ one ma one gara aga ka ọ ga-ekwu taa ya ka ọ ga-ekwukwa echi. Unu wee ghọta na ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga. Ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga. Okwu na tie kwa ndị Igbo na ebe ụzọ dị na ebe ụzọ dị. Unu si na Biafra ka ụzọ dị. Ndị so Biafra a na-etigbu ha. Ndị Igbo so ụzọ eziokwu. Ụzọ Ninas na-aga a na-aga n'ikem. Ọkwa ya bụ ihe a Jesu kwuru sị na ya bụ way. I am the life. I am the truth. I am the way. Well, these 3 words mere ife bara unu uru. Nke ọbụla nwere ihe nke o ji aga. Way, truth, life. Eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo kwuru ya, eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo sị eziokwu bụ ndụ. Eziokwu bụ ogu na ọfọ. Oji ọfọ Ghana. Oji ọfọ Ghana. Ndị Igbo mgbe ọzọ anyị ka ya akpakwa ya bụ nkata. Inweta ozi a biko tụsa anya ebe niile. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Mee ka onye Igbo ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Onye Igbo ọbụla ka ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Na anyị nwakpezi azụ. Ọbịa bụ anyị bụ ụzọ na-achọ ya bụ nwere onwe. Mana anyị bụzi ndị nọzi n'azụ. Biko wenite n'ụkwụ ya jụzuru n'oyi. Wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị Igbo wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị aghọtabeghị biko kọwalụ ndị ọzọ. Ọ ga-adịrị anyị ncha niile mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Igbo mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ijaw mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Yoruba mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ishekiri, Urobo, TV, Hausa. Ọ ga-adịrị ha ncha niile mma. It is well with all of us. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m unu ndị Igbo. Gọzielu m unu ọfụma. Anyị ga-emeri. Anyị nọdụ n'osie ike. Jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ. We shall overcome. Together we shall overcome. Together we shall win. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m unu ọzọ. Ngwa ka ọ dị na mgbe ọzọ.
You've been listening to Aladimma epistle being read in Igbo to all our people out there around the world. The message of Aladimma is the good news about what lies ahead of us in a free nation state of Igbo nation within the Lower Niger Territory. Same message goes to all other language groups within our territory. Aladimma, peace to our land, peace to our families, peace to our communities, stability to our nation that is emerging. Long live the Igbo nation state.
On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice. By Autumn, February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Autumn on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Autumn stated this when he received in audience the Director General of the Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Mrs. Cecilia Gaya, who couldn't come by herself but was also represented by Goodluck Audu. The governor said, having foreseen the danger herdsmen invasion on communities might pose to the nation, he decided to raise the alarm, and his administration came up with the anti-open grazing law. I must add that Benue State has seen a lot of killings by the Fulani jihadists, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, brought into the country, and some paid by the governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai. He admitted it on a live TV appearance that he traveled to countries in Africa to pay these people money to stop killing, yet they are coming. So he was funding them to come and do their job that way. And the federal government opened up the borders for these criminals to come in and kill people all over the place, going as far as the Akwa Ibom, southeast, south-south, middle belt, lower Niger territory area, Oduduwa land. Sunday Igboho is in jail because of these people, their activities. And for trying to stop them, they plant gun and everything and invaded his house and killed a few number of people and killed animals too. Nigerian government officials are animal abusers just as they are abusing their own people. That's why the priest will sit in the water, the fake priest sit in the water, telling people to essentially drown animals in order to make money. Anyway, the governor saw something happening and made a law for open grazing through the state assembly. He said his allegiance was to his people and he lamented that he faced death threats as a result, but was not afraid of death. Autumn said, "At 61, I am no longer afraid of death. In fact, I have prepared my will so that if I die, my people will not fight over my property." God bless your heart. I feel so sad when I try to make public what is happening in Benue State and across Nigeria, I must add, and people castigate me and insult me, but I remain committed to serving my people. Which southeastern governor can open his mouth and say this boldly, that he remains steadfastly to serving his people other than attending to the caliphate's business interest and the British business interest in our area? They don't care about our people. That's why criminal gangs are taking over the southeast, killing people at Umuchu, at Kurabia, at Uga, at Onitsha, at Aba, all over the place. They are invading Newi, everywhere. They are killing our people. And they claim to be fighting for our liberation. They snatch vehicles in the open. Police are on the run. Police, the so-called police, maybe that's why they are taking less bribes now, because they cannot even take bullets anymore. They see unknown gunmen, they run. The roads of Imo State is now dominated by police that are not wearing uniform. You can see them wearing all kinds of rags, like disguising themselves so that the unknown gunmen don't recognize them easily. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDPs, that is internally displaced people's camps, and dead people. And if something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. Well, Governor Otam, I must advise you here, if you ever tune into this People's Channel, Lower Niger Territory Radio, if you ever hear it online, there is a group that is championing the deliverance of your people in the Middle Belt as well as in the Lower Niger Territory and Oduduwa Nation. That group is called Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Hook up with the leaders of this group and have a chat and take it from there. Referendum is achievable for your people to be secured. It is done all over the world. Eritrea did it to get out of Ethiopia. South Sudan did it to get out of Sudan, which is now North Sudan. East Timor did it to get away from the chokehold of Indonesia. Scotland has done it once in my lifetime. I saw them go to vote, but they failed. Quebec did it 1995. They also failed by a percentage point or so. Europe have always gone through referendum to resolve differences. UK went through referendum to get out of the European Union just not up to 3 years ago. So many countries has gone through this process. Africa's own must not be different. That is what will serve the people of Benue State, people of Adamawa, people of Taraba, people of Plateau, people of Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Yoruba land. Sunday Igboho will not be in jail now if Nigeria has been a just society. And it is because of that we call for referendum, a multi-regional binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations. That is the vote our people want to vote for. Not who replaces Muhammadu Buhari under the same constitution of 1999 that is fully rejected and repudiated by all our people in the Middle Belt, Oduduwa land, and Lower Niger Territory. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country.
And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDP camps and dead people. If something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. On the training of civil servants by ASCON, Autumn said the civil service remained the engine room of any administration, as it was responsible for the success and failure of any government. So what is the situation with Nigeria? Leadership failed Nigeria, leadership that is based on a very criminal document, the constitution that allows idiots to rule over princes and princesses. Forgive my French. This is what has destroyed the country further. And since nothing good can come out of this 1999 constitution, the right decision to make for Nigerians is to stop further election, to repeat the same cycle all over, because another thief can only come to protect the interest of other thieves, just like what they did in Abia State. Orji Uzor Kalu robbed Abia State, and at the end of the day, he replaced himself with another crook, who after robbing the state, now put this other one that talks about hot water and pouring hot water on the asphalt to cause road well built to start melting. That's what do they call him? Ibazu from Ngwa. Anyway, the whole thing is this. For us to know true freedom, we must go through referendum. Anything short of this is a waste of time. And the government knows that this is the right solution to take. They know that things are not going very well, but they are just deceiving themselves, carrying on as if everything is okay. Nothing is okay. Nigeria is in crisis. Nigeria is in deep crisis. Nigeria is imploding from within. There's a lot of hatred among the people. The people are feeling insecure everywhere. There is a lot of horrible things going on. I saw flaring going on at Port Harcourt. If you come out in the night, you will know why Port Harcourt is hot in the afternoon, because there is flaring going on all over the place, gas flaring by oil companies. Fire is burning in the city. The pantries, the palm fronds are getting burnt. Literally, you can see it burnt. The grass, the green, everything is looking like it's burning up. In a country where oil and gas is being extracted and nothing is being enforced to protect life and the environment. Nigeria hates everything in Nigeria, including the land. That's unfortunate. This has been your guy, Stephen. In taking down the 1999 Constitution. Key to taking down the 1999 Constitution is to halt voyage to the 2023 inside 2022. Key to halting 2023 is to prevail on political parties to now close shop until we sort the terms of our union. First task is spreading the information. Let's continue where we stopped on the focus on 1999 Constitution.
All kinds of things. Everything done in that period. Section 6, subsection 60 grants immunity to the beneficiaries. See, the jurisdiction of the court does not extend to looking into whatever happened in that period. That is the foundation of the impunity we complain about today, because the beneficiaries of the atrocities of that period are richer than many governments across the world today. But we cannot probe. Even people who kill their neighbors to take their assets, the children are still alive, seeing those assets. They say you can't look at it. The courts cannot listen to you when you come. Those are the things. And you go from there to the appropriation provisions that give in section 81 says the president should go to get authorization for expenditure from the treasury, from National Assembly. And section 82 that allows him to go running government, spending money. Every money you find in the treasury can be taken out through the loopholes created in that very provision. The president can take everything he finds in the treasury for any purpose. National Assembly will not be able, because it says subject to 50%, that is subject to what was approved the year before. So the president just put a bogus figure. That is what you see Ghana must go, that happens at appropriation. They put a bogus figure and take 50% of it. Any amount you find in the treasury that that comes under 50%, they can take without recourse to anybody. I want young people to confront lawyers, the senior advocates, the professors of law, wherever you find them. These are specific provisions that are responsible for the things happening to everybody. The corruption we see is because that spare key was provided for the heads of the executive branch deliberately to facilitate their access to the treasury, to take out all the money. And then you come to Section 308 that gives immunity. You can't question them for whatever they do while in office, whether they are beheading everybody or they are cutting away all the contents of the treasury. These are all the things that have worked together to bring us to where we are. We have other things that are embedded in that constitution that are also responsible for certain things that people cannot. We've seen quota system and how it works. They say federal character, and then you bring your worst. You preserve the choices of places, whether it's in school or at, or openings for work. You preserve for your worst, capable people, and then the best ones are kicked out by that mechanism. We come to NYSC that had been embedded in that constitution since it first came. Let us look at this map. The NYSC, we are told, was a scheme to get the young people to go and interact and know themselves. We came through a war. Instead of going to resolve the issues that led to the war, you leave the issues unresolved and you say, oh, if young people can go and interact among themselves, the troubles will go away. Look at this map. The purpose of NYSC is to draft the children of Port Harcourt, the children of Warri, the children of Lagos, the children of Ibadan, to go and perish in Kaura Namoda, Fortisco, Bill, Gashua, and also to bring the children of Sokoto and Kano and Meduguri. Look at this map. To go to Port Harcourt and Lagos, where they'll be absorbed in NNPC, in Central Bank, in NPA. 90% of the bureaucracy running Nigeria today, the recruitment came from that dubious process. And that is why they put that NYSC decree into that constitution. Nobody can touch it. You require the highest level of majority to be able to touch Land Use Act and NYSC Act. So in all of it, the entire thing is a fraud through and through. You come down to the question of even the one that people say, school certificate, to tell you that everything is a scam. They tell you one thing, it is the opposite that you find when you go to look. School certificate that you thought was WAEC and GCE and teachers breakthrough. No. School certificate is defined in section 318 along with many other words used in the Constitution. School certificate was defined under 4 headings. There's only one of the headings that you know. The one of GCE and WASC and the teacher grade 2. The second definition, which is an alternative, is primary 6 school, first school living certificate with evidence of having worked anywhere at all, private or public. So it could be the yam seller under the bridge of Ibadan or the Akara fryer on the highway to Ajaokuta. Just say, I have worked for 10 years. Then you bring primary 6. That was what Masari, the one that is governor in Casino, where now, that was what he had at the time he was a Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives. Below that, you now come to where you have the one I just talked about, primary 6, is the third one. The second one is evidence of having been in any school that could have conducted the exam. So if you're a school dropout, whether dropout in class 1 or class 2, if you can bring evidence that you were once in a Hope Rising secondary school, that is qualification by that definition. The third definition is the one of primary 6. Then the worst one, the last one, is any qualification that is acceptable to INEC. Meaning that if INEC accepts your form of nomination and they stamp it, responsibility moves away from you permanently, whether as candidate or as a elected person, in terms of qualification, because INEC should not be the one to answer to why they accepted you. Once they have accepted you, you have satisfied the requirement requirement for educational qualification. So all the lawyers in Nigeria who have been telling you that if you don't have a school certificate or you don't have this or that, you can, they are either ignorant or dishonest. There's no educational requirement for holding any office in Nigeria, including the presidency of Nigeria. That is in black and white the meaning assigned to school certificate. So when you take it through all of these sections we talked about, you then go to the exclusive list to see that it is because the refineries are on that exclusive list that it becomes the business of the federal government only, which can then destroy the 4 refineries, license Dangote in monopoly, lock out everybody else, and then you don't have a... If nothing happens to that constitution, nothing will improve in security, nothing will improve in infrastructure, nothing will improve in the fight against corruption. That constitution, for every single thing we've listed so far, that constitution must go down before you can get relief. So if you don't want to pay the labor movement people that go around asking for more salary for themselves, when the capacity for refining petroleum products is locked away by that exclusive list, electricity we don't have. We're discussing 5,000 megawatts for 200 million people. The only reason why we have only 5,000 megawatts is that electricity transmission and generation is locked away into exclusive only the federal government can. So as it is for refinery, so it is for electricity generation and transmission, so it is for the issues of law and order, issues of security, more importantly, arms and ammunition, and that's why the states cannot set up agencies that will carry gun. Are you going to confront people with sophisticated weapons without gun? And the governors are called chief executive officers. So everybody who goes to swear to defend and uphold that constitution is the enemy we are looking for. They are the ones sustaining this evil. If we don't take down that constitution, what we are seeing now will be a child's play. And it can only get worse. And so all of those who are suffering from it, whether you suffer from quota system, or you suffer from the killings happening in the middle belt coming down south, or you suffer from the assets that are seized, oil and gas in the Niger Delta, or bitumen, of Ondo, or limestone, all of those things confiscated by the instrumentality of that constitution through that exclusive list. If you want them back, if you want to see an end to corruption, if you want to see an end to impunity, if you want a future that will be better than this madness we are living in, you must come forward now to take a position in this contestation between truth and falsehood. Truth is that we didn't make the constitution. Falsehood is that we made the constitution. Between darkness and light. Light is where we take back our sovereignty and work out how we live together by ourselves in self-determination. Darkness is where we are corralled into this union of death that now belongs exclusively to the Fulani. If you are from this alliance territory and you are not taking a position, whether you are in the church or you are in the media, or you join them in all this type of dubious arguments they put forward all the time, calling terror, bandit, you better come forward now because the young people are listening. They are taking note. They are looking at what you are doing. Are you on the side of this constitution or you are on the side of taking it down? If you are on the side of this constitution, you are going to be in trouble sooner than you can imagine, in the hands of those who have been at the receiving end of the fraud Nigeria has become against them.
We're in a war situation. For the obdurate caliphate, the only escape route left open is to drag the rest of Nigeria to 2023 election under the 1999 fraudulent constitution. With a caliphate candidate on the ballot, southern candidates jostling for 2023 know they are enabling that caliphate escape, aiding the enemy in a war. Our bondage in the union of death is enabled by the 1999 Constitution. With the countrywide consensus against the 1999 Constitution, the only thing left for our liberation is to halt every move toward 2023 renewal of the 1999 fraudulent Constitution. The choice is ours, and we have to make it quickly without further delay. This has been the Voice of Liberty, Radio Freedom, from the Lower Niger Territory. There's something that doesn't make sense, and I've been deliberating on this and wonder if other people are thinking about this. What is happening to the Southeast?
I was in the Southeast for over 5 weeks between December and February 2022, barely last week. And I saw firsthand a ruined environment. Southeast has essentially been destroyed by certain criminals that claim to be fronting for the indigenous people of Biafra. They are not from, like, they go to different states to cause trouble. These people have been mentioned to have come from Ebonyi State. And so they make sure there is no business activity in Onitsha, at Aba, at everywhere in Enugu, Nnewi. They kill people at marketplaces. Who imported these people who are doing this to Ndi Igbo? They placed a lockdown that lasted for 4 days. And not once did Nnamdi Kanu stood up in court and say it openly in the court to the hearing of anybody that he does not support the group that is doing this. IPOB has gone into denial by disowning whoever is doing the group that is doing this to Ndi Igbo. I did share a few pictures of where people were walking across the bridge at Onitsha from Opiweka across to Asaba on Sunday evening because the road was completely locked down. You can't drive through. So that you can continue on your way to wherever you're going in that vicinity. Now, because of what? Nnamdi Kanu had case. Monday, there was probably a sit at home. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Kanu has court appearances at Abuja. And so, his own people, the Messiah, is appearing before Herod's court. And the disciples had to actually stab themselves, fall on their swords. Literally, the disciples of Jesus would have all committed suicide because Jesus was held and being tried. Is Nnamdi Kanu greater than Jesus Christ? Why are they destroying Alibo? Who is this Ima Powerful? Ima Powerful should show up. Let him show his show his face. Let's know who he is. Where does he live? Why are they releasing statements to rule our people, controlling the mind of brainwashed people who have no job? It appears there is a declaration of class war in Alibo, that some people, some criminal elements within the Igbo system are going to declare war on the rest. They want to make Aba uninhabitable. They want to turn Onitsha into the new Aba, where they are doing all sorts of destructive activities. And so, if these people are really not from IPOB, like the IPOB has been denying and continue repeating issuing orders, they continue to issue orders and deny the consequences, the result. If indeed it's not their members, let them tell us who they are. And the state has failed our people. Because you never hear any governor maintaining appearances, speaking to their people, telling them, look, making sure that the current confusion that is called Nigeria is providing policing services for our people instead of extorting people on the road. They are essentially begging money. And these days they are not as aggressive as they used to be, but they are still begging for money. And you pity them. When you look at them, you know that they are under-enumerated. They are not being paid enough. Their bosses are stealing their money. I have had this said at the defense headquarters, that the money that is being budgeted for the police does not get to the police. It stays at the office of the Inspector General of Police. Because of what? Nigeria chose to be operating one national police. One united Nigeria, one national police. They forget that the world has moved on. People are now using local, municipal police. A lot of provinces doesn't have police. So they use the central police, RCMP. They are professional officers. They show up, they provide their policing services until the city becomes strong enough to provide their own policing services, to handle their own budget. They go to other places. That is how it is done. But Nigeria is running a criminal enterprise that is illegal in a lot of ways. Now, where does it lead Nigeria to? Confusion. That's why thieves are running the southeast now, declaring sit at home. in the name of supporting Nnamdi Kanu, who is already in court. And we have always insisted that Kanu must get justice. Nigeria must treat Nnamdi Kanu with justice. Nnamdi Kanu, if he has evidence against Nigeria, he should tender it without fear, because the world is watching. What do we get in return from the IPOB? Recklessness on steroids. IPOB, a non-state banned organization, given orders and imposing trade bans, ruling Southeast essentially, provocative. When the fallout comes, cries of innocent Biafrans being harassed will rend the air. Igbos trade in many communities and work in many areas in the north. The process of parting ways with Ariwa is an ongoing process. If the members of this renegade group decides to stop Hausa Nama, then they can do so by flooding the market with their own locally bred cows in all states. Where they are not able to do so, then they should let those making sure their Fulani cow grazers don't step into private farms continue with their business. Continue with their business. We must insist that no cow should go into private properties. That's fair. So long as they don't encroach into other people's properties, that's their business. People have to do their business until we're able to produce enough Muturu cows, the big ones, those big, beautiful cows that are not as violent as the Fulani cow. Why then do we try to antagonize our people by telling people that by this time of the year they will stop eating cow meat? Are you selling chicken, or you're producing fish, or what are you doing? IPOB members, I don't know anyone that has any farm, animal farm. Let them showcase it. Let them share. Let them share. Let's see if they have it. Why seek to destroy our people? I don't hear Ohaneze, any faction, saying anything now. IPOB or other elements must cease and desist from engaging in violent acts against anyone or groups in the Southeast. What they are now doing is distorting real work ongoing to get Nigeria fully sorted out. We can send the Fulani and their Igbo partners packing by going into cow business ourselves. Grow more cows of the big Efi Igbo type. Price it lower and kill the Hausa Nama businesses. And we will send these terrorists going. They will go home. Once we do like that, they will be gone. You know? But we cannot destroy our place. We cannot destroy our place because of Nnamdi Kanu and a few renegades, a few crooks who think that they are running our place now. Like, what is going on? We can do this for a number of years, and those that foreign cow importers will either join the Mutru cow business or find another thing to do. We can go after this in a more organized manner. Let the IPOB go into farming. Farming of all kinds. Vegetable, anything. Or they should just leave Alibo in peace, or relocate to the Ariwa, or live altogether for Cameroon, where they are fighting also for breakup. This IPOB should go to Cameroon and help Cameroonians. When they finish, then they can know what to do. They should leave Alibo. I mean, this has been your guy, Stephen, speaking, just expressing how frustrated and weak I am with Nigeria. Nigeria is such a sad commentary on what a country is supposed to be. Very shameful, very sad country. The 2023, for an election that will be run by an irredentist, nepotist, and with a caliphate candidate on the ballot, it is clear candidates of the South will only validate the election via their participation. At a time, all the efforts are geared to halting the 2023 trip to end the fraud called 1999 Constitution. Our bondage in the union of debt is enabled by 1999 Constitution, people. With the countrywide consensus against 1999 Constitution, the only thing left for our liberation is to halt the 2023 renewal of the fraudulent 1999 Constitution The choice is ours to make, and we don't have endless time to make that choice. We have to make that choice now and stop all political parties, especially Southern and Middle Belt politicians, from marching toward death. These are the Judas goats leading the rest of the people to a certain sure death. Self-determination, restructuring, and referendum. The meaning, the process, the nexus. Presented by Tony Nnadi.
As debates and arguments rage on about the Constitution and the amendment and restructuring, we again come to you from the Secretariat of NINAS to explain what exactly most of the terminologies being used mean and how they relate. Therefore, how we can manage all of it, to accommodate everybody in a process that everybody can relate with. And so we've seen that away from what it used to be, many people used to argue that the Constitution is not the problem. It is the people who are managing the Constitution that are not doing well. The illiteracy and ignorance of that proposition has been exposed by the recent happenings in the country, so that everybody can see that the Constitution is at the 1999 Constitution, the unitary Constitution of Nigeria, is at the center of all the problems Nigeria is contending with. And Nigerians too, both the mass impoverishment that has made them global capital for poverty and the gross insecurity that is raging all over the place, and the hopelessness, that is growing by the minute. So everybody now realizes that that Constitution is the problem. Most people now agree that that Constitution have to be changed. The only people who are still arguing about whether it should change or not change are the same people who imposed it and who have also imposed Sharia and who are feudalists, because they do not want any democracy. They do not want any union of equal partnership or equal opportunity, because they do not believe all men are born equal. And they want to hang on to their Sharia in a secular union. So, having agreed, let us talk for the majority now and leave the minority that has seceded from the union. The majority, having all agreed on the question of taking out, doing away with the unitary constitution that is not working, to something that could work. Some have suggested a return to 1963 constitution. Some think National Assembly is the one to do all of what has to be done. But the self-determination collective, those who know better, and I'm not saying it in the sense of boasting, the question of who can make constitution is exactly like asking who can make the memo and articles of a company. It's as straightforward as that. Only the owners of the company, only the shareholders, the promoters, the people who come together to submit their assets and take the risk of going into formation of a company can make their memo and articles. It is after they've done all of that that they now hire a management to run their company. So it's not the management of the company that will make the memo and article. That's how simple it is. Going back to constitution, who can make constitution? It is the constituents, those bringing their sovereignties together, that can make any document that can become constitution. Those who could be countries of their own, if not for the union they formed. The Yoruba, for instance, would be a country of 50-60 million people if Nigeria were to cease to be today. The eastern Nigeria, the lower Niger, that's the eastern half of southern Nigeria, the south, south, and southeast, as we have it in this map, would be a country of more than 70 million people if Nigeria was not occupying their space today. In the middle belt, we could be talking about anything between 40-45 million. That would be. These are the owners of the sovereignties that are aggregated into what we call Nigeria. But whether that aggregation is of their own making, volition, agreement, or has been a question of hijack is an issue now. At independence, the reason they became one country all these constituents. The reason they became one country at independence in 1960 was because they had agreed to be a federation. To be a federation, that's a union of otherwise independent units with their full sovereignties, with their constitutions in their hands. We recall that they got all their constitutions in place before they went to Lancaster House to finalize the terms of becoming one political union. So that if those discussions of Lancaster House did not, sail through, the Western region that had its constitution and self-governance from 1957 will remain a country of its own, growing the way it was growing, with all its assets and its, rights to work those assets unhindered. The same thing with Eastern Nigeria, the same thing with Northern Nigeria of the time. But it was because of the extent, the agreement they reached to be a union of, autonomous regions that had control over their sovereignties, their assets, and their rights to work those assets. All of that got truncated by 1966 when the coups happened and the 5 constitutions that defined the union got toppled. I had to go into all of that in order to lay the ground for us to understand what this restructuring debate is all about. And I'm speaking to it now from the perspective of the self-determination collective. All of those who say the imposition represented by this current constitution, is no longer acceptable to them because it has become a union of death, a union of backwardness, a union of attrition for them. And so some want out. The Oodua Republic campaign, the Biafra Republic campaign, all of those who are saying restructure back to 1963, all of those who are saying resource control, they are saying exactly the same thing. They want something they decide for themselves, and that is the meaning of self-determination. All those agitations and demands are being driven by the desire for self-determination. Whether it is restructuring or Oodua Republic or resource control or Biafra Republic, all of those are being driven by only one desire, self-determination. And what is that self-determination? Because there's also this confusion, including in high places. Many think that self-determination automatically translates to independence, secession, leaving the union. No. Self-determination simply means what it says, to determine for yourself how you live in your space. And that self-determination could be one in which you are satisfied with 80% autonomy instead of 100. 80% autonomy will take you back to what you had in 1963 Constitution, where the regions had control of their assets and contributed only 15% to the center. The one that could be 100% is one in which some of those who now say they want to leave the union are complaining about the Sharia and the feudalism and the arrogance of those who imposed those two in this map you see. That is the preliminary objection. I am speaking as one who had worked with all of them for over 20 years, whether it was in the Yoruba space where Gani Adams and his compatriots picked up arms to question the internal security arrangements of Yoruba land. I've had the privilege on behalf of the project to ask the leaders of all those agitations, eyeball to eyeball, why are you saying what you're saying? Why are you doing what you're doing? And I can report to us that they are only insisting on their right to determine for themselves how they operate and how they live in their spaces. And so, having established that it is the desire for self-determination that is driving all the agitations, it now comes to be decided. The only other thing that will be remaining to be decided will be the question of the degree of autonomy. It's only the degree of autonomy that varies between those who seek exit, outright exit. They want 100% autonomy. Oodua Republic, Biafra Republic, the Igbohos of this world, the Nnamdi Kanus of this world, they may not be able to explain it the way we're explaining now. But that is what they want, 100% autonomy. The people who are talking about restructuring and who are pointing us back to 1963 Constitution are also discussing, the same self-determination, but they will be satisfied with 80% autonomy, so that there's a union office to manage the balance of 20%. There are also people who are saying that the states as we have them now, let us devolve power down to them. There's an anomaly in that suggestion. There's an ignorance driving that suggestion. It is not the center that will devolve power to the federating units. In a federation, it is the federating units that donate power that become the power. All the power the center will have must come from, the federating units. And so the argument of devolution of power is illiterate, is ignorant, and those canvassing it should go and find out the meaning of federation. Should go and find out whether it is the company that creates its shareholders and its owners, or the owners that create the company. What that suggestion is like saying, let this company now appoint who will own it. It is a reverse logic. And so we come back to the real question of from where Nigeria is now. Since we all accept, since we have come to realize that it is the constitution that is the problem, the unitary constitution, we've all come to accept that it has to change to something else. The one question left for everybody to answer now, and we have limited time to answer it before something else answers it for all of us, is by what mechanism will that change? By what mechanism will the word change has been polluted and bastardized in Nigeria? By what mechanism would that fundamental reconstruction, which has acquired the street name restructuring, be undertaken? We have the NINAS has a comprehensive answer that have been articulated and put on the table since 2018. We recall when in 2018 President Buhari went to France to talk down on those who are demanding for restructuring. He said that those who were asking for restructuring don't know what they are looking for, don't know how it can be done. They're just there causing confusion and making noise. Again, forgetting that he himself was part of the process, the Pronaco process, by which we undertook the interrogation of what the problem was and what needed to be done. So on behalf of the alliance, we had raised an open memo titled Open Memorandum to President Muhammad Buhari on the restructuring debate. Anybody who Googles that will see what we wrote to him, spelling out what restructuring means in exact terms, spelling out the step-by-step procedure for undertaking it, and pointing out in that articulation the fact that that reconstruction that we now call restructuring
This has been self-determination, restructuring, and referendum. The meaning, the process, the nexus, being presented by Tony Nnadi, the Secretary General of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, via the voice of freedom, the voice of liberty, Radio Lower Niger Territory. Here again is the second part of the self-determination, restructuring, the nexus, the processes that will lead to a more stable environment, being presented by no other than the Secretary General of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, Attorney Tony Nnadi. Enjoy listening.
Can yield any of the many outcomes possible. It can yield a federation that will be a proper federation. It can yield a confederation. It can also yield non-federation if we go through the two-stage process, which the proclamation of December 16th, the constitutional force majeure the demands of the Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation of December 16 spelled out the two-stage process by which we can determine, by which we can get those who are fed up with how Nigeria is now to decide in a manageable process through a period of transition what they want in terms of the degree of autonomy. So restructuring can also deliver. That's by the explanation I've made now, we can see that if we go into that reconstruction, first by putting aside the 1999 constitution, just like the apartheid constitution of South Africa had to be put aside before they went into CODESA in a transition presided over by Frederick de Klerk of the time. It doesn't have to be, in the demands of December 16th, in the union dispute of December 16th, we indicated that it is the nationalities as represented by NINAS and other stakeholders that will determine the composition, the tenure, mandate of the transitional arrangements that we're going to have. So let us not be in any fixation in it, that it must be everybody there now that will manage the process. It is something that will be decided. Once we all accept that this constitution will have to, this 1999 constitution will have to get out of the way. We are not in, the people who are making these demands, NINAS is not in any quarrel with those in government house. NINAS is saying, let the nominal governance remain in a transitional capacity. And so we go into that two-stage process by which all of those who are complaining, whether they want out or they want more autonomy or they want resource control, the process by which they will make that choice via referendum. That is what has been listed out in that open memo, so that nobody can come debating, nobody can come arguing, because every day we tune the TV stations these days, all the discussions end in only one thing. Nobody knows how to undergo or undertake this restructuring. That's the prevailing view now. Because when they rush to National Assembly, we say no, National Assembly has no mandate to deal with our sovereignties. And so they say, they accept that constitution has to change. Let's go and write another constitution. And I saw some senior advocates writing constitution, Olisaboko Banko, Foreign writing constitution to go and give to them to now adopt. It smacks of illiteracy on the jurisprudence of constitution making. It smacks of dishonesty, because we have engaged most of them to say it cannot be so. We saw the memo, Yadudu, the quota professor, Awari Yadudu. We saw the memo he just sent to the House of Representatives, telling them to stick onto the amendment as the only way to go. At a time we have established that the mandate, the legislative mandate of the National Assembly does not extend to constitution making, And so we just come back to where everybody has to come down from their high horses. Time is running. The 120 days we took from April the 17th to consult with the populace and the international community, we can already see some of the outcomes. Yorubas on the street rejecting the Union of Nigeria. The international stakeholders, the world powers, have pointed Nigeria to those propositions contained in our Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation of December 16 to say, let the matter go to dialogue of the people. Let there be fresh, legal instrument emerging from that dialogue. That's what we have to do now, and the exact mechanism by which it could be done to the satisfaction of all of those who are, dissatisfied with Nigeria now. The exact mechanism is already in that open memo. Guardian newspaper, that open memo was written on November 16, 2018. Guardian newspaper, reported on it on November 18. Anybody, 2018, November 18, 2018. Anybody who can access Guardian will find it. And people could also Google open memorandum to President Muhammad Buhari on the restructuring debate coming from this alliance. Having said all of that, we also come back to the question of this Sharia, that is the preliminary objection by those who are saying they want to leave the union. Every other thing can be resolved in terms of issues of equity, issues of equal opportunity that have been missing. But there's a preliminary objection to being in the union that will have Sharia in one part, because the adherence of Sharia, I'm reporting to us the inner thinking, the argument of those who are driving, whether it is Old Belt Republic or Biafra Republic or Middle Belt Republic, all of those who are saying they can't be in this union anymore. Their principal complaint is the question of Sharia in these 12 contiguous states, because the adherents of Sharia owe it a duty of faith to kill others as infidels. And if you have a situation where you have to be in one political union with people who owe it a duty of faith to kill you, you can see that Sharia cannot cohabit in the same political space with democracy, which the rest of us desire. Cannot cohabit in the same political space with a constitutionalism. Cannot cohabit with a union of equal partnership. Does not hold human life sacrosanct, since they owe the duty of faith to kill other people. And all of those who are saying they are fed up completely, they don't want to hear anything about Nigeria anymore. That is their principal contention. And you can see that in Yoruba land, there are also Muslims. But we've seen from the hearings going on about their so-called amendment, the Yoruba Muslim does not want Sharia. The ones in the eastern half of southern Nigeria, the ones in Auchi or my brother Asari Dokubo, they are not discussing, they don't want to hear about Sharia. So those who want to, who have already adopted Sharia, have actually seceded from the secular union we have. And so, unless that Sharia is removed from the table, unless the feudalism, which is also their worldview, their civilization, is removed from the table, the rest of this alliance will not be willing to discuss being in any union with them at all. And where we are now is that constitution that sets up the union, upon which the union is standing today, is dead and gone. The limited toleration to it, I pray we don't waste it, because it will come to the point where, when we are satisfied ourselves that we've discussed with everybody, federal government has taken 90 days, they went to National Assembly to try to play pranks. It has collapsed. The governors took 30 days. Again, they were not fully determined of what they wanted to do. They went to Asaba to make a pronouncement. That is one step. How do you enforce ban on open grazing if you don't have guns? If that constitution is in place and you cannot access guns, how are you going to prevent people who are carrying guns and killing your people in these numbers we see from carrying on with what they're doing? So they have to come, more openly into the side of reason, into the side of reality, that we cannot continue with this constitution for another season. So having said that, the question of Sharia and feudalism have become preliminary objection that has to be resolved before anybody can discuss what to do with union. Right now, the concern of this majority, 150 million people in the alliance, is about Nigerians, not about Nigeria. Those who want to preserve Nigeria must go to find answers for the grievances that have been laid on the table for this preliminary objection relating to Sharia and feudalism. And we have put all of it together, put a step-by-step process to it. If you want to know what the problem is and what the solution options are, go to the proclamation of December 16, the NINAS proclamation, www.ninasffn.org. You will see it there. You can also go to www.freedomfromnigeria.com. You will see it there. You can also go to lowernigercongress.org. That's www.lowernigercongress.org. So you can see anybody who has not read that proclamation and this open memo will not understand what is happening in Nigeria until something snaps. If you are able to read and write, in this debate going on, we invite you for your own good, for your own sake, because if you don't, you are going to remain in your ignorance until AK-47 turns up at your space. I think we can round it up here by saying that restructuring can deliver federation, confederation, or non-federation, meaning that it can accommodate even those who want to leave the union. It only goes to a referendum at which they will be choosing the degree of autonomy they want. All demands for restructuring are driven by the desire for self-determination. Let us be sensible and go and solve this problem. Guns will not solve it. Intimidation will not solve it. Ignorance will compound it. We can still save the Nigerians. We've lost the Nigeria a long time ago. We can save Nigerians from this carnage that is coming upon them by people who want to, take their land, kill them off, and bring other people to settle here. Because that's what we're dealing with. I think we can drop it here.
Save Nigerians from the invaders who are seeking to repossess other people's land, who are killing and replacing communities. That's what NINA's mission is all about. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished. You are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Not punish the people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Doggett. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there.
John Okafor, Ibu.
If Jagaban rule this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come and say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive,
people are engaged on talking about who will be the next president of Nigeria, a country that is already gone beyond recovery. I mean, what is Tinubu trying to do? Or who else? All those people that are pushing or angling toward election, like they don't see the signs, they don't see the handwriting on the wall, they don't see that Nigeria is completely gone. Our people are pathetic, like they are ready to do whatever because they don't care, they have no regard for the people.
Sabi. Anybody that will endorse Tinubu, that person family, they will not enjoy 2022. Hey.
That's it. It's not over yet. Here is a prayer by the elders of Mbieri, where some criminals went to kidnap their Eze. I'm not sure if he's the one they killed and displayed in the marketplace or another one, but this is another prayer that is in line with the one we just had now. The number of people needs to be completely dealt with, and let these prayers come through upon them. Following the kidnap of Eze Madumere, the Eze of Mbieri, the Eze of Mbieri gathered at Oriemberi to make incantations and prayers for the release of their fellow Igwe. The prayer itself is against all criminal activities by different groups and state actors across our land. May this prayer come true upon them. Amen.
Taa ụmụ Mbieri anyị agbakọọna ndị achị achị
Ankwa chana ni umumbere anya gbako. Ihe mere anyị o mere n'eke o mere n'orie o mere n'afọ ma ọ na nkwọ anyị si taa mberi bilie 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 mberi ụmụ gị anya ebe n'akwa ndị egburu izu jiri nwa gị otu onye ọchịchị enyi kei asị m ala mbieri ekwerere ha jụụ ọ nwoke ọ nwe ọ nwata ọ oki ndị ahụ bụ izu jiri nwa mberi kei oki emekwere nga hụ.
May there be no elders among them, among the killers.
Anya gboko. Ndị ichie n'ala mberi. Anya ebe n'akwa. Zanụnye taa zanụnye echi. Mpụta anyị pụtara taa. O gosiri ịhụnanya nnọha n'anyị. Shani gama n'ihu ụmụ mberi. Ma lee ka amụghị n'ahụnya aka anya. Bịa kpọrọ nwa gị. Anyị si taa ndị ichie ekwedo obi ọjọọ nyenụ obi ndụ ọganihu unyi ya gachie n'enyi ma ndị bịara enye aka n'inya n'imi ree enyi n'anya ree enyi n'ọnụ shai ga-eme gịnị ele na-ehụnyarịrị Chineke ebido igwe ele ebe nọ anya kpọkuo gị bịazanyo taa echi ụha ya ozugbo na ha aga aha ya ekwurịra ha jụụ anyị atụpụ ọjị eke.
Here is testimony of a woman in the north that was kidnapped by the Islamic terrorists who are targeting Christians across Nigeria, including Muslims as well. But their main target is are the Christians because they are targeting across Benue State, Christian groups, communities in the north, in the east, in the southwest, all over southern Nigeria. These terrorists are going across state lines, doing all sorts of criminal activities. Here is one of the women that recently got released and what she had to say.
I saw horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da yawm al-qiyama. Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Sai an rike na har yau har gobe. Akan horrors din da na gani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me.
What a sad situation.
No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped by terrorists. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain.
The Islamic terrorists are raping women, raping young people, everybody. And Muhammad Buhari is struggling to call them terrorists. He's struggling to tag them terrorists. That's the government Nigeria have today. Terrorists are running Nigeria essentially. terrorists are running Nigeria. This woman is almost hurting herself. She's been raped multiple times. Nigeria. Nigeria has mortgaged her future. And Ninas presents a golden opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out through referendums, multi-regional referendums, in the Lower Niger Territory, in the Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Nation. That will save the day.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the Protocol Consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
As we continue our mobilization towards halting the voyage to the 2023 elections, we see the enemy also, hastening up, doing all kinds of things to get us into the electoral train, by all means. And who is that enemy? The enemy that imposed the constitution that makes us slaves in our land, who wants to save that constitution and therefore their stranglehold against the rest of us. We are now all familiar with the things happening to us on account of that constitution. We are slaves in our land only on account of that constitution. The people that imposed that constitution and who are refusing to come to a meeting of reconstruction of the union agreement are the ones who desperately want to get to elections. This broadcast is for those political merchants from the South and the Middle Belt who are now aiding that enemy to save the life of that constitution at a time we have repudiated and rejected that constitution, at a time we are saying we can't go to renew the life of that constitution by way of elections in 2023. So it is clear to them, we want it to be absolutely clear to them that they are aiding the enemy in a war of extermination we are caught in at this time. Because that enemy has seized all our assets, our sovereignties, all our rights, and that enemy is actually in the process of exterminating us. They are killing people, they are invading and killing people. And it is that constitution that empowers them to do all of what they are doing, particularly the killings, because it is that constitution that gives them monopoly over the guns in the land, in all the uniform services. And so we come back to the question of whether we are going to the election in order to renew the life of that constitution, or we are stopping the journey to the election in order to rework the constitutional basis of the union. And therefore, this broadcast is to address those who are trying to railroad us to those elections, to the election in national elections in 2023. The people from the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, the political merchants from the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, the political parties, operating in the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria. What they are doing is, for their own pursuits, in pursuit of their personal benefits. The ones who want to be governor, the ones who want to be senator, the ones who want to be president, they are all on the same mission of rerouting us to that election, working with that caliphate that want to save that constitution. The day after the election, the 36 states imposed by that caliphate on us will remain in place. Therefore, we remain the political minority, permanent political minorities we are under that constitution. The day after the election, the 68 items on the exclusive list will remain in place, and therefore our assets, economic assets, are detained, and the power has to work those assets. The day after that election, the insecurity we suffer will continue because the control over the guns and all of what we need to be able to protect ourselves will still be where they are.
Yeah, in the same hands.
And those who are going to win those elections, before they can access the office they won, whether they are president or governor, will have to swear, senators. They will have to swear to defend and uphold that constitution. And therefore, we've come to inform them at this time. We are still in January of 2022. We've come to inform them that if anybody is hoping to frame the next elections, to frame the restructuring and all of what we need to do now in order to rework the constitutional basis of the union, in the face of the union dispute that have been declared, in the face of all of what their own people are doing to extricate themselves from bondage. If they are hoping, if anybody is hoping among the candidates, among the parties, to now bring that restructuring or that union reconfiguration imperative as a campaign issue, let us now come, because that's what some of them are already saying in whispers to us. Say, oh no, Tony, come, let us now put it in as a campaign issue, so that when we win, we'll go to do it. This broadcast is to let them know, to tell them to the hearing and seeing of everybody that they are being dishonest, because we will be asking them what happened to the earlier promises in which some of the people who were part of discussing all of what was wrong and who then put that in their manifesto, the APC put in their manifesto. What has happened 8 years after? At the time we were raising the issue of the fact that these things are not being done and the country was going down, but more importantly that Nigerians were now being killed and being impoverished, what did they do? What did those candidates do? What did those parties do? The parties that are coming now to tell us that they are the ones who are going to do it when they win or if they win. Nobody's going to buy that scrap from any of you. If you are not already a part of those who are working to take down that constitution in order to save the people who are dying under it, then you will be treated as that enemy you are. And you are compounding that situation by going to that election at a time the people you claim to represent, the people you claim you are coming to save from whatever is happening to them now, are doing their best to stop the journey to the election. You are hauling them into the vehicle, into the train, into the ship of the election that will only renew the life of that constitution, that will facilitate the stranglehold of the enemy against them. We are saying all of this because in the days ahead, all of those who are going to be making such promises and such suggestions that, oh yes, we understand it, we had Baba Hakim, whatever, what's his name again, Hakim Baba Ahmed, the one that is involved with the Udiotomis who are forming mega party. They are now coming to tell us that it is when they win power that they will come to do whatever has to be done. Mm-hmm. But people are going to be confronting them with what they already know about this matter, so that their dishonesty can be exposed. All of those who, both in PDP and in APC and in AGA, all the things that have transpired over the years in terms of what we brought to your knowledge about this calamity that is befalling people, which you did nothing about, but now coming to ride on it, to canvass for vote, so that you can go to power, swear to defend the document, and then do what after? It's not going to work, and you are going to be confronted. The public is going to get to know what you were told,
they are deceivers,
so that they can judge whether you are on their side or on the side of the enemy. That's the purpose of this broadcast. Let nobody say he wasn't told. Everybody will now have to come face to face with the dishonesty that has driven us to this point, in which the populace is heading in one direction, then the politicians who pretend to be salvaging them heading in the opposite direction, working for the enemy. Yeah. If that election happens, that constitution may survive, and the damnation of the people guaranteed. If that election does not happen, that constitution is gone, is dead and gone, and the people will be saved. So those who are heading to the election, those who are inviting people to come and partake and install them in power on under this 1999 constitution, are inviting them to their death, but they should be ready. Between now and the time the election will eventually happen, if it does happen, we know that there will be a lot of roadblocks before it will get to where it happens. But we are pleading, we're inviting everybody to be reasonable now, to know that those who are dying under that constitution, those whose lives have been rendered unlivable under that constitution, are going to take it out against people from their part. We're not talking about the descendants of Uthman Dan Fodio or the political scions of Ahmadu Bello. No, we are talking about political merchants from the south and middle belt of Nigeria who are now joining hands with the enemy that wants to save that constitution. We heard when the governors of the north, at the time PDP was still working out who will be chairman and who will be president in their party. We saw the northern governors go to a meeting to say that if by any chance, if by any stretch of reason, power leaves them at this time towards the south, that they might be pushed out of the union, that they might be pushed out of Nigeria. What else are they going to tell you about what they will do in this election? And everything concerning the election, because of this same constitution, is centralized. They control 100% of the machinery of how the election will be conducted. They will print the PVC, the plastic PVC they'll be giving to you, whereas they know it's a battle for AK-47. They are in the Electoral Commission itself, go and see who and who are going to be in charge of what. And so, it will not amount to utter foolishness for you to go to submit yourself to that process and hope to complain the next day, because it is whatever they want that they will declare as a result. The police, the army, all of the electoral infrastructure are 100% in their hands. Yeah. And you are hoping that they're going to suddenly repent from what we know them to be. Jega had told us that in 2015, Jonathan did not lose the election. What else do you want to hear from them? And that electoral infrastructure is still in their hands. This control of the security that will move the ballot boxes is in their hand. Everything is in their hand. And you are inviting your people to go to a contest in which they will suddenly go to sleep and hand their power. Even if they hand power to anybody, in their desperation to save that constitution, we are saying it loud and clear that such persons that will aid them, that will assist them to save that constitution, is only reinforcing our enslavement, our bondage, our encirclement, the killings happening to us, and all the things that we are suffering under this constitution. So it's not even a question of whether they hand power to South or to anybody else. It is that constitution that has to be resolved before we proceed to the question of who will then govern. Yeah. We can't leave that question unresolved, and we're talking about who is from our part that will become president. Such a person will be treated as the traitor he is. Let it be known. Let it be clear to everybody that we're not saying this because we saw one candidate or the other emerging. We've been saying it. We go back to the December 16th, 2020 constitutional force majeure. Yeah. We said for all these reasons I've outlined here. If you go to read that proclamation, you will see everything I've said here. For those reasons, we have to stop and fix the union agreement that have been toppled by this enemy, for which we're being killed and our lives rendered unlivable. This is a question of life and death now, so that nobody will pretend he didn't understand that it was that grave. You are thinking of your own political career and what you make for yourself. We are statesmen looking at the millions of people whose lives are being rendered unlivable, and the millions of others who are now stuck overseas because their country can no longer fend for them. They are running. Young people are running everywhere, but Nigeria, in search of life, in search of survival from their country.
True.
And you are there instead of trying to solve the problem to provide them relief. You are there inviting them to come to reinforce that situation. You're not going to fight. It's not going to go down well. It's not going to go down well.
True.
We better think now. We better reason now and stop this voyage of doom.
True. There are political merchants who don't care. They don't give a hoot about how the people feel. They don't just care. They would rather see the whole country go up in flames and then smile to the bank through their contract money, their blood money. They will lose.
As the debates continue to rage around the union dispute and the options available to all parties, these broadcasts by Ninas is directed at the minorities, the so-called minorities of the North, the West, and the East. The broadcast will be in a series of 3 parts, and in this first part, we'll be addressing the minorities of the North, the Middle Belt. And the purpose of the broadcast is to situate their peculiar situation in the wider, battlefield we are all caught in, because there is this, the decolonization at the time the British were leaving. It was a matter of, if it could be called decolonization. The situation of the minorities, both of the North and the South, and to be more specific, the Middle Belt, which is the minorities of the North, the minorities of the Western region of 1960, the minorities of the Eastern region of 1960. Those 3 regions were the regions that were now being, federated by the departing British. And ahead of the independence, they all had reasons to demand a separation from the majority nationalities, because those regions were built around those majority nationality groups. In the Western region, it was the Yoruba. In the Eastern region, it was the Igbo. In the Northern region, It was basically the Fulani and the pretense of having the Hausa as part. So you hear such a nonsense as a Hausa Fulani. But together, they now had to lord it over the Tiv, the Joko, the Idoma, the Perom, the Gala, all of those in the territory we call the Middle Belt now. And what was it that was done? Those three regions were practically handed by the British over to those majority national groups. But the minority groups, for reasons that were, on each occasion personal or peculiar to them, had cause to go to, seek that extrication. And such was the campaign for such extrication from the control of the majority tribe, the majority national groups, that a commission was set up. You hear about Willing Commission that was set up to look into, inquire into the fears of the minorities in each of these places. The reason we're making this broadcast is to bring matters up to date, because we are now finally in the threshold of resolving what is left in that process of decolonization that didn't get completed as far as those minorities were concerned. Yes, the British left, but they left those minorities in the belly of those majority national groups in these three blocks, waiting for occasions of mischief to pretend that they have removed them. Of course, we saw what happened in 1963, where in an attempt to undo Awolowo, whom they had put in prison, the Midwest was the minority of the Western region, got carved out as Midwestern region. Meanwhile, they had gone to Willing's Commission to ask for that. It wasn't given to them. Then, on the eve of the declaration of the Biafra in 1967, on just 3 days before the 30th of May, 1967, when Eastern Region declared itself the Republic of Biafra, they went back to what they didn't do, what they didn't concede to, what they didn't offer in Willing's Commission, to then declare to remove the minorities of the East into two separate states, River State and Southeastern State, in an attempt to break the Eastern Region and prevent it from declaring itself Biafra in the days that followed. And so it is because we hear from all kinds of places, people who are supposed to know, recommending a return to as a part of their own contribution to this restructuring debate. They say, oh, let's go back to 1960 Constitution. Some say, oh, let's go back to 1963 Constitution. 1960, 1963, for the minorities of the North and the minorities of the South, will not, does not solve the problem that had to be solved. If you are saying you want to go back to 1960 or 1963, you are asking the minorities to go back to the belly of those majority groups. So you are not discussing their own situation. You are discussing only your own situation. And for the people who are talking about whose turn it is to be president and whose turn is not, in all the things they have been doing since independence, they don't seem to reckon that these minorities are also human beings, are also equal members of the union. Their numbers may not be, that big, but unfortunately for Nigeria today, the mainstay of Nigeria's economy is coming from one of those minorities. The oil and gas that Nigeria sells 3 million barrels of, every day, happen to come from minorities of the East, whom you now call Niger Delta or South, whatever you choose to call them. But that's the purpose of this broadcast, is to say it loud and clear that it is not a return to 1963 Constitution or 1960 Constitution that will solve the problem as far as they are concerned. It may solve for some other people who want to take back what Abuja, what the federal government of Nigeria, what the illicit federal government of Nigeria has taken from them. But if it comes back to you in a setting that doesn't return it to the actual people on ground from whom he was taken and who have been fighting ceaselessly since then. Of course, he hasn't solved the problem, but in particular, the Middle Belt, the question of Sharia that has arisen again. We remember that Joseph Tucker, who later with his colleagues formed the Middle Belt Congress, just to say that these people, we are different from the balance of the North, the Caliphate North, precisely. Ahmadu Bello wanted Sharia, but the minorities of the North were Christians and are still Christians. Because of that, they wanted to be separated from that North of Ahmadu Bello that will go with Sharia. And it became an issue, it became their central issue. Say, look, if we have to, if the northern region has to, if the northern region is allowed to adopt Sharia like Ahmadu Bello wanted, then the Middle Belt has to be separated from that, not because they're Christians. How did Williams Commission settle it? Williams Commission removed Sharia from the table and brought what they call penal code, so that the minorities of the middle of the North, the Middle Belt, who are Christians, can function, freely, unmolested. And so it became a fundamental agreement, a fundamental term of union that Sharia should not feature, especially in that part. And if it is so for that part, you can imagine the rest of the country, how it will fit in that in a secular federation we thought we were building, that some people brought Sharia. So from the time in year 2000 that these 12 contiguous states of the far north, imposed Sharia simultaneously in their territories, contiguous, simultaneous, pay attention, contiguous, simultaneous. It means they made up their mind to go back to what Ahmadu Bello wanted. And from that point on, I can tell you that the basis of being in union with the balance of the Middle Belt, and by extension the rest of the country, have been truncated by them. And so they have seceded from the secular union we were building. And so this discussion today on what went wrong with the union agreement, what went wrong with the federation we're trying to build, the secular union we're trying to build, the Middle Belt has to pay more attention so that they can extricate themselves from the union of death that Nigeria has become for them on account of the reintroduction. It is the reintroduction of that Sharia that has now brought these killings we see, because you can see it's all a jihad over again. The jihad by which Uthman Danfodio and co landed in the Sokoto territory that we have now in 1804, is just being resumed. And we see what the descendants of that Uthman Danfodio and the Ahmadu Bello that came later, we can see what they are doing, pretending to be federal government of Nigeria in a federation that collapsed since 1966. And so we're inviting the minorities of the North, we're inviting the Middle Belt, who had been described even by Ahmadu Bello in his 1960 mission statement as minorities of the North, whom he further described as willing tools that will be used to deal with the South. We saw what happened in the quarrel with Eastern region that became Biafra and all of it. But today we are all in trouble. We invite the Middle Belt to come more openly for their own sake, because there's an extermination campaign going on. If anybody doesn't wake up in time, he will be wiped out. Those who have been overrun, their territories have been taken, they're not going to take it back. They're not going to bring it back by any means. Let us work, let us stand up and know that our lives are at stake. Our assets have been taken, and those who took the assets by the instrumentality of the constitution they imposed are now in the mission of exterminating those who will lay claim tomorrow. But we're ahead of them now in the alliance we have that can take down that constitution and free everybody from that bondage. Let us make it happen.
Voice of Liberty.
As the debates continue to rage around the union dispute and the options available to all parties, this broadcast by Ninas is directed at the minorities, the so-called minorities of the North, the West, and the East. The broadcast will be in a series of 3 parts. And in this first part, we'll be addressing the minorities of the North, the Middle Belt. And the purpose of the broadcast is to situate their peculiar situation in the wider, battlefield we are all caught in. Because there's this, the decolonization at the time the British were leaving, it was a matter of, if it could be called decolonization. The situation of the minorities, both of the North and the South, and to be more specific, the Middle Belt, which is the minorities of the North, the minorities of the Western region of 1960, the minorities of the Eastern region of 1960. Those 3 regions were the regions that were now being, federated by the departing British. And ahead of the independence, they all had reasons to demand a separation from the majority national groups, nationalities, because those regions were built around those majority nationality groups. In the Western region, it was the Yoruba. In the Eastern region, it was the Igbo. In the Northern region, it was basically the Fulani and the pretense of having the Hausa as part. So you hear such nonsense as a Hausa Fulani. But together, they now had to lord it over the Chief, the Joko, the Idoma, the Perom, the Gala, all of those in the territory we call the Middle Belt now. And what was it that was done? Those 3 regions were practically handed by the British over to those majority national groups. But the minority groups, for reasons that were, on each occasion personal or peculiar to them, had cause to go to, seek that extrication. And such was the campaign for such extrication from the control of the majority tribes, the majority national groups, that a commission was set up. You hear about Willing Commission that was set up to look into, inquire into the fears of the minorities in each of these places. The reason we're making this broadcast is to bring matters up to date, because we are now finally in the threshold of resolving what is left in that process of decolonization that didn't get completed as far as those minorities were concerned. Yes, the British left, but they left those minorities in the belly of those majority national groups in these 3 blocks, waiting for occasions of mischief to pretend that they have removed them. Of course, we saw what happened in 1963, where in an attempt to undo Awolowo, whom they had put in prison, the Midwest was the minorities of the Western region, got carved out as Midwestern region. Meanwhile, they had gone to Willing's Commission to ask for that. It wasn't given to them. Then, on the eve of the declaration of the Biafra in 1967, on just 3 days before the 30th of May, 1967, when Eastern Region declared itself the Republic of Biafra, they went back to what they didn't do, what they didn't concede to, what they didn't offer in Willing's Commission, to then declare to remove the minorities of the East into 2 separate states, River State and Southeastern State, in an attempt to break the eastern region and prevent it from declaring itself Biafra in the days that followed. And so it is because we hear from all kinds of places, people who are supposed to know, recommending a return to as a part of their own contribution to this restructuring debate. They say, oh, let's go back to 1960 Constitution. So say, oh, let's go back to 1963 Constitution. 1963, for the minorities of the North and the minorities of the South, will not, does not solve the problem that had to be solved. If you are saying you want to go back to 1960 or 1963, you are asking the minorities to go back to the belly of those majority groups. So you are not discussing their own situation. You are discussing only your own situation. And for the people who are talking about whose turn it is to be president and whose turn is not, in all the things they have been doing since independence, they don't seem to reckon that these minorities are also human beings, are also equal members of the union. Their numbers may not be, that big, but unfortunately for Nigeria today, the mainstay of Nigeria's economy is coming from one of those minorities. The oil and gas that Nigeria sells 3 million barrels of, every day, happens to come from minorities of the East, whom you now call Niger Delta or South, whatever you choose to call them. But that's the purpose of this broadcast, is to say it loud and clear that it is not a return to 1963 Constitution or 1960 Constitution that will solve the problem as far as they are concerned. It may solve for some other people who want to take back what Abuja, what the federal government of Nigeria, what the illicit federal government of Nigeria has taken from them. But if it comes back to you in a setting that doesn't return it to the actual people on ground from whom it was taken and who have been fighting ceaselessly since then, of course, he hasn't solved the problem. But in particular, the middle belt, the question of Sharia that has arisen again. We remember that Joseph Tucker, who later with his colleagues formed the Middle Belt Congress, just to say that these people, we are different from the balance of the North, the Caliphate North, precisely. Ahmadu Bello wanted Sharia, but the minorities of the North were Christians and are still Christians. Because of that, they wanted to be separated from that North of Ahmadu Bello that will go with Sharia. And it became an issue, it became their central issue. Say, look, if we have to, if the northern region has to, if the northern region is allowed to adopt Sharia like Ahmadu Bello wanted, then the middle belt has to be separated from that, not because they're Christians. How did Williams Commission settle it? Williams Commission removed Sharia from the table and brought what they call penal code, so that the minorities of the middle of the North, the middle belt, who are Christians, can function, freely, unmolested. And so it became a fundamental agreement, a fundamental term of union that Sharia should not feature, especially in that part. And if it is so for that part, you can imagine the rest of the country, how it will fit in that in a secular federation we thought we were building, that some people brought Sharia. So from the time in year 2000 that these 12 contiguous states of the far north, imposed Sharia simultaneously in their territories, contiguous, simultaneous, pay attention, contiguous, simultaneous. It means they made up their mind to go back to what Ahmadu Bello wanted. And from that point on, I can tell you that the basis of being in union with the balance of the middle belt and by extension the rest of the country have been truncated by them. And so they have seceded from the secular union we were building. And so this discussion today on what went wrong with the union agreement, what went wrong with the federation we're trying to build, the secular union we're trying to build, the middle belt has to pay more attention so that they can extricate themselves from the union of death that Nigeria has become for them on account of the reintroduction. It is the reintroduction of that Sharia that has now brought these killings we see, because you can see it's all a jihad over again. The jihad by which Uthman Danfodio and co landed in the Sokoto territory that we have now in 1804, is just being resumed. And we see what the descendants of that Uthman Danfodio and the Ahmadu Bello that came later, we can see what they are doing, pretending to be federal government of Nigeria in a federation that collapsed since 1966. And so we're inviting the minorities of the North, we're inviting the Middle Belt, who have been described even by Ahmadu Bello in his 1960 mission statement as minorities of the North, whom he further described as willing tools that will be used to deal with the South. We saw what happened in the quarrel with Eastern region that became Biafra and all of it. But today we are all in trouble. We invite the Middle Belt to come more openly for their own sake, because there's an extermination campaign going on. If anybody doesn't wake up in time, he will be wiped out. Those who have been overrun, their territories have been taken, they're not going to take it back. They're not going to bring it back by any means. Let us work, let us stand up and know that our lives are at stake. Our assets have been taken, and those who took the assets by the instrumentality of the constitution they imposed are now in the mission of exterminating those who will lay claim tomorrow. But we're ahead of them now in the alliance we have that can take down that constitution and free everybody from that bondage. Let us make it happen.
Voice of Liberty. Small, intellectually, politically, and economically insignificant Africa. But is that really true? Now, here are the facts. Africa has a total area space larger than all of Europe, China, and the United States of America combined. Yes, it is 3 times the area of China, 3 times the area of Europe, 3 times the area of United States of America. Meaning, you can transplant China, Europe, and United States, and several other countries on the Africa continent, and they will fit neatly. Africa is 30.5 million square kilometers and a youthful population of 1.3 billion inhabitants. China is 9.6 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. India has a total space of 3.3 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. Now, yet, Africa is projected as overpopulated, and pressure mounts on Africans and their leaders to depopulate. Why? Why? Now, please note, Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land, 90% of raw material reserve, 40% of gold reserve, 33% of diamond reserve, 95% of platinum reserve, and holds the largest bauxite reserves in the world. Of course, in addition to manganese, woods, uranium, crude oil, and others. Yet, the continent is touted as the poverty capital of the world and ripe for depopulation. The question is, why? Well, President Jacques Chirac of France provides an illuminating insight. He said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us," unquote. Well, put simply, for over 4 centuries, Africa is not in control of its resources. Look, a 2016 study of Africa by the NGO called War on Want reveals that 101 companies, mostly British, control
$305 billion worth of platinum, $276 billion worth of oil, and $216 billion worth of coal at 2016 market prices. Yes, they own mines or mineral licenses in 37 African countries and control vast swath of Africa's land, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. Now look, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by $32 billion annually. A 2017 report by Global Justice Now and other groups estimates that $161.6 billion enter into Africa, while $202.9 billion leave Africa almost every year. For example, in 2017, Africa received a total of $19.7 billion in aid, but paid back $18 billion in debt repayments. Debt burden is killing Africa. African governments have borrowed between 25 and 75% of their GDP, but with little or nothing to show for it. Africans in the diasporas remit not less than $32 billion annually, but multinational companies siphon $32.4 billion in profits and illicit financial outflows. Look, an estimated $29 billion are stolen via illegal logging, fishing and poaching annually. How can any continent, country or people accumulate and sustain wealth, growth and prosperity with such statistics? That's a great question. Well, look, hopefully, now you know your Africa better. Edmund Mbiaka once wrote, "Peace of mind always comes with knowing who you truly are, where you currently stand, where you positively need to be, and strongly believing in its possibility." Africa needs to control its resources, no doubt. For productive, patriotic, and effective leadership, we need our best and ablest citizens with fortified character in local, state, and federal governments. This must be given utmost consideration in upcoming elections across Africa. Let me say it once more. Our problem is not the age of our leaders, but unfortified character. It is your responsibility to protect and defend your Africa. The starting point is to educate and transform the mindset of our leaders and peoples. Look, the least you can do is to assist with ensuring that this message reaches every African. Slavery destroyed us. Religion divided us. Ignorance controls us. And truth scares us. With these retrogressive forces, Africa will remain a dark continent. So we must renew our minds. Please share this video in support of my efforts at reconstructing Africa through mindset transformation. You see, together, we will reconstruct Africa and take charge of our destiny. For who controls Africa controls the world. I thank you.
The question of the union dispute as it relates to the so-called minorities. We've dealt in the first part with the minorities of the North, the part we call the Middle Belt today. In the second part, we dealt with the minorities of the East, the part we call the Niger Delta or South-South today. And in this third part, we'll be dealing with the minorities of the Western region that became Midwest in 1963. And the reason we're making this broadcast is to situate the intentions of those who have been doing all those gerrymandering, the British and the Caliphate, and side by side, the best interest of those whose lands are being carved into one designation or the other, described as one region or wanted or the other, And so, as the union dispute raised in December of 2020 by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination continues to rage and push itself towards resolution, particularly around the question of the constitutional arrangement of Nigeria, being today called the 1999 Constitution. How does it affect? What are the options? What are the viable options for these minorities? Yes, there are people who have been suggesting that we return to 1963. Some say let's return to 1960. It's not as simple as that. It's not as straightforward as that. Because nothing can be built on mischief. We remember that the minorities in the north of the time, northern region of the time, western region of the time, eastern region of the time had all gone before the Williams Commission to demand a separation from the dominating nationalities in each of these three blocks. And therefore, you had the Bini, the Urobo, the Shekiri, and all of those in that eastern part of western region at the time, all the way to Asaba, banding together to demand the separation from Ibadan, from the western region, control of the Yoruba-dominated western region of the time. Of course, it wasn't done because the British had their intentions of leaving these minorities in the belly of the majorities in the three blocks as an instrument of control. I don't know what other considerations they had. But when from the independence election, in the pushing and pulling that was happening around Awolowo, they wanted to prune down the influence of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who had been a successful premier of Western Region and who had contested election to become Prime Minister of Nigeria. In the time they were trying to deny him that opportunity, he came to where he was accused of all kinds of things and then sent to prison. He was in the further attempt to whittle down his influence that the territory he governed, that is the western region that was his base, had to be balkanized. So they were that cutting out of the Midwest was not because the people of Midwest wanted to be free. They had demanded that freedom. It wasn't given. But when mischief had to be done to reduce the kingdom of Awolowo, they were cut out in 1963. But having cut them out since 1963, where are they today? Yes, there's Delta State, there's the Edo State. Where has that left them? In the Constitution of Nigeria that still has 68 items on the exclusive list, the oil and gas assets of Delta State is still the property of that caliphate that masquerades as federal government of Nigeria. In Edo State today, the governor does not have control over one rifle. The governor cannot do the road from Bini to Asaba. The governor cannot. There are so many, all those things on the exclusive list, and therefore, the reason for this broadcast is to let you know, in that flank, just like others are being told, that the decolonization that the British left halfway is still in the hands of the caliphate through the constitution they imposed that sees your sovereignty and your assets. And at this time that the union disputes have been raised, we hail our brother Don Pedro Obaseki and his colleagues in the Midwest movement, who had identified their sovereignty and who have been, in the vanguard of trying to hold on, take it from where Nigeria has, detained it all the while. Because the independence, the extrication that happened for them in 1963 is now compromised again into the belly of that monster that calls itself the unitary Nigeria. that has once again seized everybody's head. So what they recovered in 1963 have been lost again to the Nigeria that is operated under the 1999 Constitution. And so we invite all of those in that bloc to rise up, to wake up now and be a part of how that decolonization process can be completed. Let us remember that the treaties signed by the British with all of the oil rivers, colony or protectorate, the trading treaties and the protection treaties. The Shekiri had their own, the Boni had their own, everybody. Not come back to those who signed those treaties with them. Why did the British transfer those sovereignties to another entity in 1914 without reference to the owners of the sovereignties? That entity to which those sovereignties were transferred is the Nigeria of today. And what the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has done is to go all the way back to 1900, all the way back to the 1860s to say, look, everybody come now, let us rework the basis, the constitutional basis of our union. There are propositions that have been made. The ones who have seceded from the union are no longer of any interest or concern to us. The ones who seceded from the secular union were the contiguous, the 12 contiguous estates of the church. We are now talking about the 3 that are left. And so, while the Middle Belt is doing their own, charter of relationship to create internal cohesion, the eastern side of the eastern half of southern Nigeria, that's the lower Nigeria, the old Western region, and the old eastern region coming together as nationalities, because we now have to we are now talking about the sovereignty of each of the nationalities, big or small. Isoko may be small, Ishekiri may be small, Anang and Efik may not be as big as Ijo, Ijo may not be as big as Igbo, but we put a map to it. Everybody will stand on their father's space while they go to write a charter of relationship that is already in process. In the days ahead, you are going to see it in public. The formation in which you can take back that sovereignty. Ogoni is not going to be able to take back their sovereignty alone by its own effort. We saw how the first attempt ended. Igbo is not going to be able to do so. Edo is not going to be able to do so. So, but holding together, we will be able to recover our sovereignty from Nigeria. And what do we do with that sovereignty? We are not bringing it from, like they did from British to Caliphate. No, we are now bringing it to the table where a charter of relationship with the map in which everybody is delineated separately, will be the basis of discussing what is acceptable to you to live with your neighbor in some kind of formation. If you can't find common ground, of course, plebiscites will be used to settle what is there. But first things first, let us break the hand of that monster as it relates to us. And so it is to get us, stand up and join in this joint push to recover our sovereignty. And everybody, because Nigeria refused to do that for everybody all the while, for anybody all the while. But NINAS is offering us our sovereignty back for us to decide by referendums what we're going to do with those sovereignties. And charters of relationship, as we may want to commit to, everybody being on the table equally. That opportunity has never been extended to all the so-called minorities. I say so-called because when you put them together, you discover that there are no minority. And so let us proceed in strength. There's nothing really standing our way. That constitution that enabled the enemy is dead and gone. It's just for us to charge our way through the prison gate and become free. But we don't want anarchy. That's why we're offering transition and all kinds of things, but we need to make it happen in time. Those inviting you to elections in 2023 under this constitution, under this 1999 constitution, are inviting you back to damnation. They're inviting you to be held down until the conquest that is coming towards you from that invading caliphate gets to your doorstep. We can do better than that. Let's proceed in some other direction. Thank you.
What NINAS is doing is putting a stop to the drive by the caliphate to overrun the entire landscape of Nigeria. So the earlier we do something, the better for all of us. When I saw a note that the bandits are threatening Christians in Zamfara,
I asked, what is the work of our security agencies? Why would they come out and make such comment when you have not verified it because you are making people be more frightened? I will not stop going to the mosque to pray because I saw in a paper that if I go to the mosque, I will be killed. Let me be killed. I must die. So Christians should not be afraid of going to church to worship because an anonymous person is threatening them. This is the Sultan of Sokoto, a former brigadier of the Nigerian military, speaking. He's not offering any solution. Rather, he's telling people to go to the church or to the mosque and get, if they die, they die. That is not a secured environment. That is not reassuring. Rather, we should be talking about how to secure the lives of our people through a binding multi-regional referendum, not exposing people to harm, to death, to terrorist onslaught that is being powered from the presidency, by ministers, by sympathizers of terrorist activities. The Zala movement. These are people in government and outside government that are fueling crisis across Nigeria. They are fueling the killing in the Benue area, in the Middle Belt, in the South, in the entire South. Everywhere is under siege from the Islamic terrorists. And Sultan of Sokoto is telling us that we should continue to do things like nothing is happening. If we die, it is the will of Allah. God forbid, it is not the will of God that we should be facing terrorist activities, terrorist attacks, but we can go through referendum. And where the referendum passes through, then we should have sovereign authorities to protect the people of those areas in the lower Niger territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwal nations. This is what Nigeria must do now to avoid further escalation of the hostilities across the country. As condemned nations continue to trial the killing across the nation, the Sultan of Sokoto has made his reaction known. Speaking on Thursday, December 9, today, the Sultan of Sokoto said that there is no day that passes without people being killed in the northern part of the country. It's not just in the northern part of the country, all over the country. In fact, in the east, people are now playing with severed heads of fellow human beings, which is very barbaric and unfortunate. The Sultan also called on residents of various states across the north never to live in fear of death by bandits' attacks. The Sultan of Sokoto, Said Abubakar, in a report by Tribune, said that majority of the killing spree happening in the country, in the region, is not reported in the media. It's not only in the region. Most of the killings, including police killings and military killings, are not reported. They are all underreported. When they report 5, most likely it's probably more than like quadruple that figure. Everything is toyed with in Nigeria, just like they are playing with the COVID test now that is keeping Nigerians stranded in Europe or in transit. Everything is cooked up. Everything is full of lies. Nothing real. Nothing is real. Everything. Even government, the sitting government, can dabble into terrorist activities while telling the rest of the world that they should consider the plight of the Palestinians. Buhari goes to the UN to preach on the Palestinian cause while actively setting Nigeria on fire by his policies, by funding terrorist activities, using the Miyetti Allah as a front. And sympathizers are in government and he knows it. He said this at the fourth quarter 2021 meeting of the Nigeria Interreligious Council, NIREC for short, with the team, NIREC, security agencies, and peace in Nigeria. The Sultan, who is also the co-chair of NIREC, said there have been consistent threats by some unknown persons who claim that those found attending churches in Zamfara would be killed. Of course, Christians has been wiped out in states like Borno State, Bauchi, Yobe State. They are either killed or they've been driven into IDP camps within Nigeria or refugee camps in countries. Even countries at war like Cameroon has Nigerian refugees in their camps. Chad. Mali, all over the place, including Libya, where people are being traded, auctioned at slave camps, slave markets. The Nigerians are being chased to those places from Nigeria. And Buhari thinks that he's in charge, that we cannot have a multi-regional referendum under his watch. It will be over his dead body. Oh, well. Calling on both Christians and Muslims in the region to ignore this threat, the religious leader said the insecurity in the northern part of the country is overwhelming. It's across Nigeria. The fire is burning across Nigeria. He said Nigeria has a series of challenges facing it. I wish it's just minor challenges. It's an existential challenge. It's at the root, at the foundation of Nigeria. The constitution is the problem. That is why all these things are happening. And if leaders don't wake up and come together to understand the issues facing the country, the challenges will escalate. I don't know what you're waiting for. It's already gone beyond control. The Guardian reports that the Sultan also urged citizens to embrace peace across the country and love one another. How can we love one another when there is a bigot serving as president, when ministers are all bigoted minds, people who have no love for the country or the people, but rather they are clutching onto their tribe and their religion? That does not make for love of country. There is no love of country for Nigeria. For the political leaders, the Sultan said politicians must continue to make platforms available for Nigerians and their supporters to dialogue for peace. Let's dialogue for referendum. Let's go for referendum. That is the thing that will save Nigeria. Everything else is just cosmetic dressing. We are just dressing the surface of the deep-rooted injury that will not heal. Let's put Nigeria through the knife of referendum. Referendum, Nigeria cannot escape it. Or the alternative will be most unfortunate upon the country. Here is the Nigerian Vanguard's live report of the World Press Conference held by NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities for Self-Determination, or NINAS, titled, Why 2023 Polls Should Be Put on Hold, by NINAS. Reporting by Dapo Akinrefon. In Lagos, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, yesterday, that is December 19, this is December 20, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general elections with the 1999 Constitution may truncate Nigeria's peace and lead the country to a failed state. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at a press conference on behalf of the NINAS Board of Conveners 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, warned that failure to heed warnings may lead to grave consequences for Nigeria. Turaki said, nothing will get better in Nigeria under this unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Let us all remind ourselves that whether we seek regional autonomy, resource control, or outright exit from Nigeria to become an independent sovereign state, the first order of business is the decommissioning and easing out of the 1999 Constitution, then a transitioning process during which referendum, plebiscites, and negotiations for fresh protocols will be undertaken as indicated in the NINAS 5-point proposition. It is no longer a matter for debate that the source from which the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians flows is the 1999 Unitary Constitution of Nigeria. That the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed and reinforced once every 4 years through general elections. That only political parties contest elections in Nigeria
as declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in a governorship election suit from Rivers State. That all political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution and therefore contest elections under that Constitution. This means that whichever party wins the general elections in Nigeria, the elected candidate must, as a prerequisite for assuming office, swear to and govern by the 1999 Constitution. This further means that after each round of elections, the Constitution and all the debilitating structures and provisions erected by it remain intact, and so also the woes of Nigeria and Nigerians, getting only worse. From the foregoing, it is clear that whoever genuinely seeks to extinguish the source of woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians must find a way to break this set cycle of periodic renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution by way of elections. Besides, he said, the new round of renewal for the source of our collective misery, that is, elections, is in 2023. It is obvious that the action to be taken to end our bondage and misery is to shut down the voyage to any further national elections under the 1999 Constitution, which merely renews our bondage. Turaki is the leader of the Middle Belt. Accordingly, guided by the 5-point proposition of the NINAS CFM of December, NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020, we must now brace up and prevail on the political parties to halt their preparation for the 2023 round of national elections so that the transitioning process can commence instead of wobbling on to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, as Nigeria could snap without further warning, having shown all the vital signs of a failed state. This is a wonderful release from Nina's Secretariat. I hope that the minders of Nigeria, those who erroneously think that they own Nigeria, I hope they are listening, they are paying attention. The people are not kidding. Our people are not kidding. We're serious. We're serious to have a binding multi-regional referendum that will be supervised by the United Nations for effective implementation of the results from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations. While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for, instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Iyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Adukam has been selling illegal fuel in Marwa, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sivern has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for a referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians
Once this
speaking.
fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians,
No one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading
We're
on
not
Nigeria's
worried about
fuel.
anything.
That's what
The exact
happens to
number
a
of stolen
failed
Nigerian
country.
fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
Here's an article by Marvelous Marvel, NATO. You can't win a battle whose sponsors are your leaders. It's political leaders and religious leaders. They are the one behind the terrorist groups across the Sharia belt, the 12 Sharia practicing states of northern Nigeria. They are doing it at the presidency, at the mosque level, at the sheikhs, they are sheikhs. They are they are traditional leaders. Their traditional leaders are also their political leaders. So these people are setting the whole place on fire, and they think we're in one country. 2 days ago, I spent about 30 minutes on phone with a military general in the theater of war in the Northeast. He spent time with tales of how he recaptured some towns from terrorists in the Northeast, and how his troops are battle ready. As usual, I pleaded with him to resign, just like I have spoken to many of them from the South and Middle Belt. This is no ordinary war, and it won't end in victory for Nigeria. I need my friends to return home alive. Hopefully, many of them would be hearing this. Just yesterday, I read of the murder of General Zama Zakusu and other soldiers in Borno State, a state where terrorists hoisted their flags and are collecting taxes in several towns. I called my friend again to go through our discussion of the previous day. It was in 2005 that I first mentioned that Nigeria was heading the Afghanistan model in a conference, but many of the paid government officials kicked against it and lambasted me for being unpatriotic. Recall that terrorism was still at its infancy back then, so many of them didn't see the landmine created by the North when they adopted Sharia as their legal code more than 20 years ago. Fast forward to the present day, many of the guys that lambasted me are sitting quietly in their graves. Let me make this statement again. Nigeria will not win the war on terror. Nigeria lacks the institution, the character, the army, the will, the commitment, the unity, etc. to fight terrorists. We lost it long ago and was made worse when Buhari and the North reneged against the constitution to adopt Sharia in several northern states, 12 of them, which emboldened the actors to spread their tentacles. Nevertheless, I will continue to hold GEJ responsible for succumbing to the Ariwa threat led by Buhari, El-Rufai, Sanusi Lamido, and the northern elite when the Nigerian army carried massive onslaught against the terrorists under General Ihejirika by removing him as the chief of army staff. And that's what the North demanded of GEJ, and he did it. He removed Ihejirika. You know, when some of us think that Jonathan was a wimp, we were not wrong. He succumbed to them and even removed the former National Security Advisor who was later killed in Bayelsa State by agents of Ariwa. He removed him and replaced him with Sambo Dasuki. You know, Azazi, General Woye Azazi. It's unfortunate, you know, what has been happening to Nigeria. You know, it's very sad. Very, very sad. Recall that they accused General Ihejirika of trying to avenge the Biafran loss on their people. In other words, the North saw the terrorists as their brothers fighting for the same cause of establishing Sharia law, but in a misguided manner, whatever that means, but saw Ihejirika as an usurper, and Nyamiri, which must be stopped at all costs. Evidently, they were never happy that GEJ appointed an Igbo man chief of army staff, the first since 1970. Even though General Ihejirika recorded success in his push against terrorists and the Ariwa regarded him as an infidel, decimating their Muslim brothers, they never cared that these people were murderers, rather were driven by religious sentiment. It was the North under Buhari that said that attack against Boko Haram was an attack on the North. Muhammad Buhari said it. It was Buhari that muted the idea of treating terrorists as the way Niger Delta militants were treated and suggested paying them salaries, which they are doing already. It was Buhari and the North that fought GEJ against branding Boko Haram as terrorists, but they were quick to call flag-flying IPOB members who has never killed any police or soldier as terrorists, and even went ahead to proscribe them and murdering thousands of them. Recall that Boko Haram appointed Buhari to represent them in negotiating with the government of GEJ in recognition to his support for the group, which was public knowledge. Consequently, on assumption of office, Buhari and El-Rufai started paying their murderous brothers as repentant terrorists and claimed to start a rehabilitation program for them. Millions of dollars were sunk into this program till date. The result was the growth of terror and banditry across the whole of northern Nigeria in very dangerous dimension and astronomical proportions. Expectedly, many of these rehabilitated terrorists found themselves into the Nigerian army today, working as spies and fighting from within the army to kill military personnel and their families. The point we must not shy away from is that Boko Haram, Islamic State, West Africa Province, ISWAP, Buhari, El-Rufai, Pantami, including, I must add, Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, and many others, are fighting the same cause, which is to establish a pure form of Islam or Islamic State, a caliphate in Nigeria. Why must we involve ourselves in their fight? Buhari wanted Sharia, while the terrorists want Sharia. Why must an Igbo, a Christian, go to the north to die in a fight between two Muslim brothers? Why would a Middle Belterner, why would a Southwesterner do this? You know, Nigeria is gone. Sadly, I see those praying for Nigeria as either gullible or hypocritical folks. This is the time for politicians in the South and Middle Belt to sit down in sincerity to find solutions to how the movement of terrorists in the South. Actually, they should shut down. All political activities should shut down until we figure out exactly what's going on. I am going to church this morning. No, I wouldn't pray for Nigeria to be better. Rather, I will pray for the disintegration of Nigeria, at least in the most peaceful way, which is what Ninas is proposing. A very peaceful dissolution, a peaceful way of putting Nigeria to sleep for good.
I will ask God to separate us from terrorists and wicked people. I will tell God not to allow a wicked country like Nigeria to prosper until they allow my right to exit from their wickedness and evil union, at least through multi-regional binding referendum for the nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Federation. Whoever dies while fighting for Nigeria has died for nothing. And that's if you look at the way soldiers are being treated in Nigeria, you will come to the realization that dying for Nigeria is a waste. It's a waste. The Constitution is obsolete and represents incomplete decolonization. By Ndidi Owechue. Independence from colonial masters was meant to be freedom for Africa. However, some 60 years later, freedom has continued to elude many African countries. That is because independence in itself is not freedom except when it is accompanied by self-determination for indigenous ethnic nationalities on their ancestral lands. Looking back at events in the 1950s, it becomes clear that corruption, injustice, and mischief were going to guide the new nation called Nigeria. Let us first consider a key index that was manipulated, that is, population figures, which determined representation in the parliament, distribution of resources, and distribution of federal civil servants, etc. Harold Smith, a British former colonial civil servant working for the Department of Labour before he died, confirmed that the figures of the census in 1952 had been inflated to favor the North, to make it seem that region had more than half of the total population. Armed with this swindle, Bello, the premier of the northern region, must have felt very confident when, just 12 days after independence in 1960, he boasted his vision and caliphate agenda for Nigeria, to be an estate of his ethnic nation, the Fulani, immigrant settlers in Nigeria, and declared, the South would be conquered territory and its people never able to control their future. Thus it was, with this caliphate agenda as guide, that when preliminary results of the post-independence 1962 census showed that the South had a higher population than the North, final results were never released, and so a new census was held in 1963 with mind-boggling figures that now made the North the most populous region in all of Africa, and therefore with a higher population than the South. Apart from untrustworthy population figures attributed to the North, the union called Nigeria was also shaky under its three regions because the three main ethnic nations were dominating the others. The Middle Belt had been lumped with the Arewa bloc into what was referred to as the Northern region. Joseph Tucker, a Christian and leader in the Middle Belt, had preferred there be a separate Middle Belt region because of the possibility of Arewa taking up Sharia. At the Willings Commission of 1958 in London, it was only with reluctance that the Middle Belt agreed to be part of the Northern region, having secured an agreement that Nigeria would always be a secular state. To date, too, the ethnic nationalities of the Middle Belt have felt dominated by the Hausa Fulani, and from at least 2017 began to say that they are not North Central but Middle Belt. In the Eastern region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt they were being dominated by the more populous Igbo. Similarly, in the Western region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt that they were being dominated by the more populous Yoruba. Their concerns were somewhat alleviated with the creation of the Midwestern region. What is important to note and retain is that, number one, at independence there were already cracks in the union because one party referred to as the Caliphate wanted Nigeria to be an estate of the Fulani,
and had an agenda that the indigenous peoples would not be able to control their lives. That means that the indigenous peoples would be denied their inalienable right to self-determination. 2. Even though there were three, then later 4. Even though there were 3, then later 4 regions with self-determination, the more populous ethnic nations within them, that is the Yoruba, the Hausa, Fulani, and the Igbo, were dominating in their regions. They basically took over the sovereignties of the other ethnic nations. That means there was incomplete decolonization of Nigeria. This is where and why the liberation process of the NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement, is important and includes processes for complete and full decolonization for every indigenous ethnic nationalities in the NINAS territory. What is now well known thanks to the Enlightenment work of the NINAS movement is that the illegitimate 1999 constitution foisted on Nigerians hijacks the self-determination of ethnic nations. Arewa bloc from the year 2000 unilaterally took up Sharia as a function of their own expression of self-determination, and that has been interpreted by the NINAS movement as Arewa having seceded from the Union. Since Nigeria is meant to be a secular country, now the rest of the country are regaining their own right to self-determination by NINAS movement's proclamation of constitutional force majeure on the 16th of December 2020. That started the process to decommission that illegitimate 1999 constitution. The NINAS movement uses a non-violent, orderly process that follows a similar path to what South Africa used to terminate their own apartheid constitutional order. It involves suspending general elections of 2023 to go into a time-bound transitional government. All government structures would remain in place, with regional referendums for self-determination conducted by ethnic nationalities. With the NINAS movement strategy, there will be negotiations where no indigenous ethnic nation will be left out. Each will be able to choose whether they want to be in the Union of Nigeria or not, plus whether they prefer to form a different union with culturally compatible ethnic nations, and if so, how. Every ethnic nation must now be at the discussion table, making discussions and being part of decisions. To repeat, for clarity, as it is important to retain and act upon this information, when the British left, decolonization was incomplete. The Caliphate took over their position as overall colonizer. In addition, within the regions, the smaller ethnic nations were dominated by their more populous ones, and their self-determination was being engulfed by them. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement is bringing about complete decolonization. Each indigenous ethnic nation in the NINAS territory, no matter its size, is equal to any other. There is no minority as classified by Bello. Each ethnic nation will be involved in the discussion about their future. Each ethnic nation will decide for itself, and each ethnic nation will have full self-determination to go in the formation of their choice. This is the liberation process of the NINAS movement for self-determination. For more information, check www.ninasvoice.org. Thanks for listening.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today, from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria, should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the 3 questions I posed today. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their assets and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US own. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, so it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who have stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today. A lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP, people who Buhari calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country, if you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human rights abuses, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England in this particular case and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Liar Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have the list of all of them. We are going to submit this to United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Issa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the chief of staff, Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Akwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Akwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other affecting a country in which people are insecure, the education is done, all the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Yesterday, Chinedu Peters shared a video interview of our commentary of Attorney Femi Falana. And after reviewing that comment from Femi Falana, I came to the realization that something is actually fundamentally wrong with Nnamdi Kanu's legal team. If Femi Falana, who has been dealing with Nigeria cases such as Omoyele Sowore and others who have come under government attack or persecution, can say that the government does not even have any strong case against Nnamdi Kanu, how come Kanu's lawyers are going about lobbying people to go and appeal to the government to let their client go, when their client have an opportunity to expose Nigeria more and have an opportunity to actually give reasons behind whatever stand their client is taking against the country? Instead of doing this, they are inciting our people to go and continue to initiate from different voices, from different breakaway groups out of the IPOB. They are all making demands and making calls, all kinds of different calls. One will say no more stay at home on Mondays. Another one will say no, it has to be. Oh, even Simon Eber in Finland said that it should be one day, any day can be added. And in fact, that there may be no Christmas in the Southeast. Like an enemy of Southeast. This guy is living in Finland and having good time. Living with his family, going about Sunday to Saturday, doing his business, nobody stops him. But he thinks that our people should be controlled and messed up and destroyed because Nnamdi Kanu is in jail, where we insist that justice must be done to him. So essentially, Nnamdi Kanu is Biafra and Biafra is Nnamdi Kanu, to the exclusion of all other Southeast or South-South citizen. That's very unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. Anyway, that visit by our so-called elders, led by a man I used to respect, Chief Amechi Mbazulike, that visit, there was absolutely no reason for that visit. It was more or less a disgrace to Ndibo. The type of people we are. We are people of justice. We are people of equity. We are people that wanted to have things done right. That wasn't right. We shouldn't go to appeal to anybody. Somebody who removed a likely candidate for the Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice. How could he stand up and claim that he supports the separation of powers when he has actually initiated the removal of a Supreme Court Justice unlawfully, when he has actually used the Attorney General, current terrorist that is manning Nigeria's Attorney General's office, Malami. He used him to raid Mary Odele's house because she is the next most likely candidate to head the Supreme Court. They just want to tarnish her to stop her from getting there. Now, who wants to have such a country to call their own? Where are the proud Nigerians? Meanwhile, those people that are seeking to destroy Alibo over nothing, I think they are waging a class war. There's a particular, even though they have escalated it against everybody, but this may be the danger that philosophers of the past saw and warned against those that you abandoned, those children that you refused to educate. Even Awolowo spoke on this. Those children you refuse to educate, you refuse to equip to face life, one day they will turn against you. And that's exactly where Nigeria is now. But there is hope. That hope is on a binding multi-regional referendum that will cover Middle Belt, our area, the Lower Niger territory, which includes South-South and Southeast, and Oduduwa area, which is present there, Southwest. Now, when we have this referendum, we will formally either get Nigeria in a more functional state or we separate. In fact, we cannot even, I shouldn't say get Nigeria into a functional, Nigeria will not function. The only way for Nigeria to function really is to split through referendum. We go through referendum. That thing which the Northerners did like 20-something years ago, 21 years ago, when they began to initiate Sharia legal code, that was essentially separation from Nigeria. But we're going to do our own in a very democratic manner, which is to be supervised by the United Nations. Referendum vote for regional constitutions. From there, we will decide what we want to do. That's how Canada as a country was formed. I don't know why this is too difficult for somebody like Mohammed, but anyway, nobody can tell him because they have no need to know the right way to go. Those setting Nigeria on fire are the presidency, the legislature, the armed forces, the police. Everyone that is operating under current Nigerian constitution is an enemy of Nigeria because they are supporting criminality, which is what the constitution represents. Have a nice day.
Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here's what he had to say. The new nation Nigeria, the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masob members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya that says is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that would threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government, and all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that they will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to. The other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest of us.
My name is Dr. Charles Dingwood.
Here's The Will to See by Bernard Henry Levi. The Will to See and the killing persecution of Christians across Nigeria and Africa as a whole.
C'est ici que tout a commencé.
The Will to See.
Je suis à New York pour défendre la cause des Kurdes et je reçois le message d'un inconnu qui veut
I
m'alerter
received
sur
a
le
message
sort des
from a
chrétiens
messenger of the plight of
Nigériens.
Nigeria's Christians.
Des messages de cette sorte,
I
j'en
often
reçois
get
très
messages of
souvent et
this
je ne
sort.
compte pas les appels au secours
I can't wait.
auxquels je n'ai depuis un demi-siècle, hélas, pas pu répondre. Alors est-ce que c'est le hasard?
So is it
Un
chance?
reportage
A report I read the same morning about Boko Haram,
Daesh africain.
the African
Ou
ISIS.
y avait-il chez mon
Or was
mystérieux
there something in the voice of my mysterious caller
qui ne laissait pas le choix?
that left me with no choice? The fact is, I take the meeting dead body all over the place. People macheted, shot, killed, being buried in mass graves. Christians getting buried in mass graves.
Le temps a beau passer, j'ai beau tout faire pour m'évader, m'endurcir, je ne m'y résous pas. Et face à ces scènes,
First with these
face à ces
scenes,
images de ce que l'homme peut faire de pire à l'homme, je réponds comme je l'ai toujours fait. Écrire bien sûr, témoigner sans doute, mais d'abord y aller.
first go to the ground. Take a visit to the ground where it is happening, the ground zero. The Will to See by Bernard Henry Levi continues.
Les assassins arrivent généralement de nuit.
The assassins generally arrive by night on long saddled motorbike, 3 per bike, yelling Allahu Akbar,
Vers les cris de terreur violents,
going in raping, gunning, killing people,
ils vandalisent tout sur leur
massacring. They vandalize their properties and burn their houses. Here we are on a morning stroll in the village of Wereng in Nigeria's Middle Belt. Christians have come from neighboring villages. In their thousands. So many coffins awaiting burial. Leaving the ceremony in Jumai is Jumai Victor, the only survivor of a previous attack. As she was pregnant and the emir didn't want to see her, his men just cut off her arm, like at a butcher. People are crying, wailing, agonizing. They began with her fingers and her hand, then her forearm, then the rest of the arm, after the last of the two that the hands had in each share. This is documentary by Bernard Henry Levi. She has come to mourn at the graveside of her husband, killed with 4 of their children in front of her. While shooting the film, she joined her family in the grave, killed in a subsequent attack. This is what the Islamists are doing in the northern part of Nigeria, in the Middle Belt. These are the kind Fulani herdsmen, supposedly heading south. They are coming down from the mountains of seeking greener pastures, but determined, like Boko Haram, to wipe the continent clean of its Christians. Go. Do you want to be macheted? I told you to go. Go away. He's coming with violence. That's what it has become. Nigeria has become killing field where Christians are not secure. And that's why we are calling for a binding multi-regional referendum.
And your role in society, you can never make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are 3 types of people on earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. My concern early here is that Nigeria may have been dominated by the idiots. Studies show only 10% of Africans are citizens. The remaining 90% are either tribesmen or idiots. When the Greeks used the word idiot, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just don't care. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats bananas, he throws the peels anywhere instead of putting them in a trash bin. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. The next set of people are the tribesmen. These are people that look at everything from the point of view of their tribe. These are people that believe in you only if you are part of their tribe. It can be terrible to have a tribesman as a leader. He will alienate the rest. This perfectly captures Muhammadu Buhari and his mentality, his narrow worldview. When the Greeks talk about tribes, it's not just about ethnicity. They also consider a religion as a tribe. A great percentage of Africans are tribesmen because they view everything from the point of view of their tribes. They trust only their tribesmen. This is probably among some tribes, not all tribes. Number 4, the last group are the citizens. These are people that like to do things the right way. They will respect traffic light rules even if no one is watching them. They drive within speed limits. They respect the laws, won't cheat in exams. In government, they won't steal. They are compassionate and give to others to promote their well-being. Citizens often promote projects that benefit everyone. The Greeks call this group the citizens. Some countries have more citizens than tribesmen and idiots. Others have so many idiots.
A tribesman can become a citizen through orientation. And an idiot can become a citizen by training and constant enforcement of the law. But things fall apart if you select an idiot or a tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Wow. The interim chairman of APC once told us that Muhammadu Buhari was a reformed Democrat. That was a lie. So the disaster called Muhammadu Buhari could have been avoided if that man had actually spoken the truth timely enough to Nigerians. Nigerians allowed this dangerous man to get into office because of the lies of some party members. Wow. But things fall apart if you elect an idiot or tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Where do you belong? Are you an idiot, a tribesman, or a citizen? Reflect about your life, reflect about your country and Africa in general before you answer. Food for thought. Here is the Nigerian Vanguard's live report of the World Press Conference held by NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities for Self-Determination, or NINAS, titled Why 2023 Polls Should Be Put on Hold by NINAS, reporting by Dapo Akinrefon. In Lagos, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, yesterday, that is December 19, this is December 20, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general elections with the 1999 Constitution may truncate Nigeria's peace and lead the country to a failed state. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at a press conference on behalf of the NINAS Board of Conveners 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, warned that failure to heed warnings may lead to grave consequences for Nigeria. Turaki said, nothing will get better in Nigeria under this unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Let us all remind ourselves that whether we seek regional autonomy, resource control, or outright exit from Nigeria to become an independent sovereign state, the first order of business is the decommissioning and easing out of the 1999 Constitution, then a transitioning process during which referendum, plebiscites, and negotiations for fresh protocols will be undertaken as indicated in the NINAS 5-point proposition. It is no longer a matter for debate that the source from which the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians flows is the 1999 Unitary Constitution of Nigeria. That the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed and reinforced once every 4 years through general elections. That only political parties contest elections in Nigeria as declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in a governorship election suit from Rivers State. That all political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution and therefore contest elections under that Constitution. This means that whichever party wins the general elections in Nigeria, the elected candidate must, as a prerequisite for assuming office,
swear to and governed by the 1999 Constitution. This further means that after each round of elections, the Constitution and all the debilitating structures and provisions erected by it remain intact, and so also the woes of Nigeria and Nigerians, getting only worse. From the foregoing, it is clear that whoever genuinely seeks to extinguish the source of woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians must find a way to break this set cycle of periodic renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution by way of elections. Besides, he said, the new round of renewal for the source of our collective misery, that is, elections, is in 2023. It is obvious that the action to be taken to end our bondage and misery is to shut down the voyage to any further national elections under the 1999 Constitution, which merely renews our bondage. Turaki is the leader of the Middle Belt. Accordingly, guided by the 5-point proposition of the NINAS CFM of December, NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020, we must now brace up and prevail on the political parties to halt their preparation for the 2023 round of national elections so that the transitioning process can commence instead of wobbling on to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, as Nigeria could snap without further warning, having shown all the vital signs of a failed state. This is a wonderful release from Nina's Secretariat. I hope that the minders of Nigeria, those who erroneously think that they own Nigeria, I hope they are listening, they are paying attention. The people are not kidding. Our people are not kidding. We're serious. We're serious to have a binding multi-regional referendum that will be supervised by the United Nations for effective implementation of the results from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations.
The challenges and fraud within the Nigeria
There's a
Constitution.
document labeled Constitution for Nigeria. But when lawyers who are lawyers are gathered, that document does not pass the test to be called Constitution, because Constitution is simply the Union Agreement. And Nigeria became one political union in 1960.
The collapse
There's
of
a
the Union
document
Agreement.
labeled Constitution for Nigeria. But when lawyers who are lawyers are gathered, that document does not pass the test to be called Constitution, because Constitution is simply the Union Agreement. And Nigeria became one political union in 1960 at independence on account of some agreements that were reached between the constituent components to become one political union. And those agreements that were spelled out in Lancaster House in 1959 eventually were products of the discussions that happened all through 51, 52, 53, when something extraordinary compelled a choice to be made on the kind of union, on the kind of partnership the otherwise independent regions that the British had governed separately will be entering at the point the British will leave. And the crux of that agreement, of that union agreement, was that there will be a federation of autonomous regions. The Western region, we remember, had their own constitution as far back as 1957, while those discussions were, already going on. Because what I said about 1953-54 was when the push for independence had come to the point where, one of the ringleaders, Enohoro, moved the motion for independence on the floor of the parliament. The northern delegation of the time opposed that motion, saying that the northern region of the time wasn't ready to go to independence at that point. What was their reason? Ahmadu Bello spelled out their reason. He said that they would require a certain level of autonomy in terms of control of their assets and their governance structures as condition for going into any kind of union with these other regions. That's the western and eastern region of the time. Now, Ahmadu Bello, on behalf of that northern delegation, listed 8 demands that will define the level of autonomy they will have in order to become a part of the Federation of Nigeria. It took all the way from that 1953, because the meetings then began in 1954, for how that federation, that coming together on the basis of regional autonomy as defined by those 8 points. It was those 8 points that eventually, shaped the kind of the depth of the level of autonomy, what the regions will be able to do, and what they will allow the Union Office to do. They now finalized in 1959 at Lancaster House. That autonomy that we're talking about began with the regions having their own constitutions, like countries who have. Germany will have its own constitution before going to the meeting of European Union formation. So the Western region got their own constitution in place in there's internal self-governance. The British allowed them to now begin to manage their own affairs in 1957. Shortly after, the Eastern region completed its own process. They were granted internal self-governance. 1959 was when the North finally got their acts together and had their own constitution, and therefore their own internal self-governance. These 3 units then went to Lancaster House to finalize the terms by which they would become one country at independence upon the departure of the British. That was what delayed our independence from the time the motion was moved in 1953. And therefore, that level of autonomy in which the assets of the regions belonged to the regions, and they only contributed to the upkeep of the center for the limited, responsibilities they delegated to the center. The center was their union office. It was their own creation. The constitutions of the regions came first. The one that became the federal constitution was a matter of the regions donating powers. It was the powers they decided to delegate to the center at Lancaster in 1959 that became the contents of the federal constitution. And the money by which the center will function was to be contributed to them. 15% of their income was what they dedicated to, so you got your money, your assets were yours. You worked it to how it can produce more resources for you to be able to attend to your healthcare and your education and your roads, infrastructure, electricity, everything. We saw what Awolowo did in the West, scoring a lot of firsts. We saw what M.I. Okpara did in the East, putting Eastern Nigeria as the leading the leading economy, the fastest growing economy in the developing world at the time. Everybody built their own infrastructure. The Ojiri power plants that have been shut down now for over 30 years was built by the government of Eastern region of the time, powered by coal, and powering all of the industrial designs of Eastern region of the time, including Port Harcourt. Oil and gas came later. The North also, they went into their own, they did agriculture, they did hides and skin. You heard about granite pyramids. When Western region built a university in Ibadan, the East built, the East built its own UNN, and then they not struggled and built Ahmadu Bello University. That was the kind of healthy competition that was going on at the time. Everybody trying to outdo the other, but it translated to only one thing, development for the people. And you prioritize what you wanted. And so if you prioritize wrongly, the outcome is here for everybody to see. And so that was the kind of thing that got them, moving fast and well until the accident of 1966, when the coups, when the military struck, and then those constitutions were taken down, and that was the end of that federation they agreed upon. Everything had been in position since that time to date, and therefore we don't have, the union agreement is what is in distress, what has gone bad. If we don't fix it, I tell you, the union is at an end.
End 1999 Constitution. Political parties close shop now. While the government of Nigeria is doing everything to destroy the country, to humiliate especially the Igbo people within the country, another group, the IPOB, has become essentially partner with the government in making sure that the lives of our people are messed up. That's why you have sit-at-home orders that are being enforced by criminals who were released from prison illegally. And they are roaming the streets, shooting and killing people, going about their normal businesses, disturbing lives, making sure that our people have no peace, that our people have no plan. In fact, next week they are planning on having people shut in from Monday through Thursday. Those days, Nnamdi Kanu will be appearing in the court for scheduled hearing. Now you wonder, is this group working for the good of Igbo people or for the destruction of the Igbo nation? Your guess is as good as mine. Because we've allowed failed state leaders to call the shots in our country. Everything has been destroyed and reduced to nothingness. Poverty, insecurity, among other challenges, is what our people are beset with these days. And yet they consider themselves messengers and deliverers of our people. Noam Chomsky had this to say: education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans were convinced that it was required. Isn't it amazing that some members of IPOB actually find grounds to justify the nonsense they are doing? Sometimes they go into denial mode, but we know what's going on. We can't be fooled. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. It's obvious and jumps right out at you that Muhammadu Buhari successfully has implemented his Fulanization and jihadi plan without hindrance from any quarters in Nigeria. And to this end, Marvelous Marvels Nato had this to say: Buhari is aware. He is deliberate about his goals and objectives. When you make excuses for Muhammadu Buhari on the premise that he has been unaware of everything happening under his government, then you are very ignorant. I must add that some people have actually stated that Muhammadu Buhari is suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, both of them, dementia and Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, we have people who are calling the shots using his name, and they are running the country aground, doing all sorts of criminal activities in the name of government. Ruga was a long-term strategy of Buhari, and the only way to implement it was to murder indigenous people by importing and arming his Fulani kinsmen beyond Nigeria to come and dispossess people of their lands, and they are succeeding daily. As I write this, the Fulani herdsmen have occupied large swaths of land in the Middle Belt and some parts of the South under military and police protection, and those lands have become theirs permanently, except the inevitable happens or the people pick up arms against them. Secondly, Muhammad Buhari's plan was to build northern economy to the neglect of others. He started by closing the southern borders to revitalize the moribund trans-Sahara trade route in the north for his kinsmen, while the patronizers of Nigeria-Benin trade routes groaned and mourned under severe hardship. The railway construction from Katsina to Niger Republic was in furtherance of his economic and trade terrorism against Nigerians, especially southern and middle belt Nigerians. A project that adds little economic value to 95% of Nigerians, but aimed at enriching his Fulani kinsmen in the Niger and beyond. Note that the people he used in implementing these projects are mainly Southerners. People like Rotimi Amaechi, the Minister of Transport. The same people who insult, malign, and ridicule every step taken by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to expand the economy for all Nigerians, but now support the pursuit of parochial interest for current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Thirdly, he succeeded in transforming himself into a despotic leader by exploiting the selfishness, wickedness, and insensitivity of Southern Judas God politicians who are ever ready to throw their people under the bus for their political career. The implication is that the major political players dare to declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Just like Dave Umahu did on Monday, Bola Ahmed did on Friday, like they are taking turns to go and present themselves before the emperor. They are looking to become the next president of a country that is moribund, a country that needs nothing other than constitutional reordering, like regional, multi-regional constitutional vote that will have to happen in this country if peace were to reign in the land. These guys have no idea what is happening. Yeah, they dare not declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Buhari is the Lord who will determine who to run or who not to run. Finally, he managed to fool you into thinking that he wasn't aware of all the extrajudicial murder going on in Nigeria by the official Fulani security, that is the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police, the DSS, and all other security arms that are engaging in extrajudicial killings. Buhari is not ignorant. He is a deliberate murderer, a strategic wicked fellow. How can you claim that this man is unaware when he has deliberately and strategically taken everything for his kinsmen and turned you into a slave? Buhari appointed all the major security heads to be Fulani for them to rule this country, to run this country aground, to render the entire citizens slaves right in our ancestral lands. Don't make excuses for Muhammad Buhari through your ignorance. And again, I repeat, education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews or that Nigeria killed more than 3 million Biafrans during the Civil War. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans and Nigerians were convinced that it was required to do so. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself in 2022. Now, what's the solution? The solution is embracing the gospel of NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the message that gives hope, the message that restores vision to the blind people of the southern and middle belt Nigerians, to seek, to press, to demand for a binding multi-regional referendum that will lead to breaking of chains, the breaking of the bondage upon which our people are presently held. Thanks for listening. This has been the Voice of Liberty, the Lower Niger Territory Radio. God bless you. Land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities for being fully rubber-stamped the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Murumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cause to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity, with banishment of debt as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand, speechifying hollow and meaningless anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
I rise to support the motion. I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogi West. And like Mr. President will attest to it, I personify the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. And there comes a time when you cannot but speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiment you may share. Today, Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our families, our nation, our state. Order. A lot has been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank you for giving us time to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So you are forced to talk. Mr. President, we need not run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War. Are you in PDP? Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to a point that China had to claim, they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support now. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. A lot of billions of naira have been voted for security services. Nothing is coming out of it. We wouldn't wait until our nation gets bombed. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party. But the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You will not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die. We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There's no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the world without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nations. Today, we are facing serious problems. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I feel like shedding tears for a country that we grew up, where nobody harassed you when you travel from Lagos to Maiduguri. I done it in times past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. They are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut down the National Assembly. Let's shut down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. People are in poverty. There's no food. People are hungry. Insecurity is threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. Than to not see that here people are dying. Every day Nigerians are dying. We must rise to the occasion. As for me, Mr. President.
We're still dressing the surface of the wound without dealing with the core symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Ninas is calling for. It will happen in the Middle Belt, in the Lower Niger Territory, and in the Oduduwa Nation. This is the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, do those in government have any chest for this? Are they even thinking? Or they are partying every day like nothing is going wrong with the country? Well, your guess is as good as mine.
This is a press statement by Chief Brigadier or the statement made by General Ambassador over the question of ownership of data resources, which I titled the provocative statement as the catalyst to Nigeria breakup. Niger Delta resources don't belong to Nigeria. When I first heard the statement that the Niger Delta resources is not owned by Niger Delta, but by Nigeria, candidate to General Obasanjo, former president of Nigeria, I thought he was quoted out of context. But when I read in the This Day newspaper statement of General Obasanjo, citing the Constitution as the source for making the statement, the source magisterial authority. I rushed to read the base story to know which Constitution it was relying upon. I was curious to know whether it was the Independence Constitution document. I was shocked and highly disappointed that the general was quoting profusely from the military imposed constitution on the country. A constitution that has been described as fraudulent and rejected since its introduction. The attempt by elder statesman Chief Edwin Clark to put the record straight was rebuffed by a statement by Arewa Consultative Forum supporting the statement made by General Obasanjo. Before the issue degenerated, therefore, into disputation between two respectable elder statesmen, I owe a duty to our founding fathers to throw some light on the historical constitutional evolution of Nigeria to help us move Nigeria forward. With my recent interaction with General Obasanjo, I can appreciate his passion for a united Nigeria. But the united Nigeria does not exist from his own perspective and understanding only. Nigeria has existed before he became the president of the country, with our founding fathers with equally great passion, if not greater passion, for united Nigeria. Our colonial masters brought the various ethnic nationalities together through various constitutional reforms under a unitary form of government from 1914 to 1950. Under Banfasi Constitution, when Nigeria was divided into three regions, namely Northern Region, Western Region, and Eastern Region. The Banfasi Constitution, which was supposed to last 5 years under a unitary system, collapsed in 1953, following a motion by the late Chief Anthony Nehru for self-government for Nigeria in 1956. The then colonial secretary, Sir Oliver Littleton, later known as Dr. Shandus, summoned the political leaders, our founding father, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and Shivabafe Maholo, to Lancaster House in London. It was at this conference that the defects in Banfasi Unitary Constitution were dissected and settled for a federal constitution, which became operative in 1954 with the establishment of the three autonomous regions headed by a premier. The provision of this federal constitution, with some amendment, was incorporated in the 1960 and 1963 Independence Constitution. The residual part in the Constitution reserved for the federating autonomous regions. Revenue allocation was agreed to be on derivation, which you now refer to as the source control, with the payment of 50%, see Section 140 of the 1960s Constitution, to the region where the revenue was derived. It was a two-tier federal system, with the state government being coordinate and not subordinate to the federal government. This was the peaceful, coexistent position of the unity of the ethnic groups until 1966, when the military took over the government and abrogated the constitution agreed to by our founding fathers and set up the present 1999 constitution. The obnoxious provisions of this constitution have been the cause of instability in Nigeria. When General Obasanjo asserts that the Niger Delta resources is not owned by Niger Delta but Nigeria, it is a general suggestion that God created the source in Niger Delta when Nigeria came into existence in 1914? Or was it there before the amalgamation? It is the amalgamation and the decision of our founding fathers to live together under the conditions agreed to in the independent constitution that made other parts of Nigeria to lay claim to the resources of Niger Delta. The question of the protection of Niger Delta resources against external forces by the federal government is not a big deal, but a responsibility assigned to the federal government under the federal system. I will therefore passionately appeal to General Obasanjo to join hands with the other persons to bring pressure to bear on President Muhammad Buhari to ensure the change of the present fraudulent constitution by structuring the present unity constitution to the federal system agreed to by our founding fathers before the 2023 election to enable the nation move forward peacefully in unity and progress. Long live the Federal Republic.
Nigeria is a country in crisis. Everywhere you go, you see evidence of failed state written all over the country, and there's a lot of disquietness, a lot of disturbance, a lot of insecurity, poverty, bitterness, hatred across the country. In fact, a criminal gang is controlling Southeast right now to the point that they can tell people to stay home for 1 week, and everyone patiently stays home because they know there is nothing out there to protect them. So everyone shuts down their businesses and their daily activities that actually is where they get their daily bread. They let it go because they want to be safe. They don't want to get into trouble. They shut themselves in. I have been on ground here for over a month, and I have seen things that are completely bewildering. I can't even explain it. That people can listen to criminals, gangs, who are going about burning people's businesses, killing people. At Umuch, they killed 2 people last week during the 4-day shutdown, Monday to Thursday, because one of us, an Igbo man, was facing trial at Abuja, Nnamdi Kanu. And they also killed 2 people at Ekulobia. And at Ogad, I understand they used machete to cut 2 people's head. Now, I don't know how this leads to anything near freedom or the realization of the illusionary Biafra they have in mind. But we know where all this is leading to. It's state of anarchy. That's what they're looking for. And they believe that the more they cause trouble, the closer they get to referendum. But let's hear what Kingsley Mogalo had to say about the current state of Nigeria and the hopelessness of future elections into federal elections. In a country that is completely polarized, everybody wants to go their own way in this country. The Igbo people from Akwa Ibom are asking for their own free state. Lower Niger Territory is asking to go apart, and Oduduwa Nation is also seeking to go apart. And Middle Belt that has come under intense jihad attack, where the Fulani herdsmen terrorists being powered by the Nigerian government, being protected by the Nigerian government, being armed by the Nigerian military, has been attacking communities and replacing them. An active genocide to which the world has turned a blind eye to. The Middle Belt are equally seeking out of Nigeria, just like Lower Niger Territory and the Oduduwa Nation. Let's hear what Kingsley Mogalo had to say about this.
Hello, my name is Kingsley Mogalo. I know that it looks like it's all over for Nigeria, but I'd just like to remind each and every one of us that working together, we can stabilize Nigeria and make it a prosperous country. But in order to do this, we must all come to the table and address what the fundamental issues are, which is injustice. Nigeria needs a fundamental constitutional restructuring There is no other way out. Else, there is a very strong possibility that the country can implode. If it does, and it does so violently, it will not be pretty. War and violence do not yield any real benefit for the normal man or woman in our country. It means disruption, it means economic dislocation, it means refugees, it means hunger, starvation, and all kinds of things. And if that happens, let us be very clear who is responsible. Those who refused the opportunity to fundamentally restructure Nigeria, giving it a truly new people's constitution. That's what we need to do. Let's begin that discussion before it is too late. But let's not give up hope. And on the other hand, we cannot have the peace of the graveyard. I don't believe in illusions. I don't deceive myself. I'm very pragmatic. We will and we can face the problems that are facing us, and we can overcome them. But I don't believe in the peace of the graveyard, and I don't believe in violence. Both are extremes. We want justice. We want prosperity. We want jobs for our youth. That's what we want. We need a leadership and a constitution that can give us the kind of leadership that this country desires and deserves. Thank you.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principle for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and Ninas is right on the mark.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all the amazing topics on history, culture, and self-determination. We discuss ways we can solve our collective problems created for us by seen and unseen, known and unknown elements. We take you from the starting point to your destination. We promote and uphold our cultural, social, and moral values. Tune in today and listen to amazing personalities and be entertained as well. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Eshan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Ubolo, Ugoja, Ugoni, Okrika, Urobo, and others. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from slavery. Lower Niger Radio is your station for all things about self-determination, nation building, and liberty. With all the challenges and insecurity in our ancestral lands, the survival of our peoples and the political arrangements they decide on is our goal. We discuss solutions. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. So, tune in today. Lower Niger Radio is the voice of liberty for the ethnic nations of the South, South, and Southeast. We are here for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Isan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Obolo, Ogoja, Ogoni, Okrika, Urubo, and all the others. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty.
It's a press statement from NINA's alliance. NINA's alliance is intact and focused on its stated mission, despite the resignation of its erstwhile chairman, Professor Banji Akintoye, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa. This is a statement by NINA's Board of Conveners issued December 1st, 2021. Gentlemen of the press, an emergency conclave of the Conveners of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, was held today, December 1, 2021, to review, amongst other things, recent developments in one of our alliance organizations, Ilana Omo-Oduwa, the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS alliance. This statement is to address the deluge of inquiries that was poured into the NINAS Secretariat from concerned members of public regarding these developments. 1. Let us record that the Secretariat of NINAS, while reaching out to all sides involved, had on the 18th of November 2021 issued a statement to calm altercations arising from an Ilana Omo-Oduwa press conference addressed November 18, 2021 by the Deputy Chairman of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Otumba Shade Olukoya, concerning months of lingering difficulties within Ilana Omo-Oduwa, bordering on certain actions and liaisons of the leader of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Professor Banji Akintoye, that could imperil the self-determination campaign of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, inviting Professor Akintoye, therefore, to step back from his role as Ilana leader in order to abet the many conflicts and controversies emanating from the aforementioned actions and liaisons. 2. While frantic mediation efforts were still being made by the Secretariat to douse tension, Maxwell Adeleye, who described himself as Communications Director of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, issued and massively circulated in the media outlandish falsehoods in which he avoided the well-known issues rocking Ilana Omo-Oduwa and claimed, amongst other things, that the sum of $350 million naira was disbursed by Abuja to procure the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. Adeleye also deliberately created the impression that NINAS was somehow behind the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. 3. Unfortunately, and to our utter shock, Professor Banji Akintoye, who knew for certain that these claims of Maxwell Adeleye were just fabrications, went on to corroborate the fabrications in a virtual meeting of a Yoruba global audience the next day, putting names and motives to Maxwell's falsehoods. In that virtual meeting, Professor Akintoye said that the money from Abuja came from Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and given to Otumba Shade Olukoya for the purpose of dragging him, Akintoye, off the stage. To compound matters, Professor Akintoye went on to allege that Otumba Olukoya had been pressuring them in Ilana to help work Vice President Yemi Osinbajo into becoming the next president of Nigeria. We do hope that Professor Yemi Osinbajo will take up this matter with those who crafted and circulated this tale. 4. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akintoye and 43 others, November 30, 2021, conveying the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction from Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS alliance. Even more egregious falsehoods. I'll go over that 4 again. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akintoye and 43 others, November 30, 2021, just yesterday, conveying the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS alliance, contained even more egregious falsehoods. The false impression was deliberately created by the said November 30, 2021 statement that there was a type of self-determination being pursued by NINAS and LNC that was different from the type that Ilana Omo-Oduwa was pursuing. This is strange because the objectives, roadmap, and strategy outlines of NINAS are very clearly stated in all of NINAS public communications. over the years, particularly the December 16, 2020 NINA's constitutional force majeure proclamation. Combined with the earlier falsehood that Abuja had procured the November 18, 2021 press conference, it is clear that the orchestrations of the departed faction of Ilano were targeted at deceiving the public into believing that NINAS was somehow working for other objectives apart from its clear-cut and unwavering pursuit of self-determination for all the indigenous nationalities of the Alliance territories, being the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Number 5. For the records and for the avoidance of doubt, Professor Banji Akute was first introduced sometime in 2018 to NINAS by Otumba Shade Olukoya, who had been involved with the processes for many years. While our initial discussions were going on, the emergence of Atiku Abubakar on the as the presidential candidate with restructuring credentials, unquote, sucked in a great number of people towards the 2019 election in what became known as articulation at the time. And so it was that our new associate, Professor Banji Akitoye, went off with his other associates in the articulation gambit. We moved on to the historic NINAS Joint Multi-Regional Freedom Park Proclamation of December 11, 2018, which firmly set the basis for the constitutional force majeure of December 16, 2020. The engagements with the policy beltwares of Washington, D.C. took the whole of January to July of 2019 and was followed by the August 2019 visitation of the UN Special Rapporteur into Nigeria to investigate widespread extrajudicial killings. It was only in the last quarter of 2019 that Professor Akitoye contacted Otumba Shade Olukoya to fully join the NINAS fold. The chairmanship of NINAS fell on him on account of the zeal, clarity, and commitment he displayed towards the NINAS propositions. It is therefore not true that Professor Akitoye provided leadership for NINAS since inception, as claimed by Maxwell in his November 30th, 2021 statement. Professor Akitoye came 2 years ago into a process that took over 22 years to get to where it is now. There is no doubt whatsoever that Professor Banji Akitoye meritoriously advanced the NINAS campaign, particularly in Yoruba land, reaching out to his associates across the country and substantially shattering the long-standing jinx around the Igbo-Yoruba collaboration, which he said was Chief Obafemi Awolowo's solemn prescription in the last days of the sage, who was Professor Akitoye's political mentor. Credit for this feat will forever go to Professor Akitoye, and we wish him good health and longevity, even as he veers off in another direction in search of the destination we all identified in NINAS. 6. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria which have been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. I'll go over 6 again. It's not done. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, which has been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance, that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. These modalities will be made public in the second week of December 2021 by the NINAS Secretariat. Signed for NINAS Board of Conveners, Tony Nadi, the Convening Secretary, December 1, 2021.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. and you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, it's relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1960s, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they are conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
If at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week also, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that
unrepresented.
And the ROI is not speaking for
no,
they
all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you, to prove you right or wrong. Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this, it is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in the matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people, in saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the Constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices up to the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
So, Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to
allow
the ethnic nationalities
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world?
Nigeria.
China, Iran, Somalia,
International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrest, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agency. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with a Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And, of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. And they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus. And in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders. Listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem because, just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Yeah, Nigeria is holding the country award, at that level for persecution of Christians due to the involvement of government, the coalition of government in protecting the Fulani terrorists who are going across Nigeria, killing, sacking communities. Even government policies is designed to favor them. The government tries to take over, build forest reserves, cattle routes, Ruga, shoreline takeover, all sorts of programs the government have tried to put through in order to spread these terrorists across the country. These are all part of the agenda of the current government to carry out and fulfill the ideas, the imaginations of Ahmadu Bello, to extend the life of their caliphate that died when British took over Nigeria in 1914. So they have no interest other than to pursue this jihad and see it to a conclusive end by killing off indigenous nationalities, especially Christians. They've done it in the far north. All the Christian communities there have been targeted and killed and replaced or chased into IDP camps locally, where they get bombed by Nigerian Air Force, or into foreign countries, neighboring Nigeria, into refugee camps. This is where the international organizations, especially the Christian-leaning organizations, needs to step up their game and expose what is happening in Nigeria, which the Nigerian government consistently lie about. They went to New York during the UN General Assembly in September, seeing Nigerians with their posters, patriotic Nigerians protesting against the killing of Christians and the destruction of the country. Nigerian government actually goes into New York, Bronx, to hire homeless people and other foreigners to counter-protest the expose from Nigerians against government collusion in terrorist activities in the country. I don't know what these people are thinking, but we know that there is no way Nigeria can recover except to go through multi-regional binding referendum. That's what will save the day. If not, if this joke continues, we're only delaying the inevitable. And that is a very terrible thing that will happen to Nigeria. To not arrest this situation now through a referendum, call for referendum to, calm nerves and let things, go very well for every section. Failing to do this is only going to cause more problem, more pain of separation. There's something that doesn't make sense. And I've been deliberating on this and wonder if other people are thinking about this. What is happening to the Southeast? I was in the Southeast for over 5 weeks between December and February 2022, barely last week. And I saw firsthand a ruined environment. Southeast has essentially been destroyed by certain criminals that claim to be fronting for the indigenous people of Biafra. They are not from, they go to different states to cause trouble. these people have been mentioned to have come from Ebonyi State. And so they make sure there is no business activity in Onitsha, at Aba, at everywhere in Enugu, Nnewi. They kill people at marketplaces. Who imported these people who are doing this to Ndi Igbo? They placed a lockdown that lasted for 4 days. And not once did Nnamdi Kanu stood up in court and say it openly in the court to the hearing of anybody that he does not support the group that is doing this. IPOB has gone into denial by disowning whoever is doing the group that is doing this to Ndi Igbo. I did share a few pictures of where people were walking across the bridge at Onitsha from Opiweka across to Asaba on Sunday evening because the road was completely locked down. You can't drive through. So that you can continue on your way to wherever you're going in that vicinity. Now, because of what? Nnamdi Kanu had case. Monday, there was probably a sit at home. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Kanu has court appearances at Abuja. And so, his own people, the Messiah, is appearing before Herod's court. And the disciples had to actually stab themselves, fall on their swords. Literally, the disciples of Jesus would have all committed suicide because Jesus was held and being tried. Is Nnamdi Kanu greater than Jesus Christ? Why are they destroying Alibo? Who is this Ima Powerful? Ima Powerful should show up. Let him show his show his face. Let's know who he is. Where does he live? Why are they releasing statements to rule our people, controlling the mind of brainwashed people who have no job? It appears there is a declaration of class war in Alibo, that some people, some criminal elements within the Igbo system are going to declare war on the rest. They want to make Aba uninhabitable. They want to turn Onitsha into the new Aba, where they are doing all sorts of destructive activities. And so, if these people are really not from IPOB, like the IPOB has been denying and continue repeating issuing orders, they continue to issue orders and deny the consequences, the result. If indeed it's not their members, let them tell us who they are. And the state has failed our people. Because you never hear any governor maintaining appearances, speaking to their people, telling them, look, making sure that the current confusion that is called Nigeria is providing policing services for our people instead of extorting people on the road. They are essentially begging money. And these days they are not as aggressive as they used to be, but they are still begging for money. And you pity them. When you look at them, you know that they are under-enumerated. They are not being paid enough. Their bosses are stealing their money. I have had this said at the defense headquarters, that the money that is being budgeted for the police does not get to the police. It stays at the office of the Inspector General of Police. Because of what? Nigeria chose to be operating one national police. One united Nigeria, one national police. They forget that the world has moved on. People are now using local, municipal police. A lot of provinces doesn't have police. So they use the central police, RCMP. They are professional officers. They show up, they provide their policing services until the city becomes strong enough to provide their own policing services, to handle their own budget. They go to other places. That is how it is done. But Nigeria is running a criminal enterprise that is illegal in a lot of ways. Now, where does it lead Nigeria to? Confusion. That's why thieves are running the southeast now, declaring sit at home in the name of supporting Nnamdi Kanu, who is already in court. And we have always insisted that Kanu must get justice. Nigeria must treat Nnamdi Kanu with justice. Nnamdi Kanu, if he has evidence against Nigeria, he should tender it without fear, because the world is watching. What do we get in return from the IPOB? Recklessness on steroids. IPOB, a non-state banned organization, given orders and imposing trade bans, ruling Southeast essentially, provocative. When the fallout comes, cries of innocent Biafrans being harassed will rend the air. Igbos trade in many communities and work in many areas in the north. The process of parting ways with Ariwa is an ongoing process. If the members of this renegade group decides to stop Hausa Nama, then they can do so by flooding the market with their own locally bred cows in all states. Where they are not able to do so, then they should let those making sure their Fulani cow grazers don't step into private farms continue with their business. Continue with their business. We must insist that no cow should go into private properties. That's fair. So long as they don't encroach into other people's properties, that's their business. People have to do their business until we're able to produce enough Muturu cows, the big ones, those big, beautiful cows that are not as violent as the Fulani cow. Why then do we try to antagonize our people by telling people that by this time of the year, they will stop eating cow meat? Are you selling chicken or you're producing fish or what are you doing? IPOB members, I don't know anyone that has any farm, animal farm. Let them showcase it. Let them share. Let them share. Let's see if they have it. Why seek to destroy our people? I don't hear Ohaneze, any faction, saying anything now. IPOB or other elements must cease and desist from engaging in violent acts against anyone or groups in the Southeast. What they are now doing is distorting real work ongoing to get Nigeria fully sorted out. We can send the Fulani and their Igbo partners packing by going into cow business ourselves. Grow more cows of the big Efi Igbo type. Price it lower and kill the Hausa Nama businesses. And we will send these terrorists going. They will go home. Once we do like that, they will be gone. You know? But we cannot destroy our place. We cannot destroy our place because of Nnamdi Kanu and a few renegades, a few crooks who think that they are running our place now. Like, what is going on? We can do this for a number of years, and those that foreign cow importers will either join the Mutru cow business or find another thing to do. We can go after this in a more organized manner. Let the IPOB go into farming. Farming of all kinds. Vegetable, anything. Or they should just leave Alibo in peace. Or relocate to the Ariwa or live all together for Cameroon, where they are fighting also for breakup. This IPOB should go to Cameroon and help Cameroonians. When they finish, then they can know what to do. They should leave Alibo. I mean, this has been your guy, Stephen, speaking, just expressing how frustrated and weak I am with Nigeria. Nigeria is such a sad commentary on what a country is supposed to be. Very shameful, very sad country.
Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olu where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigerian Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south.
But in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you're seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe like Ndibai or this in Zuzu. That the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Onia, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot, like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people. The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are money, and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Ndi Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Ndi Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Ndi Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Ndi Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Ndi Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Ndi Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day.
Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here. because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa. Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an app.
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings. And then, because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we're African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty. In answer to a question on whether Nigerians, Africans look down on other people around the world, black people in North America, like the descendants of those that were stolen from Africa and brought to the New World, which includes Igbo families and Yoruba families, including Ghanaians. Here is what Dr. Okenwanwosu, the Ezudemba of Ibuku, had to say. By the way, he's the head of LINAS in the United States. Nigerians don't look down on anyone. They always look up instead. The attitudinal and cultural distinctiveness of Nigerians, especially those residing in the diaspora, has made them not only thrive, but also seem to prevail over other national groups in critical indexes of human endeavor. Within the borders of Nigeria, there are specific ethno-national groups that possess the can-do mentality more than others. The Nigerians who do spectacularly well in the African diaspora and elsewhere overseas originate mostly from these ethnic groups. I must say that it will be much more wonderful if all Nigerians in diaspora, especially the Southern and Middle Belt Nigerians, are keen into what is going on in Nigeria and contributing to the discussion on how to get out of the madness that is called present-day Nigeria through multi-regional binding referendum. Listen to this video, this commentary by some speakers in the United States who are of Nigerian heritage, most likely from the East or Southwest.
Point to that. Do Africans really look down on black American people?
No, I think Africans, I would say specifically for Nigerians. Nigerians are proudful people. We look down on other Nigerians. So it's not even, and it's not even that we're looking down. We're just always looking up. Mm-hmm. And so if you're not in our purview, we don't see you.
That's a word.
So it's perspective shift. And so for us, like I tell people all the time, like, because it used to be like when I would meet other African Americans, like they would know nothing about me. Like, oh, so you African? So what, you think you better than us? And I'd be like, listen, man, we think we better than everybody. Because my father would be like, if the black man does it, do it better. If the white man does it, surpass him. If the Asian man does it, finish him. It's just like, okay. Like, that's like the household I grew up in. It's like nobody's your competition except for the person that you're trying to advance over. So it's just like, who is in your purview? Get them out. Like, why are they even there? Like, why did you even give them an opportunity to be better than you?
That's the mentality you should have, though.
And so that's why I've been tripping when people were like, oh, so you smart? Yes. I worked hard to be smart. Like, getting a B, I would cry. Because my mom would literally be like, so the person who got an A, what were they doing? And why were you not doing it? Like, I don't know. They just know math better than me, Mom. But it was just like, that's unacceptable. We came over here and gave you opportunities, so do better. And it was like, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
And so I think to have the perspective of, do you think you better, or do you think, it's just like, no, I'm just trying to be my best. And if everybody had the I'm trying to be my best mentality, we wouldn't be worried about who thinks they're better or not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Pennants were presented to each other by the opposing captains before the start of the game between the Nigerian Football Association team and Marine Crosby. The Nigerians spurn the use of football boots, but they have no qualms about taking on a team which uses them. When the game got going, the crowd of 6,000 could make interesting comparisons between the two styles. Nigerians played fast football and shot very hard indeed. In fact, they kicked the ball so hard and so successfully that they won by 5 goals to 2. Hardly a barefoot shuffle.
I'm like Nigerians to white people. Nigerians don't tolerate any nonsense that comes their way. And that's why there are not so many white people in Nigeria. Because they think Nigerians are rude people. They think the Nigerians are not polite people to work with. But that is not the case. The Nigerians don't tolerate nonsense. And every time they answer you, you will think they are fighting. They are not fighting. They are emphatic. They know what they want.
That's the factor. Third, Nigerian Americans are one of the most educated groups in America, according to a study by Rice University. They only make up 1% of African Americans, Nigerians, 1%. Yet they are represented at the Harvard Business School at a rate of 25% of black students. So no wonder they are out earning whites, Nigerian Americans. I didn't know any of this, and I know you did.
Very resilient people.
Yeah, look up on the speaker for this one. I'm on it's your boy, John Mix, baby.
Indeed, Nigerians are 1% of the African American population, but they attract the hatred. I must use this word, hatred, to describe the kind of expression that is coming from some learned African Americans against Africans in the United States. And that comment is actually directed to Nigerians specifically, even though the professor, Jeremiah Small, mentioned Ghana, Nigeria, and one other country. But their anger, their frustration is usually directed at Nigerians. Would God that those Nigerians would actually pay attention to what is going on to their own country, to which they are actually first or second immigrants? I mean, yeah, they are probably first or second immigrants in the United States or Canada. If only they can pay attention a little bit, they will make a lot of impact, a lot of impact, positive impact in arresting the drift going on in Nigeria. Thanks for listening to the Lower Niger Territory Radio. It's been your guy, Stephen. Rocha Soana Yokorocha, the former governor of Imo State, has gone to UK to advertise on the double-decker bus, Rochas, for 2023 Nigeria presidency. This is the man who looted Imo State and converted state institutions into his private names and family members' names. This guy is positioning himself to become the next president of one Nigeria.
He says that he's beholding across the north. He started building schools. He is very huge in Maiduguri, in Plateau State. He has connections all over the place. He considers himself a good candidate to rule Nigeria. He does not hear what his people are calling for, referendum, that although his own place is destroyed, that his own village is completely insecure. He doesn't see that his people are demanding for referendum. Instead, he is trying to rule Nigeria, to extend the Fulani chain, the Fulani shackles, the Fulani British shackles around our necks and hands and feet. This is the Nigeria that Rochas Okorocha, Bola Ahmed Tinubu would want to rule. The thieves are advertising in London but ignoring the reality on ground back in their homeland, Nigeria. Southern and Middle Belt Nigerians are clamoring for multi-regional referendum based on Judas goat like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Rochas Okorocha, Ojuzo Kalu, and many others who are now positioning themselves to rule Nigeria are trooping to London, including Atiku Abubakar, who just said that there is no... In fact, I don't have to repeat what they are saying, but it all goes to show that all of these people do not even tell themselves the truth. That Atiku Abubakar actually believes that he can change Nigeria shows how untruthful Nigerians are. This is a guy who have never for once spoken out against the Fulani herdsmen terrorists. This is a guy who is so corrupt that he had issues with the other corrupt president, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Instead of addressing the fact that the country has died and needs an urgent attention, like referendum, these guys are trooping to Britain to convince the British public and the British system that they will do a good job in looking after the British interest in Nigeria. They do not care that everything is going crazy in the country. The British incorporation known as Nigeria has interested candidates marketing themselves to the British public to notify the Queen and the British subjects that they would be loyal. You move money stolen from Nigeria to the UK to print posters, campaign banners, everything, hold interviews, pay money, spend money there. Isn't it too obvious that we need something else to reset Nigeria? Multi-regional referendum will alter the misdirection and set Nigerians aright. NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, have got it figured out. Check it out here. www.ninas.voice.org and Lower Niger Congress.org. Let's get it right this time by going after referendum votes, rather than having a convicted drug dealer or non-state treasury looters take over from a non-terror enabler. That would be like extending the Fulani and British slave shackles by another 4 years. Let's shut anything like election this year and press on for multi-regional referendum votes. It will lead to immediate improvements in a lot of ways, especially in the security, economic, and well-being of the people, as well as social interactions. The people from the north can live anywhere. People from the east can still live in any part of the country, but as citizens of different countries. This is the way it is done all over the world. There are Nigerians all over the world. They still retain their Nigerianness and possibly acquire citizens of other countries too. That's dual citizenship. And so Nigeria can go apart in different ways, and it will still be people relating with each other. Unless there is need for us to put up walls, then we can put up walls. So this is the only thing that will save Nigeria, not, deceiving ourselves. This is what will save Nigeria. Listen to this.
Good afternoon, my brother. Yeah, good afternoon. My brother, the way things is going in this country.
The way things are going in this country, what do you plan?
In this country. I don't get plans.
How do you plan to succeed? He said he doesn't have plans.
Why? You see people that want to be a doctor, that went to school to study medicine, they end up in doing farming. That is not what they plan, but that is how the country planned it. Photo! So you cannot plan this country. It's the country that will plan you. And anywhere the country plan you to, just accept.
Let's go over that one more time.
Good afternoon, my brother. Yeah, good afternoon. My brother, with the way things is going in this country, what plan do you have to succeed in this country?
Nigeria.
Plan.
Nigeria has no plan.
Exactly. Why? You see people that want to be a doctor, that went to school to study medicine, they end up in doing farming. That is not what they plan, but that is how the country planned it. Photo! So you cannot plan this country. It's the country that will plan you. And anywhere the country plan you to, just accept.
He's essentially saying that Nigeria has zero plan for you. And a situation where you are the one to provide your road, your electricity, your security, there is nothing there for you. The best thing out is for Nigeria to be unbundled. You know how you offload an overloaded vehicle? Nigeria needs to be completely offloaded. Nigeria needs to be dismantled. Nigerian nations needs to be set free out of Nigeria, out of current one unitary Nigeria. This is not a hate speech. It's not a hate speech, but a call, what I would call patriotic call to rescue the situation. Otherwise, we're not heading anywhere. We're going in circles. This is your guy, Stephen. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much for still being there with us. Tony Nadi is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and also the spokesman of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt territories. Ninas, he joins us now as we shall be looking at the issue of Constitution Amendment. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us.
Thank you. All right, let's begin by getting your opening comments from the interview we had with the Honorable Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed.
Well, what else do we expect? In fact, some of our people in distant locations across the world who are watching were already taunting us to say, here your man goes again. One actually recommended that I send a copy of the little book called Animal Farm to him, so that he can know that those he's speaking to are already familiar with all the antics of using statistics and gymnastics of logic. He just confirmed to us our worst fears, that the people running Nigeria do not understand that the people they are managing are able to see through their shallow schemes. Here we are, faced with an existential threat of, just life and death, straight life and death issues of people who are upon the communities of Nigeria across, the length and breadth. But I speak now from the perspective of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That is the alliance of, for the purpose of illustration, the part of the part of the country, for the purpose of illustration, here is a map that represents what I'm talking about. The portion in white is that alliance. The portion in white, which is the whole and the whole of the Middle Belt, which make up the Ninas we're talking about. Now, the minister was saying that up until 2015 that bombs were going off everywhere. And then from 2015, it began to subside, and we have a substantially different situation now. And we should, I will have to remind him, because some of the viewers are old enough to recollect that in the days of Abacha, bombs were going off in all kinds of places. Nadeko was being blamed. Our perception of the situation concerning the bombs for which they are taking credit, for the cessation, what we see is that those who were detonating the bombs at the time Jonathan was in office, as a part of their grand strategy for, bulldozing their way to power, simply stopped detonating the bombs because they got the power. That's our own reading of the situation. They stopped throwing the bombs since they were they got to power. And then I heard him talk about the railway that.
Mr. Nadi, what do you mean by they stopped throwing the bombs since they got into power? I mean, we're still facing some emerging challenges in different parts of the country. The situation is that we saw how Boko Haram came. We saw all of what was happening. You remember in the tenure of Jonathan, you remember the GOC of the 7th Division that was shot by his troops as he came to commiserate with them, for yet another round of avoidable accident, avoidable, carnage. That action came against the backdrop of suspicion that GOC was actually in league with the enemy to compromise the troops. Such incidents had happened a number of times, and then on that occasion, he will send them in one direction, set up something that will relay them in that same direction. They finish an operation, so that we can be specific. They finish an operation, and their base, the way to their base will pass through a stretch that was very dangerous. They pleaded for their movement back to base to be delayed till the early morning, early hours, so that they could at least go in the daytime to be able to see whoever might be laying ambush for them. And then the GOC insisted that they had to move that night, and they got to the place that was dangerous, and they were attacked, and people died. And then he turned up in the morning to come to commiserate with them. They looked back at how many times such things had happened, and they felt that one of the soldiers opened fire on him, just that they had a bullet-proof vehicle with. And in that period, Jonathan was shouting that there were people working for Boko Haram inside this government, in his military, the military he commanded. And so we have seen progressively that collaboration. We had General Danju, my former chief of army staff, raising alarm that what was going on presented, looked to him like a collusion with the very federal government that was supposed to be leading the fight. And when from every side you look at it, you will see where are the people who are doing these killings. How many of them have been apprehended? Or rather, you begin to hear things that sound like the government was hands in glove with them. We don't know how else to interpret it. They may want to tell us what they tell us, but we are also able to reason. And in terms of being the victims of the brigandage and the killings going on, we're entitled to perceive what we perceive and to say it as we see it. And I've been privileged to present these same viewpoints in the places of decision making in Washington, at Capitol Hill, and in other places, all the way to New York at the UN, which was reason this special rapporteur on Nigeria, Agnes Callamard, came in August of 2019 to investigate the extrajudicial killings, all kinds of killings going on in Nigeria. The police is killing, army is killing, Boko Haram is killing, Hezman is killing, kidnappers are killing. And then the UN was looking at a situation in which Nigeria was progressively looking like a problem the whole world will have to contend.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The government that was elected parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation is a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1960s, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they are conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we're having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we're having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for
anybody.
No,
they all have vested interests. They all have things they share with people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. None of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you, to prove you right or wrong. Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this, it is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people, in saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. Come to the provisions inside the constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6, section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices of the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
So Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is
to
allow the ethnic nationalities
and have this discussion without what they are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abata held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work. Igbo Manifest Destiny by Nnamdi Azikiwe, June 25th, 1949. In the following address given 11 years before Nigeria independence, Nnamdi Azikiwe calls for self-determination for the Igbo as they, along with other ethnic groups, march toward an inevitably free Nigeria. This address was delivered at the Igbo State Assembly held at Aba on Saturday, June 25th, 1949. Please listen to this address very closely and patiently and see the higher plane Zeke was operating from. No, it was not really a higher plane. It was and remains the Igbo plane. Zeke did not want the Igbo to be controlled by anyone. He knew the Igbos were not controllable by outside forces. He wanted the Igbos to be within a federated framework, part of Commonwealth Nigeria and United States of Africa. And we worked for it. After salutations, harbingers of a new day for the Igbo nation, having selected me to preside over the deliberations of this assembly of the Igbo nation, I am conscious of the fact that you have not done so because of any extraordinary attributes in me. I realize that I am not the oldest among you, nor the wisest, nor the wealthiest, nor the most experienced, nor the most learned. I am therefore grateful to you for elevating me to this high pedestal. The Igbo people have reached a crossroad, and it is for us to decide which is the right course to follow. We are confronted with routes leading to diverse goals, but as I see it, there is only one road that I can safely recommend for us to tread, and it is the road to self-determination. For the Igbo, within the framework of a federated Commonwealth of Nigeria and the Cameroons, leading to a United States of Africa. Other roads, in my opinion, are calculated to lead us astray from the path of national self-realization. At this juncture, excuse me, I must add that Nigeria Zeke had in mind died less than 6 years after independence. And we're still on it till today. It would appear that God has specially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized because of their resolute will to live. Since suffering is the label of our tribe, we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. Is it not fortunate that the Igbo are among the few remnants of indigenous African nations who are still not spoliated by the artificial niceties of Western materialism? Is it not historically significant that throughout the glorious history of Africa, the Igbo is one of the select few to have escaped the humiliation of a conqueror's sword or to be victim of a Carthaginian treaty? Search through the records of African history and you will fail to find an occasion when, in any pitched battle, any African nation has either marched across Igbo territory or subjected the Igbo nation to a humiliating conquest. Instead, there is record to show that the martial prowess of the Igbo at all stages of human history has rivaled them not only to survive persecution, but also to adapt themselves to the role thus thrust upon them by history of preserving all that is best and most noble in African culture and tradition. Placed in this high estate, the Igbo cannot shirk the responsibility conferred on it by its manifest destiny. Having undergone a course of suffering, the Igbo must therefore enter into its heritage by asserting its birthright without apologies.
Talking of restructuring after 2023 is beer parlor promises.
But where does knowledge begin to meet ignorance in this matter? Many of the people who are shouting about their turn to come and be president are brothers from the East who says their turn. Instead of trying to solve the problem that is choking you, a few people are leading you to come and say, if we merge, all will be well. Unfortunately for all those who are listening to them, we have engaged all those people, the frontline in this matter. We can tell you authoritatively, and we're going to, in a recent broadcast, we have said we will call names of the people who have engaged in this matter. Atiku Abubakar, for instance, in year 2016, we sat down with him when he began to talk about restructuring. We sat down with him, 9 of us. I led that discussion to say, sir, what do you mean? He narrated what he thought, everything I'm just informing us now, that there's no restructuring that will happen if Atiku becomes president. Because his understanding of restructuring is limited to what the National Assembly will do. If he believed in the constitutional reconfiguration, the constitutional reconstruction that the country requires, let us ask Atiku what he has done since after the 2019 election to identify with the people who are pursuing that campaign. And that is after he had agreed with us in a meeting and then taken the materials that we used to support our presentation, turned into book form, presented himself as the champion of restructuring. We can tell you authoritatively, no restructuring in the manner you think will happen if Atiku becomes president. PDP will